Chapter 1499, Ancient Bronze Temple. Chapter 1499, Ancient Bronze Temple. After laboring for 7 years and putting in great effort every day, the moment Lin Ming waited for had finally arrived. He had truly walked through the God-Beast Tomb Array Formation and had arrived in this place that no one had ever been to. "Where are we?" Xiao Moxian asked, surprised. Even so, when Lin Ming broke through the first doubt diagram, she had a premonition that he would really be able to break past this God-Beast Tomb Array Formation and even lead her out of this dangerous land. However, upon actually arriving at the core of the God-Beast Tomb Array Formation, Xiao Moxian felt as if she were living a dream. The God-Beast Tomb Array Formation's array heart was filled with mysteries. Ever since tragic Death Valley had existed, countless martial artists had perished here, and yet none of them were ever able to step foot into the eye of the God-Beast Tomb Array Formation. As the illusions of the Dreamland Array diagram vanished, the final 3 Dao diagrams revealed themselves in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. These 3 Dao diagrams were arranged in a triangle, each one 1,000 miles wide. These Dao diagrams were filled with countless intricate patterns, but none of them had any energy flowing through them. Rather, there was nothing but a deathly silence. There were no God-Beast skeletons stabilizing the Dao diagrams. They were like Lin Ming had thought, empty. And in the center of these 3 vast Dao diagrams, floating in space, was a magnificent ancient bronze temple. This bronze temple was as large as a mountain. As it floated in the endless darkness, it emanated the aura of mystery and the atmosphere of endless years. "Let's go over. There shouldn't be any dangers." Lin Ming grasped Xiao Moxian's hand, and the two of them flew towards the bronze temple together. Their speed was extremely slow. The distance of thousands of miles took a full 2 hours to cross. As they approached the bronze temple, they were able to deeply feel just how grand and wondrous it was. Standing before it, Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming could feel a terrifying demonic power originating from the temple. It seemed that all the demonic power from before had surged out from this bronze temple. "How do we enter?" Xiao Moxian looked at the great gate of the bronze temple. This gate was thousands of feet high and appeared extremely heavy, sending out a boundless aura. It was like the most source great Tao of the universe was sealed behind this gate, and after opening it one would experience a baptism of the great Tao. Lin Ming remained silent. As he stood before the gate, he could feel the ancient jade within his inner world grow increasingly hot. With a wave of his hand, the ancient jade appeared in his palm. Then, grasping the ancient jade, he pressed it onto the gate. If he wasn't wrong, then the ancient jade itself was the key to this gate. Like this, the ancient jade that was the size of a baby's palm sank itself into the gate. "What are you doing?" Xiao Moxian asked. "Opening the gate." Lin Ming simply responded. However, he frowned. This ancient bronze door didn't move, nor were there any changes. In that moment, he thought he had made a mistake. But after waiting for several breaths of time, Lin Ming heard a loud, rumbling sound like thunder as the thousands of feet high gate, a gate that was as heavy as a planet, began to slowly open. This ancient bronze gate opened at an extremely slow speed, but there wasn't any strength that could prevent it from opening. As the 2 sides of the gate gradually separated, Xiao Moxian felt as if a world was being created in front of her, and those 2 sides of the gate were the heavens and earth. As the gate opened, the aura of the boundless great Tao surged outwards. The scene within the mysterious ancient bronze temple also revealed itself to Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. Traces of excitement, awe, and fear percolated in her heart. This ancient bronze temple lay at the center of tragic Death Valley's God-Beast Tomb Array Formation. No one had stepped in here for billions upon billions of years. Just what could be inside? Lin Ming held Xiao Moxian's hand, a serious expression on his face as he said, "Follow me." Like this, the two of them stepped past the front gates. The ancient bronze temple was spacious. Everything within was large to the point of shocking others. The columns were thick enough that it would take hundreds of people holding hands to wrap around it. Grandiose murals covered the walls, and the tiles were as thick as tomes. Everything here seemed solemn and dignified, exuding the presence of an emperor. The great hall was quiet without the least bit of sound. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian could clearly hear their own beating hearts as well as the echoing of their footsteps. At this time, the whistling sound of beating flames resonated in the hall. Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming were startled. In the next moment, they saw torches light up on both sides, all around them, blazing like miniature suns and illuminating the interior of the bronze palace as if it were daytime. Then Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were finally able to clearly see everything within the hall. This hall was broad enough to hold a vast army. All around it were sculptures of different kinds. Some sculptures were fierce. Some sculptures were peaceful. Some sculptures illustrated martial artists of different races, and some sculptures emulated flowers and trees. However, most of the sculptures were of god beasts. Just walking down the hall, Lin Ming could see hundreds and thousands of god beast sculptures surrounding him. These god beast sculptures were all lifelike, and all of them were ancient variation species, types that even Xiao Moxian had never even heard of before. As they reached the end of this hall, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian crossed through a corridor and entered into a second grand hall. This grand hall was much smaller than the previous one. The most prominent object in this hall was a towering bronze tablet. This bronze tablet was 99 feet tall, 13 feet thick, and appeared extremely heavy. The surface of the tablet was as smooth as glass, without a single character carved into it. And beneath this bronze tablet was an ancient bronze coffin. This ancient bronze coffin was wrapped in thick chains, seeming as if they locked in the coffin. Lin Ming looked closer and could see that the materials used to craft these chains were heavenly materials that could only be encountered through a stroke of fate. If an Empyrean-level refiner were to obtain just a little bit of these materials, they could be happy for the rest of their life. Bronze tablet, ancient coffin, could this be a grave? This was Xiao Moxian's first thought. If it really was a grave, then the person most likely to be within the ancient bronze coffin should be the Azura Road Master. Although the Azura Road Master was powerful beyond comparison, he was a character who existed billions or tens of billions of years ago. The most likely scenario was that he had died. If he were to die and bury himself in this bronze temple, and also establish the God-Beast tomb array formation to protect his resting place, then all of that was reasonable. Could it be that Tragic Death Valley is a grave that the Azura Road Master constructed for himself? Xiao Moxian suddenly blurted out loud. She couldn't help but feel faint at heart. No one wished for their grave to be disturbed by others. If a grave was truly the Azura Road Master's goal, when he created Tragic Death Valley, then it was natural for everyone who entered to have died. But she and Lin Ming had arrived at this step, and had even seen the Azura Road Master's coffin. This was really a disgraceful crime beyond all morals. You're mistaken. Lin Ming shook his head from beside Xiao Moxian. The Azura Road Master had clearly left the Emperor Jade behind as the key to opening the God-Beast tomb array formation. Of course, even if one were to obtain the Emperor Jade, wanting to open the God-Beast tomb array formation was beyond difficult. The requirements for the person opening the God-Beast tomb array formation were that they needed a solid foundation, bizarrely outstanding perception, and they also needed to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. Lin Ming pointed towards the bronze tablet and said to Xiao Moxian, "This bronze tablet looks like a table, but the truth is that it's a book, an ancient book cast from bronze." Book. Xiao Moxian was dumbfounded. After she probed with her sense, she discovered that it was indeed a thick ancient book. From the front, This ancient bronze book that stood up on the ground was no different from a bronze tablet. So this is a book. I wonder what is written inside. And just what is in that coffin? Lin Ming shook his head. I don't know what is in that coffin, but what I'm sure of is that the Azura Road Master's remains aren't interred within it. Lin Ming had reasons for his speculations. The Azura Road Master was an unfathomable existence. Even if he had already died and was resting forever within that ancient coffin, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian would still feel an impossibly terrifying pressure standing in front of the ancient coffin. There was no way they could stand there with such relaxedness. Moreover, Lin Ming believed that if the Azura Road Master chose to leave behind his inheritance before he died, he wouldn't choose his own grave as the spot, and of countless trial challengers come thronging here to disturb his resting place. Can I open it? Xiao Moxian pointed towards the ancient bronze book. Here, she had to be careful with every movement she made. If she accidentally touched something that had some spell on it, she might bring a fatal catastrophe upon herself. Lin Ming closed his eyes and investigated with his sense. In truth, after they broke past the God-Beast tomb array formation, that should have been considered as passing the test. Thus, there shouldn't be any dangers in the bronze temple. You can, Lin Ming replied. That's great, Xiao Moxian excitedly said. She rubbed her hands together, looking somewhat impatient. After coming all this way, and being on the verge of seeing the final secrets within Tragic Death Valley, of course she was excited. Moreover, she might be the first person in all these years to open the ancient bronze book and see the secrets within. As she thought of this, she had a very high sense of achievement. She cheerfully hopped over to the front of the ancient book. Then, her two hands grasped the cover of the ancient book, and she made an effort to pull it back. However, as she tried to open the cover, she simply couldn't move it at all. It was like this ancient book was a metal statue, not moving no matter how much Xiao Moxian tried. Xiao Moxian didn't believe in superstitions. She pulled up her sleeves, bit down on her lips, and then pulled with all her strength, grunting, "Open up!" Xiao Moxian's shout was loud and clear, but the ancient book simply didn't care how much effort she was using. It remained unmoving as before. Arg, is this a joke? We've come this far, but there's still a spell on this book. How exasperating is that? Xiao Moxian indignantly huffed. In her opinion, the previous tests were more than enough. In the countless years since Tragic Death Valley was created, no one besides that freakish fellow Lin Ming was able to pass the trial. So why was there a need to add another unnecessary sealing spell on the book? As Lin Ming saw this, he couldn't hold back a smile. He walked forwards and reached out to release the buckle on the book cover. With an amused expression on his face, he said, "There is no spell. It's just that the cover was fastened down. You only needed to undo the metal buckle." Xiao Moxian looked at the buckle on the side of the ancient book and gulped down like she had swallowed an egg. She blushed red as she was filled with embarrassment. She awkwardly said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chapter 1500, Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Chapter 1500, Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Seeing Lin Ming continuing to laugh, Xiao Moxian ground her teeth together and fiercely pinched Lin Ming's waist. "If you already saw it, then you should have reminded me. Were you waiting for me to make a joke of myself?" Although Xiao Moxian pinched quite hard, she hadn't used any true essence. Lin Ming's mortal body was extremely durable, so not only did he not feel any pain from her pinching him, but it actually felt quite comfortable, because they had finally broken past the God-Beast tomb array formation. Lin Ming was in an extremely good mood. He smiled and said, "I just thought that you looked quite cute when you puffed your cheeks trying to open the book, so I couldn't help but tease you a little." After hearing Lin Ming's words, Xiao Moxian scoffed and then turned away, her cheeks turning red as she said, "I didn't think you were such a naughty boy before. All right, I was wrong. Let's not argue. We have important matters to attend to first." Lin Ming moved away Xiao Moxian's hands that were still pinching his waist, his complexion turning serious. Everything in this hall had been left behind by the Azura Road Master and was extremely important. They naturally couldn't treat it lightly. Lin Ming solemnly opened the ancient bronze book. On the title page of the ancient book were large characters that said, Azura Sutra, Volume 1. These characters were 10 square feet each. The brush strokes were simple and plain, yet containing a sublime beauty, like a painting. This is the main body of the Azura Sutra. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Before now, he had only seen the general outline of the Azura Sutra on the Emperor's Stone. That general outline had no cultivation method and could only be used to guide one towards the great Tao. It simply wasn't able to be used to contend with opponents. But now, Lin Ming was staring at the main body of the Azura Sutra. If the Azura Road Master had left behind this ancient bronze book, it was reasonable that he would carve the main text of the Azura Sutra within it. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian looked at each other, each one seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This sort of stunning text might even contain the secrets to becoming a true divinity. Lin Ming flipped the page of the ancient book. On the second page, the first few words were, If the heavens have a path, then I shall follow the heavenly Tao. If the heavens have no path, then I shall stand for the heavens. These words contained an unyielding strength, as if they were rushing out, howling through the universe. Disregarding these brush strokes that looked like they were floating azure dragons, just the boldness of these words caused one to feel infinite shock. If the heavens have no path, then I shall stand for the heavens. Although these words seemed to be the babblings of a lunatic, the Azura Road Master had actually managed to accomplish this. The great world of the Azura Road was the heaven created by the Azura Road Master. What is the path that these words are referring to? Lin Ming carefully thought, savoring these words. When mortals said the heavens had no path, the truth was that they meant the heavenly Tao was uncaring and merciless. But when martial artists referred to the path, they were actually referring to the heavenly Tao. It was possible that the Azura Road Master was referring to the heavenly Tao rules. If the heavenly Tao rules didn't abide his existence, then he would simply break through the heavenly Tao rules and stand in the heavens place. Below this were more obscure passages. Beneath these passages were traces that seemed to represent the highest truths of the great Tao, making one's mind feel filled with a dusky haze and making the writings difficult to read and understand. It was as if these passages were like demonic curses whispering to the mind. The text of the Azura Sutra also contains that terrifying demonic power. Xiao Moxian was gifted with an extraordinary perception, but even she felt it was straining her mind to read the main text of the Azura Sutra. Disregarding understanding it, just looking at it required her to consume a massive amount of energy to resist the mental attack of that demonic power. Lin Ming said, The Azura Road Master likely leaned towards the demonic path to begin with. You can see this with his name being Azura. In Lin Ming's impression, the Azura Road Master was not some kindly and merciful individual. Just the Azura Road he formed was filled with incomparably tragic and cruel rules. In these last 10 billion years, the Azura Road had been filled with slaughter. This was the same for Tragic Death Valley and God-Burying Ridge, where countless martial artists had perished. As Lin Ming looked at the Azura Sutra, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Only by enduring this feeling could he continue to read. All martial artists of the 9 divine shifts had a near photographic memory, and Lin Ming was far superior in this aspect compared to other martial artists. Not to mention remembering words, he could even remember complex Tao patterns. However, Lin Ming had a great deal of trouble remembering this Azura Sutra. He had to look through it several times to barely recall what he saw. Beside Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian's speed of memorizing was even slower. After all, Lin Ming had been perceiving the Tao patterns within the Emperor Jade for all this time, but Xiao Moxian had to start from scratch. Don't worry, we can take our time. Lin Ming took several deep breaths and rubbed his pained eyes. Then he sat down in front of the Ajura Sutra. He had plenty of time. There was no need to be in a hurry. Like this, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian slowly continued reading. They used a whole 7 days before they roughly read through the Ajura Sutra. After reading through it, Lin Ming was enlightened. At the very least, he understood what type of cultivation method the Ajura Sutra was. The Ajura Sutra that the Ajura Road Master created focused on inner and outer cultivation. Inner cultivation meant to cultivate oneself. Outer cultivation meant to cultivate an avatar. The Ajura Sutra had a total of 3 volumes divided into essence, energy, and divine. Each volume focused on both inner cultivation of oneself and outer cultivation of an avatar. When the Ajura Sutra was cultivated to the limit, one could fuse one's own essence, energy, and divine as one, and then also fuse in 3 avatars. At that time, one could achieve an unbelievable boundary. But what Lin Ming saw now was only the first volume of the Ajura Sutra, the path of cultivating the mortal body. At the same time as one cultivated their body, they also had to cultivate an essence energy avatar. And this essence energy avatar had to be formed using one's own blood energy or created using some miraculous treasures of the heavens and earth. The disadvantage of the first option was that it would cause one's blood vitality to drop. After refining an avatar, there would be a long time during which one's cultivation and strength wouldn't rise, but fall instead. As for the disadvantage of the second option, it was far too difficult to find some miraculous treasures of the heavens and earth. Those sorts of treasures could only be found through a stroke of fate. Moreover, even if someone managed to obtain one, wanting to refine it into an avatar was beyond difficult. And at the end of the Ajura Sutra, the Ajura Road Master had left behind a postscript that left Lin Ming shocked. When the Ajura Road Master finished creating the Ajura Sutra, he had obtained the perfect material to form an essence energy avatar, an essence spirit embryo stone. This essence spirit embryo stone was a sacred spirit born within a stone. A divine stone, after absorbing heaven and earth origin energy as well as the essence of the sun and moon for countless billions of years, would gather all of this origin energy together, slowly condensing into a human form. Once this sacred spirit shattered through the stone and was born, its talent would be at the highest extreme, and its strength would be amazing. Its martial aptitude would even surpass that of a god beast. In the legends, there was an ancient supreme elder that had leapt forth from this type of stone. Afterwards, they became a true divinity and performed great deeds of good fortune. However, this sort of thing was far too rare. It could only be discovered and not sought. The conditions for forming an essence spirit embryo stone were far too harsh and the time requirements far too long. First of all, the stone had to be a god stone. Next, the environment had to be one where heaven and earth origin energy gathered at terrifying degrees. In this situation, countless lucky chances had to coincide over a period of billions or even tens of billions of years before it could finally form. It wasn't strange for a single essence spirit embryo stone to experience several great calamities of the universe. No one could raise an essence spirit embryo stone. Not even a true divinity could do so if they spent billions of years of their life. The Ajura Road Master was no exception to this. Moreover, by the time he obtained the essence spirit embryo stone, he had already cultivated his essence, energy, and divine avatars, thus he no longer needed it. However, the Ajura Road Master had done something which left Lin Ming shocked. He had arranged a Tao field, and then had placed the essence spirit embryo stone that had taken billions, or even tens of billions of years to breed within it. Then, the Ajura Road Master had laid down a time enchantment within the Tao field, speeding up the flow of time to a 10-to-1 ratio. Afterwards, the Ajura Road Master had used skeletons of some dead god beasts as materials to create an essence energy array formation in order to supply the essence spirit embryo stone with the required energy, as well as power the revolution of the Tao field. After tens of billions of years had passed, a true sacred spirit would be bred. As Lin Ming read this, he suddenly became aware. The Tao field that the Azura Road Master laid down was God Burying Ridge. That 10:1 time enchantment he created was Tragic Death Valley. As for that essence energy array formation, that was the God Beast Tomb. The existence of Tragic Death Valley was an inheritance left behind by the Azura Road Master. The reason that the Azura Sutra was left here was all in order to nurture the birth of this spirit essence stone. Lin Ming was shocked as he thought of this. Just what sort of heaven-shaking methods were these? The Azura Road Master was far too powerful to put into words. So, this is the essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, and his eyes shifted to the ancient bronze coffin just 30 feet away. The ancient bronze coffin was wrapped in dark chains, and sealed within this ancient coffin was it the essence spirit embryo stone. Chapter 15:01, Opening the Coffin. Chapter 15:01, Opening the Coffin. Lin Ming, you think that the essence spirit embryo stone is sealed within the coffin? Xiao Moxian immediately knew what Lin Ming was thinking from the light in his eyes. It really might be so. Lin Ming walked near to the ancient bronze coffin. This coffin had lain here for countless years, and the surface of it was covered with carved images. These images included fierce Azura demons, ancient vicious beasts, and even martial artists of other races. Thick chains wrapped around this coffin, and every chain buckle was covered with runes. Because too much time had passed, the divine iron that formed the ancient coffin and chains was stained with rust, filled with an atmosphere that seemed to come from the deepest depths of time. Through the crevices in these iron chains, Lin Ming could see the scenes on the ancient coffin. There were Azura demons eating humans and even humans burning demons as a sacrifice to Azuras. There were also ancient vicious beasts ripping apart people to shreds, as well as people striking vicious beasts and drinking their blood. In short, all of these scenes were filled with a tyrannical, brutal, and cruel feeling. Looking at them caused killing intent to surge in the heart, as if it would erupt at any moment. Lin Ming squatted down near the ancient bronze coffin. The coffin was as wide and tall as the book, appearing extremely heavy. The coffin lid and coffin body seemed cast together, without the slightest gap separating them. This ancient bronze coffin also exudes demonic power. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. The demonic tide that occasionally erupted in Tragic Death Valley was related to the first volume of the Azura Sutra, but a part of it also came from this ancient bronze coffin. If we open it, will something ominous happen? Xiao Moxian weakly said, as she saw all the violent carvings atop the coffin. Tragic Death Valley had existed for billions of years, and with the time enchantment here, dozens of billions of years had passed. For such a long time, this ancient bronze coffin had existed within the center of the God Beast Tomb array formation. It was hard to imagine just how much essence energy was absorbed here, and what it could have been breeding. It had to be known that the things in Tragic Death Valley could easily kill a world king. If this essence spirit embryo stone had already taken form, then the terrifying strength it possessed was something neither she nor Lin Ming could deal with. Lin Ming, do you think that these chains are locking in the embryo stone to prevent it from breaking out of the coffin? Xiao Moxian suddenly asked. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. There was indeed a great risk if they opened up the ancient coffin, especially when he still knew so little about the Azura Sutra's first volume. Maybe, but no matter what happens, if I open the ancient coffin, I will still open it. Still, I must fully perceive the Azura Sutra first. Lin Ming would certainly open the ancient coffin. In order to arrive here, he had to take numerous risks and complete something that countless ancient heroes had never done before. Now, he would soon obtain the Azura Road Master's inheritance. If anyone were to tell him to give up here, then that would simply be a joke. All Lin Ming could do now was to thoroughly perceive the Azura Sutra to reduce the risk to the smallest level possible. Like this, Lin Ming sat in meditation in front of the Azura Sutra and assiduously enlightened himself upon it. As for Xiao Moxin, she also accompanied Lin Ming in meditating on the Azura Sutra together. Of course, in terms of comprehending the Azura Sutra, Lin Ming was naturally faster than she was. Thus, if Xiao Moxin were to run into any questions of spots she found difficult to understand, she was able to consult Lin Ming. Slowly, Xiao Moxin also gained a deep understanding of the Azura Sutra. Her perception was extraordinary to begin with, and in addition to Lin Ming's guidance, her rate of growth slowly rose. This caused Lin Ming to praise her without end. In terms of perception alone, she indeed surpassed him. Training passed without sense of time. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin sat in meditation within this hall every day. Like this, a full year passed them by. Whether it was Lin Ming or Xiao Moxin, the foundation of their mortal bodies was outstanding, and the Azura Sutra, first volume, revolved around cultivating the mortal body. The Azura Sutra cultivated essence, energy, and divine. The main difference from other cultivation methods was that when the Azura Sutra was cultivated to the extreme, a martial artist could gather essence, energy, and divine unto themselves, and then reach an inconceivable boundary. However, every positive had a negative. Although the Azura Sutra was a cultivation method that pointed towards the peak of all martial arts, the route it took to get there was extremely time-intensive. It required a massive accumulation of time, on the magnitude of millions of years, in order to show its true strength. The days of seclusion were boring and dry. As Lin Ming meditated, he often exchanged information and insights. At the start, it was him helping Xiao Moxin. But afterwards, Xiao Moxin provided him with many unique thoughts and inspirations. Due to the limit of their cultivation, it was impossible for them to cultivate the Azura Sutra first volume to the limit. Even so, the two of them fully carved the Azura Sutra first volume deep into their hearts. Now, even if they lost the ancient bronze book, they could still recall the Azura Sutra in full detail, including the various concepts and textures and feelings of the runes. Another half-year passed. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin combined everything they understood into one. At this point, they had already spent a total of 9 years in Tragic Death Valley. In these 9 years, Lin Ming's cultivation had made considerable progress, in particular, the last half year in which he was perceiving the Azura Sutra first volume. He was only half a step from reaching the Divine Lord realm. I see. So this is the original appearance of the God-bearing Ridge's Tao field. After perceiving the Azura Sutra first volume, Lin Ming recalled the traces of the Tao field that were carved within the Emperor Jade. Many things he couldn't understand before had suddenly become clear to him. Now, if Lin Ming were to leave Tragic Death Valley and explore God-bearing Ridge, he could rely on his understanding of the Azura Sutra to wander about with absolute freedom and safety, even with his eyes closed. God-bearing Ridge is divided into death roads and life roads. When life roads reach the extreme, mortals can safely enter and exit. When death roads reach the extreme, even world kings will perish. And of God-bearing Ridge's extreme death roads, there are a total of 7 spots. Lin Ming murmured to himself, the so-called guides of God-bearing Ridge were the product of the countless experiences and knowledge accumulated by their seniors. These people had tested the many death roads until they had found the one life road into God-bearing Ridge. They simply didn't understand the true principles that lay behind the God-bearing Ridge's Tao field, and had simply relied on their own empirical methods of testing to find a way to avoid danger. This was why being a God-bearing Ridge guide was such a dangerous occupation, one that always teetered on a knife's edge. Then Lin Ming's eyes flashed open from his meditation. He stood up and walked towards the ancient bronze coffin. Xiao Moxian's thoughts stirred. Lin Ming, are you planning to open the coffin now? During these past days, she and Lin Ming had reached a bottleneck in their understanding of the Ajura Sutra. This was the limit placed upon them by their cultivation level and broadness of their horizons. Until they became stronger, it would be hard to experience another breakthrough. When a martial artist cultivated the martial path, it was impossible for them to go into seclusion and directly leap up several large boundaries. They had to constantly adventure and gain more experiences and then realize new things from these experiences. They had to constantly fight in order to temper themselves. If they were to go into seclusion for all their life, not only would that weaken a martial artist's true combat strength, but it would cause their comprehension of laws and cultivation methods to stagnate. Now is as good a time as any. Lin Ming nodded his head. We've been in tragic Death Valley for 9 years now. We've done everything that we can and have reached the limit of what we can accomplish here. It's about time that we think of leaving this valley, but before we go, I must open this coffin. Lin Ming took out the Emperor Jade from his inner world. Then he held the Emperor Jade in his hand as he prepared himself to open the ancient bronze coffin. The risks were unknown, and it was impossible to know just what would come out from the ancient coffin. It might be an unrivaled treasure, but it also might be a life-reaping killing intent. With the Emperor Jade in hand, Lin Ming felt things would be much safer. Thinking about it, the Ajura Road Master shouldn't have deliberately left a killing trap here for his future inheritors to open. That would simply be too great of a joke. Because too much time had passed, the chains on the ancient coffin had melded together with it. Lin Ming took a deep breath, linking his hands together and forming hundreds of seals, each seal resonating with the runes on the chains. In that instant, the runes on the chains began to shimmer one at a time. The entire hall was illuminated with a dazzling light, with a light popping sound. All of the chains fell apart. Lin Ming pressed his hands on the coffin and glanced at Xiao Moxian. Do you plan on staying here? Lin Ming cautioned her. He was afraid that if some evil being really did emerge, then Xiao Moxian would suffer a gruesome fate like he would. But if she left earlier, then she would be able to survive. Xiao Moxian chuckled, indifferently saying, At this time, do you really think I would change my mind? Hey, if I'm here, maybe I'll be the one saving your life. Xiao Moxian wasn't bragging. In terms of overall strength, although she was inferior to Lin Ming, she wasn't too far off. If Lin Ming encountered some danger, then with Xiao Moxian here, he would have a much higher chance of surviving. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He didn't bother speaking anymore. His fingers suddenly grasped down and gripped two corners of the ancient coffin. With a loud shout, crackling sounds emitted from all over his body. The heretical god force erupted, the 8 inner hidden gates opened, and from behind Lin Ming the phantom of a true dragon appeared. At this time, he bent down, focusing his strength into his waist. His spine curved like a taut bow as all his strength passed into his arms. A power equal to nearly 1 billion genes of strength suddenly broke out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ancient bronze coffin that had lain here for 100 billion years was shoved open by Lin Ming. In that moment, it seemed as if what Lin Ming pushed open was not the lid of a coffin, but a door leading to another world. Ka, 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 ka. The entire bronze temple shook. The ground trembled. With loud, rustling sound, a beam of light descended from high above, shining atop the Ajura Sutra. Countless runes of the great Tao swirled about, gathering together in a purple kaleidoscope to form a door of light. This is the portal. Xiao Moxian held her breath for a door of light to suddenly appear, seeming as if another world was behind it. This should be a portal. Did this portal lead to the outside? Xiao Moxian couldn't help but think this, a sense of excitement rising in her mind. She had already stayed in the absolute darkness of tragic Death Valley for several years. Moreover, before she entered the god-beast tomb with Lin Ming, a wisp of despair had begun growing in her heart. Now that she realized she could soon leave tragic Death Valley, how could she not be excited? However, being pleasantly surprised was only one matter. At this time, Xiao Moxian's concentration was completely focused on what was happening around her. Her right hand touched her spatial ring, ready to deal with any dangers that arose. What was in the ancient coffin? If it were a treasure, then they could naturally take it, and everyone would have a happy ending. But if it were an evil being, then both she and Lin Ming would face a life or death crisis. Chapter 1502, Essence Energy Heaven Pill. Chapter 1502, Essence Energy Heaven Pill. The moment that the ancient coffin opened, a vast and terrifying tide of demonic power gushed forth. Lin Ming leapt backwards, extracting the phoenix blood spear at the same time, even as he revolved his true essence to the limit. The heavy ancient coffin revealed a pitch-black interior without the least bit of sound. Lin Ming's complexion was solemn. He sent out a wisp of his divine sense to probe the ancient coffin. As soon as he did, he felt his heart skip a beat. Within the coffin were hundreds of thousands of god runes, and these god runes were all pasted along a 10-foot-high divine stone, sealing it tightly within. This divine stone calmly lay within the ancient bronze coffin. After 100 billion years of being sealed, it was finally freed from its chains. Probing deeply with his sense, Lin Ming could feel that this divine stone seemed to have some sort of embryo breeding within it. There was a heartbeat and breathing of heaven and earth origin energy, as if it were constantly growing and evolving. The breath that it exuded was like 10,000-year spirit grass, carrying with it an intoxicating aroma. Without a doubt, this divine stone was the essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming carefully investigated the god runes atop the essence spirit embryo stone and discovered that the Tao patterns had a sealing effect. They sealed away the essence spirit embryo stone, allowing it to constantly absorb a large amount of essence energy to grow, but preventing it from forming its own wisdom. As Lin Ming discovered this, he let out a light breath. It seemed that the Azura Roadmaster was extremely thoughtful in his actions. Otherwise, if the essence spirit embryo stone was bred for too long and absorbed too much power, then its strength might surpass the level of his potential successor. If that were true, then this entire ordeal would be tragic. After determining that there weren't any dangers, only then did Lin Ming carefully approach the coffin. Within the coffin, besides the essence embryo stone, there was also a bronze box. Lin Ming investigated the bronze box for a little before discovering that there was a separate space sealed within it. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then picked up the bronze box. This box didn't seem special at all, but it was heavy to the touch. All sorts of god runes patterned its surface. These god runes had the effect of slowing down time. Lin Ming quickly calculated and came to a surprising conclusion. Within this bronze box, time flowed at a speed over 10,000 times slower, and the method of sealing prevented the outside world from affecting the contents within. What is inside? Lin Ming thought. He formed a seal with his hand to undo the bindings on the bronze box. As Lin Ming opened the box, a rich medicinal fragrance rushed up his nose. Within the bronze box was a deep green pill the size of a longan. This pill glittered as if it were carved from crystal, as beautiful as jade. There was a little mass of origin energy fluttering about within the pill, as if there was some life form within it. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance caused Lin Ming's pores to open all over his body and stretch out to absorb this medicinal fragrance. It was extremely comfortable. This is definitely an immortal pill that surpasses the level of a transcendent divine pill. The benefits of absorbing it are unimaginable. As Lin Ming saw this pill, he realized what the function of the bronze box was. The over 10,000:1 slowing of the time flow was to prevent the pill from undergoing too long a time, so that it didn't decay. In addition, the pill was covered in layers of God runes to keep the spiritual energy of the pill overflowing with abundance and prevent any medicinal efficacy from leaking out. Near this pill was also a jade slip. Sinking his sense into this jade slip, Lin Ming saw a few simple lines of words. Essence Energy Heaven Pill. The one who uses it can solidify their own essence energy and be reborn. For those that have not cultivated body transformation, they may smell this medicinal fragrance for 2 hours a day. For those that have reached small success of body transformation, they may take 1/3 of the Essence Energy Heaven Pill every day. As for those that have reached large success of body transformation, they may take the complete pill. Essence Energy Heaven Pill. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. From the name and description of this pill, he could tell that it was mainly focused on essence from the 3 cultivation methods of essence, energy, and divine. This was a miracle medicine used to nourish the mortal body. The first volume of the Ajura Sutra was a set of arcane techniques specially used to cultivate the mortal body. However, if the one who opened the Ajura Sutra had a shaky and sloppy mortal body foundation, then wanting to train in the Ajura Sutra first volume would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In order to prevent this situation from happening, the Ajura Road Master had especially prepared this type of body transformation medicine. It could be said that it was perfectly thorough in his planning. But even though this pill looked crystalline and beautiful, eating it wouldn't be so easy. According to the brief introduction from the Jade Slip, a person who had never cultivated body transformation simply didn't possess the qualifications to take this pill. They could only smell the medicinal fragrance daily. For those that had reached small success of body transformation, they could take 1/3 of the pill. Only those who reached large success of body transformation could swallow the entire pill. Lin Ming believed that with the Ajura Road Master's vision, he could only be considered as barely reaching large success of body transformation if he opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Currently, he would only be able to swallow 1/3 of the pill. Lin Ming, you picked up a treasure. Xiao Maxian also recognized how valuable this pill was. If this pill were to wander into the world, then even Empyreans would brutally battle for it. Lin Ming faintly smiled. We found it together. This pill, part of it is yours. I don't want it. Xiao Maxian shook her head. The reason we were able to arrive here is thanks to you, the one who passed the test of the Ajura Road Master, and thus the one who was selected by him is also you. As for me, I haven't even done anything up until now, but I still managed to learn an unsurpassed sutra. To me, that is far more luck than I deserve. I don't like to owe anyone anything. The reason we can leave this place is all due to your efforts. All of the treasures obtained in this bronze temple will naturally belong to you. I won't take anything at all. Xiao Maxian was someone who would never maliciously covet things that weren't her own. But Lin Ming shook his head and said, I'll take the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, but this pill we will divide equally. No matter how it was said, Xiao Maxian had followed him for 9 full years. Whether it was being hunted down by Tian Mingzi or forced into tragic Death Valley, the main cause of all this was Lin Ming. Xiao Maxian had only been dragged into this mess because of him. In addition, for these last 9 years, Xiao Maxian had always held an attitude of sharing life and death with Lin Ming. To Lin Ming, this was worth giving at least half this pill to Xiao Maxian. Otherwise, he would always feel regret. Xiao Maxian seemed as if she wanted to argue, but Lin Ming said, let's not argue about this. I'll refine the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone first, and then we can discuss the matter of leaving. Leaving shouldn't be a problem, but there is likely to be some people waiting in ambush outside. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had been in tragic Death Valley for 9 years, and around 10 months had passed outside. To long-lived martial artists, waiting for 10 months wasn't anything at all. Moreover, the one hunting them down was Tian Mingzi, someone who had a blood enmity with him. Tian Mingzi was someone who possessed vast ambitions, and his personality was naturally sinister and cruel. Lin Ming would never underestimate how patient Tian Mingzi could be, let alone 10 months. Even if it were several years, Lin Ming would still be extremely careful when leaving and prepare to deal with Tian Mingzi's revenge at any moment. Tian Mingzi, how do you plan on dealing with him? Xiao Maxian's thoughts turned grim. Tian Mingzi was a great world king. Lin Ming said, I will absorb the essence spirit embryo stone first, and then consider it further. Chapter 1503, Swallowing the Sacred Spirit. Chapter 1503, Swallowing the Sacred Spirit. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were both at the peak of the divine transformation realm. With their current cultivation levels, it was simply far too difficult to directly confront Tian Mingzi. It had to be known that the good fortune Saint Sun was at the peak of the Saint Lord realm and over an entire large boundary higher than Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. Even so, he was unable to fight with a great world king and could only escape from them. Now, Lin Ming guessed that Tian Mingzi was guarding the outside. Even if Lin Ming were to go into seclusion within tragic Death Valley for 100 to 200 years, he still wouldn't be Tian Mingzi's match. This was because going into seclusion within a comfortable and relaxed environment would cause one's strength progression to be far too slow. Lin Ming arrived in front of the essence spirit embryo stone and gently traced the patterns on the rough rock. Lin Ming had long since imprinted the god runes that the Azura Road Master had used to seal away the essence spirit embryo stone into his heart, and unraveling them should be easy. Lin Ming's fingers sprang froth, creating several hundred array symbols that flew out to undo the seals. Every time a seal was undone, Lin Ming would take a short break and adjust himself. After all, he had no choice but to be careful with this essence spirit embryo stone that had been nourished by god-beast bones for billions of years. As the seals were halfway undone, the life activities within the essence spirit embryo stone became increasingly fierce. From deep within the stone, a deep and resonant roar echoed out, as if hundreds of god-beasts were rushing out from the essence spirit embryo stone. These are god-beast spirits. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This essence spirit embryo stone had been nourished by the god-beast array formation, so it was inevitable that god-beast spirits would be fused into it. Not just that, but as Lin Ming undid more and more of the seals, the essence spirit embryo stone emitted an increasingly strong demonic power. A faint howling began to gather between the heavens and earth. Chi, chi, chi. As the seal was 2/3 undone, the essence spirit embryo stone continued to pour forth black demonic energy into the surrounding space. Xiao Maxian felt her heart gripped as she saw all of this. Even if the essence spirit embryo stone had been sealed away by the Azura Road Master, after all these billions of years, it had simply absorbed far too much essence energy. It would not be easy to handle. Lin Ming, do you plan to undo the seal on the essence spirit embryo stone now? I've heard that in ancient times there were martial artists that formed a true avatar, but they were not able to erase the spiritual wisdom of that avatar. As a result, their consciousness was swallowed up by their avatar, and their bodies were stolen instead. There were many types of people that cultivated avatars through the times, and this type of avatar was actually divided into 2 types. The first was like Empyrean Divine Dream, who sundered their own primordial spirit using an arcane technique to divide their soul in 2. Like this, the avatar they formed would originate from the same source. The avatar was the true self, and the true self was the avatar. Like this, the 2 could fuse back together without any backlash. The second kind was what Lin Ming was planning to do, using a spiritual object to form their avatar. This type of spiritual object originally had a wisdom of its own, and if one failed to refine it, the avatar would instead steal the body of the true self, and the true self would become the avatar. I know, Lin Ming simply replied, continuing to undo the seals. Seeing Lin Ming's resolve, Xiao Moxian no longer spoke out. But by just undoing 2/3 of the seal, the power that the avatar revealed already surpassed Lin Ming. If he failed to control it, all that would await him was annihilation. Heretical god force. Lin Ming gathered his hands together. The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. A terrifying power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation recklessly fell onto the essence spirit embryo stone like waterfalls of red and purple. Thunder and flames were extremely good forces for refining embryo stones. In the legends, when the world was being created, a holy goddess had fired up clay figurines to create all the varied creatures of life. As for thunder, there was even less to say about it. The essence spirit embryo stone was first formed by a strike of lightning. As the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation pressed down on the essence spirit embryo stone, the essence spirit embryo stone suddenly popped open its eyes. These dark gray eyes revealed a deep hatred and burning cruelty, making one feel cold upon seeing them. This essence spirit embryo stone already had a wisdom of its own. As more and more demonic power flushed out like a tide, the will of the essence spirit embryo stone became increasingly terrifying. Standing nearby, both Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian paled. Just how would they subdue such a terrifying will? At this time, Xiao Moxian saw Lin Ming continue to undo the seal, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Now, only 1/5 of the Azure Road Master seal was left. As more and more of the seal unraveled, the essence spirit embryo stone became that much stronger. If the seal was completely undone, even Xiao Moxian found it hard to imagine just how formidable the essence spirit embryo stone would become. Yuwu! The essence spirit embryo stone emitted an ear-piercing roar. It crazily struggled about, causing stone chips to fall down from the surface of the divine stone. The essence spirit embryo stone was soon about to conceive its human form. As it looked at Lin Ming, its eyes revealed nothing but greed and wild cruelty. This sort of feeling was like a wild beast seeing its most delicious prey. To the newborn essence spirit embryo stone, Lin Ming, with his incomparably powerful blood vitality, was a truly wonderful meal. Lin Ming, be careful. As she watched the final seal be undone by Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian's complexion changed, and she nearly lost her voice as she shouted out to him. At this time, the Essene spirit embryo stones had reached a terrifyingly powerful degree. Even a great world king might have their body wrested away. Even though Xiao Moxian had great faith in Lin Ming's abilities, she still felt panic surge through her. The current situation had far surpassed their control. The spirit essence embryo stone had been nurtured for countless years. Even with the suppression of the Azure Road Master's array formation, it had reached an incredibly dreadful boundary. Oh, the moment that the seal was fully undone, the essence spirit embryo stone emitted a tearing screech. Its will formed a bloody and ominous sword, crazily lashing out at the thunder and fire emitted by Lin Ming. It wanted to reverse the situation and seize Lin Ming's body, turning Lin Ming into its temporary body, an avatar. Puff! Lin Ming stared blankly on as this shimmering red sword of will pierced through the point between his eyebrows. Lin Ming's body suddenly shook and he stepped backwards, his face pale. Lin Ming! Xiao Moxian cried out in alarm. She thought that Lin Ming would use some trump card before the sword of will pierced him, but she never imagined that Lin Ming wouldn't do anything at all, instead allowing the sword of will to thrust into his spiritual sea. It had to be known that the battle of wresting control of his body would occur in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Because of the massive battle within, it might cause damage to Lin Ming's spiritual sea. To hold a decisive battle within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, even if the essence spirit embryo stone was defeated, it could still escape. But if Lin Ming were defeated, he would have his body stolen away. Xiao Moxian felt her heart tighten. She could only watch blankly on as Lin Ming struggled internally just 100 feet away from her. There was nothing she could do at this moment, as Lin Ming's will battled that of the essence spirit embryo stone. She didn't even dare to move his body. Just what is Lin Ming planning? Xiao Moxian felt her palms become wet with sweat. No matter how strong Lin Ming's soul force was, how could he defeat the will of the essence spirit embryo stone that not even a world king could contend with? Time seemed to come to a standstill. Lin Ming had turned into a statue, completely motionless, as if he were frozen. Xiao Moxian's speculations were correct. After billions of years of being bred over time, the essence spirit embryo stone developed an intelligence of its own, even under the seal of the Azura Roadmaster. It had now reached a point where it could seize the body of a great world king. At this time, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, his complexion was cold as his transformed body of will floated high in the skies. And in front of him, just several 100 feet away, was a phantom formed from demonic power. Its body took the shape of a god-beast spirit. Its face was fierce and cruel, and its entire being emanated dark energies. This phantom of demonic power looked at Lin Ming and cackled. I really must thank you. Here, I have been sealed away for countless years. Today, I am finally born. From now on, this great world is mine to roam. I will swallow all martial artists of the world and achieve an unsurpassed true form. The phantom of demonic power chortled. Because it had never spoken before, its voice was extremely scratchy. Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. It wasn't strange for the essence spirit embryo stone to have developed its own intelligence, but the words it spoke were strange. It had been locked in this array formation since the moment it was formed, and had never experienced the outside world, so there was no reason for it to speak the words it did. The phantom of demonic power saw Lin Ming's confusion and smiled. Through these countless years, innumerable people have died trying to enter the God-Beast tomb array formation. They were swallowed up by the array formation, and their essence energy also became my nourishment. As for their minds, all of it became mine. The phantom's voice was filled with cruelty and malice. It seemed as if it were formed from numerous personalities. This phantom of demonic power had no personality of its own, but was instead an amalgamation of all the martial artists that it had swallowed up. I see. So that's how it is. So you are the spiritual wisdom of the essence spirit embryo stone, a monster formed by swallowing the souls of countless others. Lin Ming sneered as he finally understood. Hee, you say that I am a monster. I have gathered into myself the minds of innumerable individuals. After billions of years of being formed, I have become a soul-devouring sacred spirit that surpasses the laws. I am ever-changing, ever-evolving. I can swallow the will, soul, and essence energy of unlimited people until the day I finally become the ruler of the universe. This is a situation that the man who laid down this array so many billions of years ago could never have imagined. He was far too conceited. By relying on his absolute cultivation, he arranged this great array and even dared to create his own heavenly Tao rules. He tried to arrange a destiny for his future successors, but how could he have calculated what would happen billions of years in the future? There is no foolproof plan in this world. My birth already far exceeds any plans he ever made. Now, I have already evolved into a perfect life form, able to swallow the wisdom of any being. I will create my own history, my own era. I will become a terrifying existence that all life in the 33 heavens shall respect and fear. You sure like to shamelessly boast. A cold smile touched Lin Ming's face. The soul-swallowing sacred spirit chuckled in return. I really don't understand how you can smile even at the point of death. Are all humans as stupid as you are? Such a stupid soul. If your mortal body weren't so formidable, then I wouldn't even bother trying to swallow you. The corner of Lin Ming's lips curved up in a taunting smile. He slowly raised his right hand, and on the top of his hand a black cube appeared, slowly revolving in his palm. This black cube was covered with patterns, filled with an ancient aura. Chapter 1504. The First Avatar. Chapter 1504. The First Avatar. Kia. Seeing the black cube floating in Lin Ming's hand, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit grinned. Magic tool? How interesting. Do you still plan on resisting me? I have swallowed the souls of countless martial artists, and my will has already reached an inconceivable degree. I can even seize the body of a god beast. You will become a part of me. Your mortal body isn't bad. It can become one of my avatars. The soul-swallowing sacred spirit became increasingly fluent at speaking. Then it roared out and rushed towards Lin Ming. In the crazy impact, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit transformed into a thick and viscous darkness, fusing into the surrounding space and causing countless swords of will to pierce towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming sneered. Really, the evils that we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. The moment that the phantom of demonic power hurtled towards Lin Ming, a terrifying black vortex erupted forth with the small cube in Lin Ming's hand as the center. This dreadful vortex seemed as if it could swallow the entire universe. All of the sacred spirit's swords of will were twisted apart by this black vortex, like rotten branches in a torrential storm. The sacred spirit cried out in horror. This sudden situation had far surpassed anything it imagined possible. That horrifying cube in Lin Ming's hand emitted a terrifying aura. This aura was even somewhat comparable to the aura of the Azura Road Master from billions of years ago. Just what is that? The sacred spirit screamed. It crazily struggled, wanting to flee from that black vortex, but the suction power of this black vortex even surpassed that of a black hole. There was no way for the sacred spirit to resist. No, stop, stop. As the sacred spirit saw that it would soon be twisted apart by this vortex, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit howled out, "If you kill me, then you will never obtain the essence spirit embryo stone. It has already been contaminated with the countless memories I have swallowed up, and if I do not gather those memories, then at the moment you refine the essence spirit embryo stone, those memories will invade your soul and cause you to lose who you are." The sacred spirit wailed as it rapidly spoke with a sound transmission. As an abomination, it had no personality to begin with, so it didn't fear losing itself. But a martial artist was different. When a martial artist lost who they were, they would become an entirely different person. No one would wish for that to happen. Facing this sacred spirit's threat, Lin Ming simply sneered. "You think too much of yourself. Now die." As Lin Ming spoke, the soul vortex in Lin Ming's hand became increasingly fierce. The spinning black energy was as sharp as a knife, tearing apart the sacred spirit's consciousness. "You will regret." The soul-swallowing sacred spirit sent out a final curse. But at this time, it discovered that its own awareness was being drawn out, and all of its memories and spirit marks were being erased by an invisible strength, completely purified into pure memories. This sudden occurrence caused the soul-swallowing sacred spirit to feel cold all over. To cancel spirit marks and also purify memories, was this even possible? This was its last thought. In the next moment, its awareness and memories were completely wiped away, leaving behind nothing but endlessly pure soul fragments that were sucked in by the black cube in Lin Ming's hand. After doing all of this, Lin Ming let out a light breath and rubbed his forehead. That struggle just now had consumed an enormous amount of energy. It had been many years, but he finally had the strength to activate the magic cube on his own. Of course, the reason that the magic cube had such a terrifying effect just now was because the soul-swallowing sacred spirit had invaded Lin Ming's spiritual sea and wanted to wrest away his body. This was what he had meant when he said that the sacred spirit was bringing evils upon his own head. If the sacred spirit had withdrawn into the essence spirit embryo stone, then it would have been far more difficult for Lin Ming to deal with it using the magic cube. After diligently training with Empyrean Divine Mist for 7.5 years, my soul force is no longer comparable to how it was in the past. Otherwise, even with my extreme divine transformation cultivation, it would still have been impossible for me to activate the magic cube. The good fortune Saint Sun is at the late Saint Lord realm, and he is already able to use the Grand Mist Spirit bead. Lin Ming traced the patterns on the black cube, his mood extremely good. According to Lin Ming's own speculations, his ability to use the magic cube was not comparable to how the good fortune Saint Sun could use the Grand Mist Spirit bead. But as time passed, he would eventually catch up to him. After exterminating the soul-swallowing sacred spirit, there was no longer any obstacle to Lin Ming refining the essence spirit embryo stone. As for those twisted soul fragments, they weren't very useful to Lin Ming. Most of them were soul fragments of divine lord, holy lords, and at most world kings. It was already rare if they had even an incomplete, transcendent divine might. And to the current Lin Ming, only complete and peak transcendent divine mights were worthy of him spending the time to cultivate them. Lin Ming simply had too many peak transcendent divine mights right now. They included the inheritances of Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Primordius, and Empyrean Divine Mist, 3 great Empyreans. Moreover, there was also the heretical god force of unknown origin. All of them were peak transcendent divine mights. In addition, there was also the incomplete inheritance of Empyrean Divine Seal, as well as the first volume of the Azura Sutra. This was already more than enough for Lin Ming to practice for thousands of years. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, and his consciousness returned to reality from his spiritual sea. Slowly, pure brightness was restored to his eyes, and he saw Xiao Moxian standing not too far away from him. Xiao Moxian's face was pale, and her hands were gripped tightly together. She appeared extremely tense. When Lin Ming's body was invaded by the sacred spirit, Xiao Moxian felt her own heart shrink within her. She feared that something would go wrong, and when Lin Ming's eyes were restored to clarity, they would be flooded with a greedy, cruel, and monstrous light. In this dark and lonely tragic death valley, where killing intent was everywhere, she had lived with Lin Ming for 9 years. To her, Lin Ming was already someone she subconsciously relied on. If his body were to be wrested away by others, then she found it hard to imagine what the consequences would be. She would likely be hunted down by that soul-swallowing sacred spirit, and the exit to leaving tragic Death Valley would also be blocked by it. Even if she were to successfully escape the sacred spirit with some great stroke of luck, when she imagined her future of having to live alone in tragic Death Valley, facing the dark and arid days by herself, and being the only one to watch over the endless skeletons here until her life faded away, she knew she would go insane. "I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry about me." In the dark and gloomy chamber, Lin Ming suddenly smiled. His smiling face was like the spring wind melting away the cold ice of winter. Xiao Moxian's heart shook and her nose burned as she almost started to cry. In a situation with nearly no hope, anyone would become vulnerable, let alone a young girl like Xiao Moxian. She nearly couldn't help but fly into Lin Ming's arms. However, as she approached him, her pace picked up and she viciously punched him in the chest. "I was such an idiot for worrying about you. You already had a strategy to deal with that thing," Xiao Moxian said, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Her large eyes glistened, seeming as if tears would come tumbling down at any time. The battle within Lin Ming's spiritual sea had concluded extremely quickly, but a quarter hour had passed in the outside world. To Xiao Moxian, this quarter hour seemed as long as a year. Facing Xiao Moxian, who was revealing the demeanor of a disgruntled young girl, Lin Ming didn't know what to say. He looked back at her a bit, sheepishly for a moment. Luckily, Xiao Moxian had no intention of further pursuing this. She said, "Well, hurry up and refine the essence spirit embryo stone." Of course, Lin Ming nodded. He glanced back at the essence spirit embryo stone. At this time, the essence spirit embryo stone had been completely unsealed, and its consciousness had been erased. Now it was a pure flesh and blood body, one containing the essence and strength of several hundred god beasts. The foundation of its mortal body had already reached an unimaginable level. This was the perfect avatar body described in the Ajura Sutra. The so-called perfect avatar body meant a complete body that was perfect without any loopholes or weaknesses. Ordinarily, when a martial artist was fighting or meditating, the power of blood vitality within themselves would slowly flow out from them. But a perfect body would be completely sealed up, forming an independent world within the body. Inside and outside were two completely separate spaces. Lin Ming quietly revolved the Divine Mist heart mantra he had learned from Empyrean Divine Mist for 7 years. He branched out a part of his own divine soul and poured it into the essence spirit embryo stone. By separating a part of his own divine soul, this would cause Lin Ming's soul force to weaken by a great deal. But the advantage of this was that the essence spirit embryo stone would be forever under his control. It would become his absolute avatar, never being able to form the self-awareness required to betray him. Lin Ming's soul force poured into the essence spirit embryo stone like a gushing river, flooding into every nook and cranny of it. With a cracking sound, the essence spirit embryo stone became increasingly small as more and more stone chips started to fall off. Lin Ming used the soul fraction he placed in the essence spirit embryo stone to control its flesh and blood. He began to revolve the astral essence contained within the essence spirit embryo stone. In that moment, an incomparably vast and wild torrent of blood vitality rushed out, submerging Lin Ming's divine soul. What a terrifying strength! Lin Ming was shocked. The power of blood vitality within this essence spirit embryo stone was too strong. If his soul wasn't firm, then it would have been dashed into pieces. With a cracking sound, the divine stone completely shattered. Fragments of divine stone shot out all over, and the essence spirit embryo stone leapt out from the remains. At this time, it was still a mass of moving flesh. Its facial features were blurry, and it was impossible to see its true appearance. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He discovered that the essence spirit embryo stone had the seals of the Ajura Roadmaster within it, seals that contained all the horrifying power that the essence spirit embryo stone had absorbed from the god-beast array formation for the last several dozens of billions of years. There were a total of 3 seals, each one more durable than the last. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was impossible for him to unravel them all. However, he had the strength to undo the first 2. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Then he decided to undo the first seal. With his understanding of the Ajura Sutra, doing this wasn't difficult at all. As the seal was undone, there was a thunderous explosion, as if countless god beasts were roaring from within the spirit essence embryo stone. A rich blood vitality and heaven and earth origin energy erupted like a natural disaster. There was no place for this strength to rush through. Once this strength flooded each and every inch of the avatar's flesh and blood body, it hurtled towards Lin Ming's true self. The essence spirit embryo stone had now become Lin Ming's avatar, and the avatar's cultivation also followed that of the true form. The avatar and true form could freely exchange energy between themselves. Chapter 1505, Becoming a Divine Lord. Chapter 1505, becoming a divine lord. Bang! Lin Ming's body shook. In that moment, a terrifying power rushed into his body. This was the power condensed by the God-Beast Array formation, and now it was pouring into his body, breaking into his inner world. Lin Ming had already foreseen this change when he unraveled the seal, but he didn't expect the impact to be so wild and intense. His inner world seemed as if it couldn't withstand this strength and wanted to crack apart. If his inner world cracked open, then his fate could be imagined. In this life or death moment, Lin Ming had an obvious choice. He could open his inner world and let this tyrannical strength gallop outwards. In doing so, although it would make things safe for him, it would actually waste away a large amount of essence energy that the God-Beast Array formation had accumulated. A sharp light blew up in Lin Ming's eyes. He didn't open his inner world. Instead, he relied on this ferocious strength to begin rapidly increasing the boundaries of his inner world. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and break into the divine Lord realm. This was a crazy decision. Underneath the torrents of so much wild energy, if he couldn't withstand the pressure of this energy, then his inner world would develop cracks all over it, and it would be nearly impossible to recover from. The reason Lin Ming dared to do this was because he had absolute confidence in his own foundation, as well as the intensity of his body. As energy filled him, Lin Ming's body emitted explosive crackling sounds. The blood vessels under his skin ballooned upwards, making it seem as if they would all collapse at any moment. In the 9 divine shifts, the Divine Lord realm was the last boundary. Divine Lord. The meaning of that was to truly become divine. Of course, this divine was relative to common mortals. A Divine Lord martial artist could hold a world within their body and enjoy the worship of mortals. To mortals, they would be a god. As for the true divinity boundary in the road of martial arts, this was a divine god of martial artists. A true divinity powerhouse could control an entire universe. To them, the title of true divinity was well-deserved. An ordinary Divine Lord powerhouse could already create their own clan or establish their own 8th grade sect. They could create an inheritance that lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, become an ancient ancestor, and enjoy the devotion of countless disciples and followers. In the divine realm, a divine transformation martial artist could already wander the world. A Divine Lord realm martial artist was a true character. As for Lin Ming, once he became a Divine Lord, he could instantly kill a Holy Lord. To a certain degree, he could even contend with a World King. In the entire divine realm, besides in Empyrean heavenly palaces, world kings were extremely rare, even in a great world. They were figures that countless martial artists respected and revered. There were many peak holy lands that had inheritances of millions of years, and yet they couldn't produce even a single world king. Thus, to Lin Ming, the Divine Lord threshold was extremely significant. However, for Lin Ming to break through the Divine Lord realm in this situation, the pain he had to withstand could be imagined. Underneath the tremendous pressure, Lin Ming's blood vessels ballooned up from beneath his skin, even breaking apart. Blood seeped out from all of his pores. This blood mixed with his sweat, making Lin Ming look as if he were being bathed in blood. And within Lin Ming's inner world, the crazy energy impacted towards him, strong enough to cause mountains and rivers to shake. His inner world was originally filled with spiritual energy, but now it was filled with a terrifying energy storm. Those spiritual plants within his inner world were smashed apart in this storm, turned into innumerable fragments. In his inner world, rivers changed course, lakes evaporated, and mountains collapsed. In his inner world, it seemed as if the end of times had arrived. Heretical God Tree. Lin Ming roared out. Within his inner world, the towering heretical God Tree stretched out its lush branches and vibrant leaves, stabilizing it. The massive root system held the earth of Lin Ming's inner world firmly in place. With this divine tree stabilizing Lin Ming's inner world, everything became much more stable. However, a powerful pressure caused Lin Ming's body to balloon. The blood vitality within him seemed as if it would burst out in the next moment. Lin Ming grit his teeth and opened the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. With the dual support of his formidable mortal body and the heretical god tree, he forcefully withstood the impact of energy. Then, with a ka-ka-ka sound, the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world began to break open. As the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world opened, the void outside of the world was constantly fused with pure energy. Lin Ming's inner world was growing, evolving. Once his inner world opened up, there would be an avenue for the energy to drain out of. The pressure on Lin Ming began to rapidly reduce. Slowly, the bulging blood vessels beneath Lin Ming's skin began to shrink back down. Blood also stopped leaking from his pores. Like this, Lin Ming had crossed the most difficult stage. Following this, breaking through the Divine Lord realm was only a matter of time. However, because Lin Ming had withstood the terrifying pressure, nearly all of his blood vessels had burst open, and even his inner world had been wrecked in the baptism of that ruinous energy storm. In addition to him having branched out a proportion of his divine soul into his essence energy avatar, he would be greatly weakened for a long period of time. Lin Ming, you're really too reckless. You always do things to the extreme. Anyone that follows you will have a permanent heart attack. Xiao Moxian had been watching Lin Ming's entire breakthrough process from the side. She was left somewhat speechless by everything. From entering God-Burying Ridge, then falling into tragic Death Valley, the two of them had survived demonic tides together and had even rushed into the God-Beast Tomb Array formation. After that, Lin Ming had risked his soul to refine the essence energy avatar. He was always making her heart race without end. Lin Ming's lips twitched, and he laughed. I still haven't yet reached 60 years of age. From the time I was 15 years old, I've spent the following 40 years of my life struggling like this. I cannot compare to someone like you who comes from an Empyrean background. From birth, you possessed an unachievable talent that mortals could only dream of, as well as the support of endless precious resources. I am simply a martial artist that came from the lower realms. Moreover, I am even a martial artist that originates from the most common stock of mortals. Although I encountered my own lucky chance in the lower realms that changed my fate, relying on that alone would not have been able to make up the difference between us. I had to risk everything I had. I had to risk my life on lucky chances, and even risk my life to step further on the road of martial arts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to see me standing here. Because of his exhaustion, Lin Ming's words seemed a bit faint, as if they were lacking energy. But as these words fell onto Xiao Moxian's ears, they caused her heart to shake. In truth, she had already heard that Lin Ming came from a common mortal birth. He wasn't someone who was taken in by an Empyrean-level character as a disciple, but he still managed to attain his current incredible achievements. This sounded like a fantastical bedtime story, and even Xiao Moxian had been skeptical of it, half doubting it the entire time. Now, she had confirmed this from Lin Ming himself. Not only was he a common person, but he was even a common person of the lower realms. Within the entire divine realm, as well as the billion-plus worlds of the lower realms, there were countless common mortals, but their lives only lasted for a mere several dozen years. They were truly like ants, continuing generation after generation. For a common mortal of the lower realms to arrive at Lin Ming's current level and have his achievements, this was simply unbelievable. In comparison, Xiao Moxian herself came from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and was the most beloved daughter of the monster race and demon race. Disregarding her resources and inheritances, she possessed a rare half-phoenix body, something that might not even occur in a billion years. Yet, for all that she had, her present achievements were no better than Lin Ming's. This caused Xiao Moxian to feel a bit ashamed of herself. How could anyone live in the presence of such a freakish genius? Chapter 1506, Leaving the Valley. Chapter 1506, Leaving the Valley. 10 days later, within the god-beast tomb, before Empyrean Divine Mist's cave dwelling. At this time, Lin Ming was already fully restored. His cultivation had reached large success, and he had learned the Azura Sutra first volume. For the current him, entering and leaving the god-beast tomb array formation was easy and simple. Senior Divine Mist, Junior has returned. I apologize for having you wait a long time for me. Lin Ming said. Since he left, he had been gone for a year and a half. To the current Empyrean Divine Mist, whose lifespan was near its end, this was an extremely long period of time. In the cave dwelling, Empyrean Divine Mist was left speechless for a long time. Lin Ming could feel a weak divine sense spreading over his body, probing the changes in his body and cultivation that occurred in the last year and a half. This divine sense belonged to Empyrean Divine Mist. Since Empyrean Divine Mist had taught Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian his life soul arts, his situation became increasingly worse. He weakened by the day. And if this speed were to continue, then it wouldn't be too many years before he was like a lamp without oil, drying up and dying. For the current Empyrean Divine Mist, a martial artist at a relatively ordinary boundary could kill him. Praise the young. I really must praise the young. Empyrean Divine Mist deeply sighed with emotion. This god-beast tomb array formation that had been unbroken by others for numerous billions of years was actually solved by Lin Ming. Your cultivation has already reached the Divine Lord realm. Before, you told me that you have yet to cultivate for 60 full years, for you to break through the Divine Lord realm at this age, and also to have such a solid foundation. Your future achievements are hard to imagine. For me to pass on my life's divine Mist heart mantra to you before I die, I can at least die peacefully. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He said, Senior is too fatalistic. This Junior has already found the exit and can lead Senior to leave this valley. Senior's life is not yet over. It's only that your soul force and blood vitality is lacking right now, but as long as there are enough soul medicines, then it will not be a problem for Senior to continue living for millions of years. Lin Ming held a deep sense of gratitude towards Empyrean Divine Mist. The reason that Empyrean Divine Mist had weakened so much in these 9 years was that he had used a secret skill to temper Lin Ming's divine soul. No matter what the original reason was for Empyrean Divine Mist helping him, this was a great graciousness to Lin Ming. Lin Ming would never forget this graciousness in his life. It's useless. I am well aware of my own situation. I should have around a mere 100 years of life remaining. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed, his voice filled with gloom. Lin Ming said, Senior, as long as you leave the valley, then I can help Senior seek out soul-nourishing medicines. As long as there is medicine, then although Senior cannot be restored to your peak strength in the past, with 100 years of training, stepping back into the great world king boundary shouldn't be a problem at all. Moreover, Senior is an Empyrean, and there should be the influence that you established in the past. If Junior leads you to that influence, then they can help Senior find soul medicines. There shouldn't be a problem at all. During these years that Lin Ming studied the Divine Mist Heart Mantra, he gained a deep understanding into the cultivation system and physical state of the Spiritus. In his opinion, Empyrean Divine Mist situation absolutely wasn't as bad as he thought. It was just that he had consumed too much energy and had been stranded in this forsaken land for tens of millions of years, suffering in this suffocating environment and slowly being overwhelmed with despair. Not just that, but at the end he had even passed on his secret techniques to himself and Xiao Moxian. Thus the reason why Empyrean Divine Mist was the way he was now. As long as they all left here, then with the tough vitality of an Empyrean Divine Mist could definitely slowly restore himself. Empyrean Divine Mist shook his head and said some words that surprised Lin Ming. I will not leave. Why? Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin were both shocked. In this hellish land, facing endless nights of darkness, facing the limitless loneliness and countless skeletons, how could anyone endure that? If Xiao Moxin were to stay in this land for just a year on her own, she would want to go insane. And yet Empyrean Divine Mist didn't want to leave? This was as if Empyrean Divine Mist simply didn't want to continue living on and wanted to cut off his life. In Xiao Moxin's opinion, even if one knew they would die, it was better to die outside in a proper grave than to be buried here. Senior, is your mind all right? Why would you choose a dead end and live out the rest of your life in this lonely place? Xiao Moxin couldn't help but ask, as she thought of a top character of his generation, a peak Empyrean who commanded the winds and seas, passing away in this miserable hellhole filled with countless corpses and without anyone to bury him. She felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Empyrean Divine Mist faintly smiled. There is no need for you to feel sorry for me. In my life, I once enjoyed limitless glory and killed people as if I were cutting wheat. For me to end up in such a state, that is the plan that fate has for me. Do you remember when told you why I entered Tragic Death Valley? Empyrean Divine Mist's words caused Lin Ming's thoughts to race. Indeed, he had asked Empyrean Divine Mist this question 9 years ago. Senior said that it was because of enmity. Yes, because of enmity. I have enmity with a person, and that person has enmity with you. Between the two of us, we can resonate our souls and do not need a tracking mark to find each other. Regardless of how much space or time separates us, he will be able to find me. If I leave Tragic Death Valley, he will discover me. It isn't a problem for me to die, but you will likely be dragged into my mess. Soul resonance? Could it be that he was the one who forced Senior into Tragic Death Valley? Lin Ming asked, bewildered. Xiao Moxin also found this hard to accept. She asked with amazement in her voice. Senior was an extreme Empyrean, just who could force you into Tragic Death Valley. True divinity, Empyrean Divine. Mist's voice became thin and ghostly. He sighed. The one hunting me down is a soul emperor of my soul race, as well as my blood brother. Soul Emperor. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This was a top-level character equivalent to the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. This was an absolutely genuine true divinity. Moreover, he had the ability to command his entire race. If Empyrean Divine Mist were being hunted by this sort of character, being forced into Tragic Death Valley was also reasonable. Empyrean Divine Mist continued to say, because us brothers can sense each other's souls. I was forced onto a road of no return. I desperately thought to enter Tragic Death Valley, setting myself in a death trap and using that to seek a path of survival. Unfortunately, I was not the successor that the Azura Roadmaster chose, and thus I wasn't able to obtain the inheritance of Tragic Death Valley. Instead, I exhausted my life here. Since he is your blood brother, why would the Soul Emperor wish to kill Senior? Xiao Moxin asked, finding this incomprehensible. However, Empyrean Divine Mist did not answer this question. Empyrean Divine Mist fell into a deep silence. Lin Ming knew that Empyrean Divine Mist didn't want to speak about this subject. This was the pain that forever haunted his heart. In the world of martial artists, there were far too many sad and tragic stories. Because of the Soul Emperor's existence, it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Mist to leave the valley. If he were to leave, he would immediately die, and the fate he would suffer might even be worse than his current situation. As Lin Ming thought of this, he quietly said, Senior, although you cannot leave the valley, I will be sure to return within 10 years. I will bring you back soul-restoring medicines. Senior gave Junior the graciousness of bestowing upon me your inheritance, and I will definitely return this. Only doing that will be the bare minimum to suit my heart of martial arts." As Lin Ming spoke, he examined the array formations around Empyrean divine Mist's cave dwelling. These array formations were laid down by Empyrean divine Mist in the past to resist the tides of demonic power. Currently, it appeared that these array formations could still last for some time. "Let's go. We're leaving the valley." Lin Ming looked toward Xiao Moxin. Xiao Moxin glanced back at Empyrean divine Mist, finding it hard to bear leaving him here. Then she nodded. Like this, the two of them left Empyrean divine Mist and entered the god-beast tomb array formation once more. Now that Xiao Moxin had cultivated the Azura Sutra first volume, she also had the ability to break through the god-beast tomb array formation. The two of them used several hours to return to the ancient bronze temple. There, the portal remained, slowly spinning in place. "Let's leave." Lin Ming grabbed Xiao Moxin's hand and decisively stepped into the transmission array. After 9 years, they were about to leave this place. Cha! A light flashed, and Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin felt their environment rapidly change. In the next moment, they saw that they had arrived in a green and lush forest. There were fields of flowers with fresh life everywhere. Lingji and spirit herbs were all around, green and beautiful, making it seem as if this was a paradise. In God-Burying Ridge, there were lands of life and lands of death. This was one of the rare areas which lacked fatal dangers. Lin Ming turned around and saw that not too far away was a red mountain range that rose to a terrifyingly high degree. The main body of this red mountain range winded its way through, spanning across the entire God-Burying Ridge like a vast red dragon. The many mountain peaks resembled dragon claws and dragon horns, extremely lifelike. Without a doubt, this was the Red Dragon Mountain Range, and the entrance to Tragic Death Valley was the maw of this red dragon. They had truly come out. Moreover, they weren't too far away from Tragic Death Valley. After confirming this point, Xiao Moxin didn't know what she was feeling in her heart. She thought that she would have to stay in that dark and dreary Tragic Death Valley for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even for the rest of her life. Now, she had weathered that disaster and had returned to the outside world. So how could she not be excited? She couldn't help but pick up a spirit flower and inhale a deep breath of its scent. This sort of long-lost fragrance moved her heart and caused her eyes to be slightly wet. In Tragic Death Valley, she had to face endless piles of bones that left the scent of decay and rot all over her. Just when had she been able to experience the fragrance of such flowers? Only by experiencing despair could one understand the value of life. At this time, even a green leaf, even a falling flower petal, could fill a person's heart with joy and hope. Wonderful. Xiao Moxin closed her eyes, intoxicated and in love with the abundant and fragrant spring scenery all around her. However, Lin Ming was quiet this entire time, as if he didn't see the beautiful scene around him. He closed his eyes, casting out his sense. "Lin Ming, what are you doing?" Xiao Moxin felt her heart go cold as she saw Lin Ming. She raised her guard and carefully sensed everything around her. Then she discovered that an invisible strength had locked onto them. Lin Ming thought for a moment. "Did you also feel that? This is one of the few life zones in God-Burying Ridge, so there shouldn't be any dangers here. But there is actually something monitoring us. If I'm not wrong, then this area already has an array formation placed around it, and the person who arranged it was likely Tian Mingzi." As Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin were speaking several hundred miles away, in a mountain valley of shattered stone, several people were meditating. At this time, a handsome black-clothed man with a youthful appearance suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two blood moons, bright and red. They really came out. The young man licked his lips. A devilish smile touched his face. This young man was Tian Mingzi. Chapter 1507. Lure the Enemy. Chapter 1507. Lure the Enemy. Around Tian Mingzi, 3 martial artists stood up. These 3 were Imperial Prince Naki's subordinates and had half-step World King cultivations. Besides them, there were also 2 other people sitting. They were the Spider Brothers, the God-burying Ridge Guides who had led them here. The Spider Brothers were currently in the employment of Imperial Prince Naki and were standing guard here for Lin Ming. In their opinion, this was a pointless endeavor, but the rewards that Imperial Prince Naki gave them were extremely rich, so they didn't mind doing boring work like this. Sage Tian Mingzi, who did you say came out? The Spider Brothers casually asked. This crushed stone mountain valley was a life zone they had chosen based on their previous experiences, and there shouldn't be any dangers here. Thus, they weren't too alarmed at hearing Tian Mingzi's words. I am speaking of Lin Ming. He has emerged from tragic Death Valley. As Tian Mingzi spoke, a thick, killing intent shined in his eyes. He extracted a black sword from his spatial ring. Underneath the dim light of God-burying Ridge, it shined with a cold sheen. Upon hearing this, the Spider Brothers nearly jumped out from where they were sitting. Lin Ming? The Lin Ming that you said entered tragic Death Valley? He came out? Are you joking with us? Tian Mingzi clearly didn't want to answer such inane questions. Do you think that someone like me decided to wait here for 10 months just to relax? In Tian Mingzi's opinion, someone like Lin Ming, with such a massive destiny upon his body, wouldn't easily die. Now, he had confirmed his initial suspicions. The Spider Brothers found this hard to accept. Are you sure that he really entered tragic Death Valley? I saw it myself. Tian Mingzi coldly responded. With that, he flew up and soared towards the direction where Lin Ming was. Behind Tian Mingzi, Naki's 3 subordinates glanced at each other before crumbling up a sound transmission jade slip to send this astonishing news to their master. Lin Ming had been in tragic Death Valley for 9 years, but only 10 months had passed outside. Imperial Prince Naki naturally couldn't wait outside for Lin Ming to appear in the surroundings of tragic Death Valley, if ever. He needed to make the best use of his time and adventure as much as possible. Thus he and his retinue had parted ways with Tian Mingzi. Seeing the brilliant flash of the jade slip sound transmission with their own eyes, the Spider Brothers felt this was all unbelievable. Naki's 3 lackeys began preparing to leave. They looked at the Spider Brothers and said, "You 2 need to hurry." The Spider Brothers were still in a stunned shock, but the sudden shout of the 3 people seemed to wake them up from their dream. "This is impossible," the Spider Brothers whispered. At this time, Naki's 3 lackeys also soared up into the air, leaving the 2 Spider Brothers behind. The 2 Spider Brothers prepared to leave. They found it hard to imagine that tragic Death Valley, the legendary land of doom that no one had ever emerged from in 10 billion years, had been broken today by a little baby boy. At this time, 1,000 miles away, a flame lit up in front of Naki. This was the light of the sound transmission jade slip. After listening to the sound transmission, Naki's complexion turned gloomy. The incoming message says that the array formation Tian Mingzi laid down has detected Lin Ming's trail. He has emerged from tragic Death Valley. What? Besides Naki, Mr. Zhou was panic-stricken. That boy, he really came out? In these last 10 months, Mr. Zhou became increasingly aware as to how terrifying tragic Death Valley really was. He had looked up some past texts and had confirmed that the rumors of Empyreans perishing in tragic Death Valley long ago were true. Even Empyreans couldn't leave tragic Death Valley, and yet Lin Ming was able to. This was simply incredible. Whether or not he really entered tragic Death Valley and then left, or if he used some concealment technique and didn't really enter. At this time, we cannot let him run away. Imperial Prince Naki clenched his right fist, as if he were squeezing Lin Ming in his palm. Naki could feel a growing threat from Lin Ming. Originally, Lin Ming's 100-year challenge towards the good fortune saint's son had been a joke to scoff at, but now he could faintly feel that if Lin Ming were given 100 years to grow, he would reach an unimaginable boundary. At that time, he would surely become a great threat to the saint race. As for himself, he definitely would not be Lin Ming's match. Imperial Prince, Your Highness, we must be careful. We do not know what sort of lucky chance he obtained after entering tragic Death Valley. If we misjudge his strength, then we might meet with unexpected failure. Mr. Zhou said, thinking it absurd himself that he would say such words. As a world king powerhouse, he actually dreaded a divine transformation realm martial artist. If this were known, he would be the greatest laughingstock in the world. I know, but no matter how heaven-defying his lucky chance is, it still won't change the disparities in cultivation. He was 3 great boundaries lower than us to begin with. I don't believe that he can overcome this, no matter what he does. Now that he's left tragic Death Valley, we must kill him no matter what the cost is. Otherwise, if he escapes, then it will be far more difficult to hunt him down in the future. Imperial Prince Naki shot up into the sky, soon followed by Mr. Zhou and the others. As for Tian Mingzi, he was already flying towards the mountain valley where Lin Ming was. To him, this several hundred-mile distance took nothing but the blink of an eye. Here, Lin Ming was already waiting with his arms crossed behind his back. Floating behind him was Primordius' heavenly palace. Xiao Maxian had already retreated into Primordius' heavenly palace. Lin Ming sneered as he saw Tian Mingzi. Your patience has not disappointed me. I'm glad you waited this long. As Tian Mingzi saw Lin Ming, his eyes suddenly widened, inexplicably shocked. In his caution, he hadn't missed a key change that had occurred to Lin Ming. That was, Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the Divine Lord Realm. The Divine Lord Realm. How is that possible? In just 10 months you broke through from the late Divine Transformation Realm to the Divine Lord Realm. Tian Mingzi knew that when Lin Ming entered tragic Death Valley, he hadn't stepped into the late Divine Transformation too long ago. In any case, it was impossible for a late Divine Transformation Realm martial artist to step into the Divine Lord Realm so quickly. For a normal martial artist, they often needed 1,000 years to break through to the Divine Lord Realm from the Divine Transformation Realm. Some needed 10,000 years to cross this hurdle, and there were even those that never managed to surpass it in their lifetime. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, using even 20 years would have been considered a heaven-defying level of skill. But now he had only used 10 months. This was even more panicking than Lin Ming emerging from that death trap, known as Tragic Death Valley. You must have eaten some heavenly material. Tian Mingzi's eyebrows shot up. He would never have imagined that there was a unique time enchantment in Tragic Death Valley that allowed a martial artist to cultivate in a completely normal state. The only explanation he could come up with for this change was that Lin Ming had encountered some unrivaled lucky chance in Tragic Death Valley and had eaten some heavenly material to allow him to complete this transformation. But no matter how good a heavenly material was, it still wasn't one's own cultivation that they trained themselves. It would cause their foundation to be shaky. This was a rash and dangerous choice that geniuses normally wouldn't consider. So, in order to deal with me hunting you down, you didn't hesitate to eat up a heavenly material that would ruin your foundation in order to forcefully break into the Divine Lord Realm. Tian Mingzi's eyes flashed as he stared at Lin Ming. In order to survive, you really are reckless. HM? But what a pity. It doesn't matter even if you break through to the Divine Lord boundary, much less with such an unstable foundation. Even if you were to train for another 10 years at the Divine Lord realm, you would still be nothing for me to deal with. Tian, Mingzi sneered and stroked the front of his blade, his body bursting with flaming killing intent. Aren't you going to run back into your little turtle shell? Or do you plan on confronting me directly? Ha ha ha! Lin Ming bellowed out. Trying to provoke me is useless. With your great world king cultivation, you want to deal with a little junior like myself. You even diligently guarded this land for 10 months and try to goad me into fighting you. It seems as if you are more desperate than I thought. It's true, I cannot directly fight with you right now, but do you have the courage to continue chasing me? As Lin Ming spoke, he drew backwards, instantly sinking back into Primordius Heavenly Palace. Primordius Heavenly Palace flew into the air with a loud rumbling sound. Violent sonic booms spread through the sky as rocks shattered below, and the palace flew off into the distance. At this time, Tian Mingzi didn't immediately give chase. Lin Ming's final words had caused him to grimace. He couldn't help but admit that Lin Ming's threat truly made him feel a degree of fear. Tian Mingzi's character was to be naturally suspicious of everything, and Lin Ming had deliberately put forth some sort of lure in front of him. This brat is a crafty one. If I chase after him, I am likely to encounter some real dangers, but for me to not chase after him is impossible. Tian Mingzi's eyes sparkled with a cold light. However, he immediately grinned. You have your tricks, but so do I. You have never understood the limits of my strength. If you presumed that I am an ordinary great world king, then you are greatly mistaken. Today is my life's greatest lucky chance. Once I kill you, all of your secrets, including the secrets of tragic Death Valley, will belong to me. Tian Mingzi's eyes turned a deeper blood red. He grasped his sword and chased straight after Lin Ming. Chapter 1508, Chaos Prison. Chapter 1508, Chaos Prison. Deep within Primordius Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming was sitting in meditation in the main hall. He already felt a sense lock onto Primordius Heavenly Palace. Tian Mingzi had really given chase. Moreover, Lin Ming expected that not only would it be Tian Mingzi, but Imperial Prince Naki and his followed would soon join the hunt. Lin Ming saw Imperial Prince Naki and his group in Heaven Devil City. They had a World King powerhouse in their ranks, as well as 2 half-step World Kings. Once Tian Mingzi was added into this mix, he would have to face at least 2 World Kings and their subordinates. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing? Xiao Moxian glanced at Lin Ming. In her opinion, even though Lin Ming had broken through to the Divine Lord realm, it was still impossible for him to simultaneously contend with so many powerhouses. The difference between a Divine Lord and World King was simply far too great. I must lure them deeper. In God-Burying Ridge, there are 7 death zones. I will choose the most dangerous one and wait for them there. As Lin Ming spoke, his eyes shimmered with a deep killing intent. He knew that whether it was Tian Mingzi or Imperial Prince Naki, neither one of them would give up on chasing him down here. This was similar to Lin Ming not giving up on a lucky chance even if the situation was dangerous. His advantage was that he understood the Dao field of God-Burying Ridge. With it, he could use the terrain to his benefit. Xiao Moxian's heart skipped a beat as she heard this. Although God-Burying Ridge's Dao field was far less dangerous than tragic Death Valley's God-Beast Tomb Array formation, it was still extremely terrifying. In the legends, it was said that even great world kings perished here. If Lin Ming chose the most dangerous death zone of them all, then it was unknown just how brutal the battle would be. Do you plan on even killing Tian Mingzi? Xiao Moxian gasped. Tian Mingzi's cultivation was simply far too different from their own. Lin Ming had just stepped into the Divine Lord realm. For him to kill the great world king Tian Mingzi, this was an unimaginable feat. Lin Ming said, Tian Mingzi is an extremely deep and secretive individual. In the past, when he was a direct disciple of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, he came into contact with the Saint race and became their spy. Finally, by relying on his own strength and plots, he was able to undermine the entire Verdant Feather Holy Lands. Even the great world king of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was killed off by him. If I want to kill him, I have no assurance of being able to do that at all. According to M.O. Eversnow, Tianmingzi was a dreadfully talented individual, no worse than M.O. Eversnow herself. If his plans hadn't been ruined at the Sky Spill Planet, and he also lost a hand, then he would have become an Empyrean sooner or later. Moreover, Tianmingzi had no background to speak of. He was nothing more than a common mortal martial artist. For him to arrive at this level with his talent and schemes was already astonishing enough. Lin Ming would certainly fear such a ruthless character. In truth, if it were possible, Lin Ming didn't want to toss himself into a life-or-death battle with Tianmingzi right now. To face someone that he didn't know the full strength of, and was also 2.5 large boundaries higher in cultivation, this was a truly unwise decision. However, if Lin Ming didn't face Tianmingzi, then his only choice was to hide away in Tragic Death Valley, once more to seek out protection, and then nothing would change. Tianmingzi would keep guard outside Tragic Death Valley, and as for Lin Ming, he would have to go into seclusion there. In the dark and desolate land of Tragic Death Valley, it would be nearly impossible to make another breakthrough. Lin Ming's cultivation in seclusion had already reached a bottleneck. He needed to continue tempering and sharpening himself through tribulations and battles in order to walk further down the road of martial arts. Primordius' heavenly palace shot forwards like a meteor, in a situation where he was speeding forth without any consideration for the massive amount of energy consumed. Everything passed by, in a flash. Soon, Lin Ming arrived at his destination. 100 miles in front of him was a land of absolute darkness, a void of chaos. This entire land was covered in black fog. In the midst of this swirling fog was a massive tear in the void. The tear revealed endless darkness, and this darkness seemed as if it led to a different time and space. This was the most dangerous death zone of God-Burying Ridge, Chaos Prison. Here, time and space were incomparably chaotic, as mixed up and crazy as a labyrinth. If a divine lord or holy lord realm martial artist were to enter, they would instantly lose themselves in the chaotic space-time and be forever unable to leave. Even for a world king powerhouse, once they entered deep into Chaos Prison, they would have to face the terrifying force fields and space-time storms within. They would have to consume a massive amount of energy, and if they couldn't escape in a short period of time, then they would also die there. This place is... Seeing this black fog that emitted a horrifying aura, Xiao Moxian was startled. She knew that Lin Ming was about to fly into this land. In these past years, Xiao Moxian had perceived the Azura Sutra first volume and also had the basic ability to judge and determine the God-Burying Ridge Tao field. She could instantly see that this place which Lin Ming chose could be called the riskiest and most deadly place of the entire God-Burying Ridge. This is Chaos Prison, Lin Ming said without turning around. To the speeding Primordius Heavenly Palace, 100 miles took nothing more than several blinks of an eye. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, Primordius Heavenly Palace broke into Chaos Prison like a comet crashing into the earth. Xiao Moxian held her breath. She believed that Lin Ming could easily flit through Chaos Prison normally, but to do so, when being chased by 2 world kings, this was a true life or death struggle. Even though Lin Ming was familiar with the God-Burying Ridge Tao field, the force fields and space storms in Chaos Prison were the same to everyone. If Lin Ming was sucked into one of them, he would die like everyone else. Lin Ming's one advantage here was that he could follow the Tao field within Chaos Prison and avoid these fatal storms. Ka. As Primordius Heavenly Palace entered Chaos Prison, the entire structure shook. In the center of the array formation, 3 9-sun jades immediately shattered, turning into ash. It was obvious that Primordius' heavenly palace had just been struck by the force fields and storms here and consumed a massive amount of energy to defend itself. Lin Ming said, "If we stay within Primordius' heavenly palace, then there is no way for us to avoid the force fields and storms. We must leave this place, enter my inner world, and let me handle the rest." Lin Ming said without further explanation. He began to take back Primordius' heavenly palace, and in the next moment, he and Xiao Moxian were teleported outside. This place was like a universe filled with a thick and sticky black space. There were wild storms everywhere, and also terrifying raging currents of energy. Space and time was muddled and killing intent shot out in all directions. Many dangers were invisible and unable to be sensed. If one were to die here, there would be nothing left of their corpse. As Lin Ming drew Tian Mingzi to this danger zone, in order to guarantee that he could be as flexible as possible, his only choice was to put away Primordius' heavenly palace and place himself in the midst of absolute danger. Xiao Moxian deeply stared at Lin Ming. There seemed to be many words she wanted to say reflected in her eyes, but she also knew that now was not the time to talk. She grit her teeth, stamped her feet, and plunged into Lin Ming's inner world. Xiao Moxian was well aware that before breaking into the Divine Lord realm, it would be impossible for her to assist Lin Ming in any way. If she carelessly interfered, then she would instead drag him into harm's way. Hiding out in his inner world was the best choice in the current situation. This was also the same as handing her life over to him. If Lin Ming died, she would perish with him. After several breaths of time, Tian Mingzi arrived outside Chaos Prison like ghosts and gods. He looked deeply at the terrifying void of fog beneath him, his complexion gloomy and uncertain. "This boy, he wants to lure me inside." Tian Mingzi knew that this was a danger zone. However, he had no choice but to enter. Could Lin Ming have something he can rely on to survive in this danger zone? Tian Mingzi knew that there was a reason for Lin Ming leading him here. The most logical explanation was that this danger zone suited Lin Ming the most. With a deep breath, Tian Mingzi revolved his protective true essence to the limit. In the next moment, he shot into Chaos Prison like a falling star. When Tian Mingzi laid an array formation down outside of Tragic Death Valley, he had left a tracking mark in the array formation too. Afterwards, when Lin Ming stepped into the array formation, this tracking mark was naturally kept on his body. This was one of the things that Tian Mingzi was relying on to hunt down Lin Ming. Otherwise, if he were to fly into Chaos Prison, then it would be difficult to find him. Arriving soon after Tian Mingzi was Imperial Prince Naki and his group. Before they neared Chaos Prison, the God-burying Ridge Guides, the Spider Brothers, quickly changed complexions. "Stop! Stop! Slow down! We cannot go any further. That is a danger zone in front of us. Anyone who enters will die." The Spider Brothers anxiously cried out. Imperial Prince Naki frowned. He glared at the Spider Brothers, his vision fierce and swift. At this time, the two brothers were paler than paper. They absolutely didn't want to take another step forwards. That is an extremely perilous land before us. In these years, there has never been a God-burying Ridge Guide who dared to fully enter. I fear that even if a World King powerhouse were to enter, they would still suffer fatal dangers and be unable to leave. The Spider Brothers had no information about Chaos Prison. Of those that entered Chaos Prison, very few survived. Even for those surviving, they had no reason to share any information about such a danger zone with the Spider Brothers. But just by surveying the surrounding environment and using their own intuition, they knew that this place couldn't be casually entered. Otherwise, they might suffer the fate of total annihilation. An extremely perilous land where even world kings would perish. As Imperial Prince Naki looked at Chaos Prison, he cracked his knuckles, explosive sounds echoing out from them. Chapter 1509, Blue Throne by Chi. Chapter 1509, Blue Throne by Chi. This boy wants to lure us into a trap. Naki's vision was gloomy as he stopped his steps. Imperial Prince, Your Highness, perhaps the Spider Brothers fear death and are intentionally exaggerating the dangers, Naki's follower said with a true essence sound transmission. Naki pondered for a moment. Then he said that Lin Ming is a lunatic. He really might be thinking to fight us to the death in that danger zone. If he dies, he thinks he can drag us down with him. I don't know what he's relying on, but what I can confirm is that he has a very deep understanding of God-burying Ridge, and he also understands how to use the terrain to avoid disaster. For him to find this danger zone here shouldn't be by accident. Although Naki dreamt of killing Lin Ming, he still hadn't lost his calm. Mr. Zhou said, Your Highness is right. As long as we remain cautious, we shouldn't have any problems. Let me take the others ahead first, and Your Highness can remain outside. We contacted Ash Murder a while ago, and he should catch up to us any time now. Naki hesitated for a moment. Then he looked towards Mr. Zhou and said, Old Zhou, remember to be careful. This Lin Ming has a tough life. Luckily, you had the foresight to contact Mr. Ash Murder ahead of time. As long as he arrives, then everything will be fine. Naki looked towards Chaos Prison, not planning to enter and show off his strength. Even if the Spider Brothers were exaggerating, he wouldn't recklessly enter a place like that. His strength was below Lin Ming's to begin with. And within such a danger zone, the chance he would perish in there was too great. Me and some others will stay out here to wait for Mr. Ash Murder. The rest of you enter to chase Lin Ming. Naki ordered. As the Spider Brothers heard this, they began to panic. Chase Lin Ming? Imperial Prince, you are asking us to die. If you don't want to go in, then you can die now. The choice is yours. Naki icily said. He hadn't put forth such a high service fee for nothing. The Spider Brothers blanched. They glanced at Mr. Zhou, who had currents of astral essence flowing around him, and also glanced at the Chaos Prison, which was exuding killing intent all over. As they did, their hearts surged with a deep sense of despair. What the Imperial Prince said was true. With Mr. Zhou's strength, he could instantly kill the both of them. If they didn't enter Chaos Prison, now then they would die. There was simply no alternative for them. Mr. Zhou didn't even give them the chance to hesitate. He reached out his hand, and a terrifying strength covered the two Spider Brothers, holding them tight and dragging them along into Chaos Prison. As soon as they entered Chaos Prison, the environment around them suddenly changed. As they entered that originally pitch-black space tear, they saw that everything became a spiritual land rich with origin energy. Although there were no world treasures here, they could feel a heaven and earth origin energy so thick that it nearly substantialized. In the skies, dense origin energy clouds formed, as if it would rain down droplets of origin energy at any time. A faint green aura covered the ancient land, as if some divine treasure was hidden here. Within Chaos Prison, space and time were jumbled up. Although the entrance was the same, Lin Ming and Mr. Zhou had ended up in completely different spaces. Feeling the surrounding aura, Mr. Zhou's eyes brightened. He could faintly feel that within this Chaos Prison, there existed some rare treasure. As he turned around, he saw that the entrance had already vanished. He was now trapped in a sealed-off space and time. However, because he had just entered Chaos Prison, the hindrance of space and time here wasn't too intense, so it wasn't yet able to block him. He sent out a summary of his speculations to Imperial Prince Naki in a sound transmission. Treasure? Imperial Prince Naki's eyes brightened. There were many treasures in God-burying Ridge, and Chaos Prison was known as a danger zone that even world kings could die at. It would be normal if there was a shocking lucky chance there. High risk also meant high rewards. Imperial Prince Naki clenched his fists, an excited color flashing in his eyes. If he could kill Lin Ming, and obtain the treasures in Chaos Prison, then that would be a great lucky chance. With such a lucky chance placed in front of him, how could he not be excited? However, no matter how eager he was, he still didn't lose his calm. His guess was that Lin Ming had a certain understanding into Chaos Prison and the environment within. Otherwise, there was no way he would have placed himself in such a death zone. If Naki followed him in without any reassurance, then with his cultivation, not only would he not be able to help Mr. Zhou, but he might even become a burden to him. At that time, not only would he not obtain any treasures, but his life might be taken by Lin Ming. As Imperial Prince Naki thought of this, he suppressed the desire for this lucky chance in his heart. An icy light glimmered in his eyes. Lin Ming, you brought me to this place and even showed me such lucky chances. I must thank you for that. But do not think I am an idiot you can fool around with. Even a lion must use its full force to capture a rabbit. Although your cultivation hasn't yet reached the Divine Lord realm, I will still gather the strongest force possible before killing you with everything I have. With 2 world kings as well as Ash Murder who was rushing here, there were many masters hunting down the mere divine transformation realm Lin Ming. This could be called an absolute victory. At this time, in Chaos Prison, Lin Ming had already flown deep into the depths of this land. Here, he could feel a terrifying pressure. This pressure affected not only his body, but also his soul. If a martial artist was lacking in cultivation, then even flying would be difficult here. Lin Ming silently revolved the Azura Sutra, using the laws within to resist the pressure. He immediately felt much more relaxed. The Azura Sutra was the inheritance of the Azura Road Master. In a sense, it could be called the heavenly Tao laws of the Azura Road itself. Lin Ming had only studied the general outline and first volume of the Azura Sutra. Although he couldn't be said to possess the ability to control the Azura Road's heavenly Tao laws, he at least understood how to follow them. With the support of the Azura Sutra, the pressure on Lin Ming became less and less intense. Gradually, he managed to acclimate himself to this pressure and return to his normal flying speed. This chaos prison was flooded with deep killing intent everywhere. But as long as Lin Ming was a bit more careful, he could freely move wherever he wished. As he passed through a space crack, Lin Ming arrived in a strange hall he had never seen before. This place is... Lin Ming's vision sharpened. At this time, he could see a massive black altar in front of him. Around this altar were rows of sculptures. These sculptures were all carvings of martial artists from different races. They held wild and dangerous weapons in their hands, and all wore the same patterned armor. Their bodies emitted a dense, demonic power. It's this demonic power again. Demonic power flooded all the inheritances of the Azura Road Master. Many of his cultivation methods were dominated by this demonic power, using it as their lead. Lin Ming counted the sculptures. There were a total of 108 of them. 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. They seemed to be guarding something. Lin Ming looked at the altar. He could faintly feel that there was a great power buried within the altar, as if some unrivaled powerhouse had suppressed a dreadful existence there. Was the one who arranged this altar the Azura Road Master? Lin Ming thought. He began to probe the altar's array formation. Compared to the God-Beast Tomb's great array formation, this one was far inferior. Even if the Azura Road Master had arranged this, he should have done so casually. But even if he did so casually, it should still contain a horrifying power. Lin Ming slowly advanced forwards. The ground was covered with lines, and these lines were the same as God-Burying Ridge. They were divided into paths of life and paths of death. If he stepped onto a path of death, he would activate a disastrous sequence of events. Lin Ming made his way onto the altar. As he looked around, he could see Tao patterns inscribed all over the altar floor. These Tao patterns came from the same origin as the Azura Sutra. As Lin Ming looked around, He spotted several ancient words. What was written was, Azura Road Master's third-generation disciple, Blue Throne by Qi, Blue Throne by Qi. Lin Ming was startled. So the one who left behind these ancient words was the disciple of the Azura Road Master. Blue Throne by Qi. Blue Throne should have been his title, and by Qi was his name. Throne might be the title of a position in the influence that the Azura Road Master established in the past, similar to an elder, or it could be something else altogether. This was another character who had existed billions of years ago. Now he was likely dead. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mind stirred. He carefully looked over the Tao patterns on the altar. These Tao patterns, in addition to the essential protective measures, also possessed soothing and calming properties. After a martial artist died, if their body and soul were intact, if they were too powerful, and if they were also sealed in an enclosed space, then the force field of their body would not dissipate for an extremely long time. After tens of thousands of years, it was possible for this force field to evolve into ghosts and evil spirits. It was even possible for the martial artist's corpse to rise up, gaining a certain sentience of its own. But if there were calming Tao patterns carved onto the tomb, then this situation wouldn't occur. If so, then this altar was in fact a grave. Lin Ming suddenly became aware. If he wasn't wrong, then this was the grave of the Azura Road Master's disciple, Blue Throne by Qi. It was even possible that each of the 7 great death zones of the God-burying ridge had a disciple of the Azura Road Master buried within it. When these disciples of the Azura Road Master were nearing the end of their lifespan, they must have chosen to be interred in graves surrounding tragic Death Valley, creating a 7-star formation to stabilize and protect the potential of tragic Death Valley with it in the center. Perhaps this was their way of expressing their respect towards their master, or perhaps they were protecting something. God-burying ridge, God-burying ridge. So that's how it is. I thought that this God-burying ridge meant that even gods would be buried if they entered, but in truth I was mistaken. The original meaning of God-burying ridge was that divine gods were buried here, and these divine gods were the disciples of the Azura Road Master. Lin Ming didn't know what boundary the disciples of the Azura Road Master had reached. If he were to think they were true divinities, that simply seemed far too exaggerated. After all, there was an extremely small number of true divinities even within the entire 33-layered heavens. However, calling them Empyreans was the bare minimum. They might have even been extreme Empyreans. As Lin Ming was thinking, his mind stirred. He had already sent out his sense and had felt that some people were approaching. The ones hunting me down have finally arrived. They aren't too slow, but I wonder just who came. Lin Ming licked his lips, his eyes blazing with a brilliant fighting spirit. He had waited for this battle for a long time. During the 9 years within tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had spent most of that time in seclusion and hadn't fought a single battle. Now that he finally left tragic Death Valley, he felt his blood boil over at the thought of the powerful opponents he had to face, as if he had suppressed the raging strength within himself for far too long and needed to erupt. Chapter 1510. Provoke. Chapter 1510. Provoke. Bang. A dreadful explosion burst out from the endless black void, accompanied by faint pain screams. In the next moment, a space crack opened, and several wounded people were pushed through in an extremely distressed and miserable state. They were part of Mr. Zhou's group. There were originally 7 of them, but now only 5 were left. The other 2 had died. The ones surviving were only Mr. Zhou, a half-step world king martial artist, a late divine lord martial artist, and the 2 Spider Brothers. Even in this chaos prison, where killing intent was everywhere, the Spider Brothers' experience and intuition were able to be displayed to a great effect. It was the reason their group had managed to survive until now. What place is this? Mr. Zhou looked at the magnificent ancient altar in front of him, They had just been in a chaotic space storm, but in the next moment they had arrived within a grand hall. It could only be said that the space-time within Chaos Temple was far too chaotic. Besides this ancient black stone altar, there were also 108 stone sculptures surrounding it. The altar was covered in Tao patterns that exuded a deep killing intent, as if there was some incomparably powerful strength sealed within it. There is a treasure here. Mr. Zhou's eyes brightened. The aura all around was definitely not because the origin energy here was too rich, but because there were some rare treasures sealed away here. Mr. Zhou didn't recognize these Tao patterns that originated from the same source as the Azura Road Master's Tao patterns, and thus he definitely didn't know that it was a grave. But just based on his many years of experience, he was able to conclude that there were some great treasures beneath the altar. His judgment was not wrong. Whether or not Blue Throne by Cheese Corpse was interred beneath the altar, there would definitely be a massive number of funeral objects buried with him. These funeral objects would hold an unparalleled attraction towards a World King powerhouse. Old Joe, what do? Do we continue chasing after Lin Ming, or should we dig up the treasures here? The half-step World King said from beside Mr. Zhou, a bit of uncertainty in his voice. As they arrived here, they had encountered many dangerous situations. Even though they saw a treasure in front of them, they still didn't dare to recklessly act. No matter what it was, anything in Chaos Prison wouldn't be easy to take. Mr. Zhou thought for a moment. We must chase after Lin Ming, but we also cannot give up these treasures. It was said that God Burying Ridge is related to the Azura Road Master, so perhaps these treasures were left behind by him. Just what sort of character was the Azura Road Master, let alone an ordinary World King like Mr. Zhou? Even an Empyrean powerhouse would greedily covet the Azura Road Master's treasures. For all martial artists, if they didn't struggle for a lucky chance when it was placed in front of them, then they simply didn't need to cultivate the martial path. And hearing Mr. Zhou's words, the Spider Brothers grimaced, their complexions changing. In their eyes, this black stone altar was a danger zone amongst danger zones. They couldn't even run in time, much less think of digging for treasures here. The older Spider Brother gulped. Do you know what place this is? Demonic power, black stone altar, and also 108 puppet guards. This is an absolute death zone. Once the Great Array Formation is activated here, then all of us will die. As the older Spider Brother spoke, his face paled and his lips shivered. He was well aware that even if they dug out some treasure here, there would be no share for them. For them to come here was simply asking to die. I beg you to let us brothers go, the younger Spider Brother fervently begged. The deeper they ventured into Chaos Prison, the lower the chances that the two of them would emerge alive. What long-winded nagging! Mr. Zhou's eyes turned cold. If you continue babbling nonsense, then I'll kill you both here. Mr. Zhou's voice was filled with killing intent. At this moment, from beside Mr. Zhou, the half-step World King said with a sound transmission, Old Zhou, we should use these two as Pathfinder stones. Let's make them step on the altar floor first to see if there is any danger. As this point was suggested, Mr. Zhou's thoughts stirred. Your suggestion is good, but now isn't the time for that. We should wait for Mr. Ashmurder to arrive here. His Highness the Imperial Prince has our tracking mark, and with Mr. Ashmurder's strength, they should definitely be able to find us even in this absolute death zone. When we've all gathered together, then it won't be too late to have these two cannon fodders explore the way for us. Old Zhou, you're right. We should wait for Mr. Ashmurder to arrive. Once he does, all of the treasures will be ours. The two martial artists beside Mr. Zhou were elated. If the Azura Road Master had buried treasures here, then although they couldn't eat the meat, they could still have a bit of the soup. Perhaps they might even stumble into their own lucky chance here. Like this, Mr. Zhou and his group sat down and began to meditate. Hidden within the array formation, Lin Ming frowned. These people weren't foolish enough to rush into the array formation to dig for treasures, but instead seemed as if they were waiting for others. Lin Ming noticed that their group was missing Imperial Prince Naki and Tian Mingzi. His first thought was that they must be coming to reunite with Mr. Zhou. Lin Ming had Tian Mingzi's tracking mark on him. Even if he was hiding in this array formation, Tian Mingzi would still sense him. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't idly sit by and allow all of his enemies to gather together in one place. If you don't want to move into the array formation, then I'll help you. Lin Ming sneered. Like this, he emerged from the shadows of the array formation. As he stepped out from the shadows of the array formation, his aura was no longer isolated by it. He was immediately sensed by Mr. Zhou and his group. Mr. Zhou's eyes shot open. Who is it? He leapt up, his eyes focusing on Lin Ming. At this time, the light within the hall was extremely dim, and Mr. Zhou's eyes were like bolts of lightning in the dark skies, piercing through the layers of gloom to see Lin Ming. Lin Ming? It's you? Mr. Zhou looked at Lin Ming with incredulity. Lin Ming had actually appeared here and even presented himself in front of them. He simply didn't know the meaning of life or death. Around Mr. Zhou, everyone began taking out their weapons. Several senses locked tightly onto Lin Ming. You little beast, you are courting death, the half-step world king saint said, a diabolic grin crossing his face. In his opinion, Lin Ming was simply a cunning brat, as slippery as a cockroach. Once someone grabbed onto Lin Ming, killing him would be extremely simple. I'll kill you in 3 moves, the saint martial artist said, about to attack. However, Mr. Zhou blocked him. Don't be impulsive. This is a trap. Mr. Zhou didn't believe that Lin Ming was an idiot. If he dared to appear in front of them, even when he wasn't their match, then he must have something he was relying on. The best explanation would be that there were traps here. Ha ha! Lin Ming laughed. Are you all so gutless? Weren't you chasing after me? Now the 5 of you are all standing there, and each of you have a cultivation higher than mine, and yet you're too scared to attack me. You lot are nothing but little turtles. Ha ha! Lin Ming loudly shouted. Mr. Zhou and the 2 martial artists besides him immediately developed ugly complexions. They had a world king and a half-step world king on their side, and yet they were being taunted by a junior like this. I must say, old man, what is your name again? When I was leaving Heaven Devil City, I ran into you. At that time, I was surrounded by you all and saw you riding some stupid-looking monster beast. Your eyes were closed shut, and you were wildly waving your arms around like a dumb clown, mumbling crap like some ridiculous side street con artist. I must ask, what were you doing at that time? Were you acting? Were you pretending to be a clown? If you were pretending to be a clown, then good job. You even fooled me. Lin Ming said. The time he spoke of was when he followed Fatty Zhou to leave for God-burying Ridge. At that time, at the city gates, he had bumped Imperial Prince Naki and his group. Mr. Zhou had been using his heaven spying art to seek out Lin Ming's trail, but because Lin Ming was using the bodily rebirth technique to conceal his appearance, Mr. Zhou wasn't able to discover him at all. Now, being mocked by Lin Ming like this, Mr. Zhou was livid. Before this, he had openly bragged that as long as Lin Ming was within 50 miles of his heaven spying technique, he could immediately find him through any appearance concealing technique. No matter how well hidden he was, he would still be able to grab Lin Ming. But now Lin Ming was telling him that he had waltzed away from right in front of him, and he hadn't even noticed. Everyone beside, Mr. Zhou looked at him. Indeed, Lin Ming's description just now was truly the period when Mr. Zhou was entering the city. In other words, Lin Ming had truly avoided them at the city gates. Mr. Zhou, a world king powerhouse, had used his special secret technique, and yet couldn't sense a divine transformation youth. If this matter were to spread out, then it would shame him to no end. You little beast, I'll smash you in half. Mr. Zhou's eyes flooded with an ominous light. He stepped forwards, nearly wanting to attack. Lin Ming laughed out loud. You think you can? I'm standing right here right now, and yet all you can do is talk? Do you have any guts at all? With so many world kings and divine lords, all you can do is stand there and blabber on? In the future, sooner or later, there will be a day when I kill my way into the saint race and exterminate all of your people, whether they are men or women. I will waste away their cultivation and make you all into slaves. Lin Ming was too arrogant. This simply wasn't the way he had acted in the past. Mr. Zhou felt blue, veins bulging out from his forehead. In his life, he had never been so aggrieved before. A junior that was several cultivation boundaries lower than him was actually cursing him to his face, and yet he was completely helpless to do anything about it. I think you are all little turtles. I will give you all 10 breaths of time. If you aren't going to do anything, then I'm going to leave. I don't have the time or patience to chatter with you. You can either come over here, wash your necks, and prepare to die, or you can hurry up and get the hell out of my way. Go return to your grandmother's home. If all of you are such cowards, then why did you enter this place to try and join in on the fun? You shouldn't have bothered coming here to begin with. I'm going to start counting now. 10-9. Lin Ming became increasingly arrogant, just like a wastrel scumbag young master of a noble family, looking down at everyone as if they were worth nothing at all. The more Lin Ming's current personality diverged from how he was in the past, the more suspicious Mr. Zhou became, and the less willing he was to move half a step forwards. This brat is too conceited. Old Zhou, I will go myself and kill him in 3 moves. From beside Mr. Zhou, the half-step world king powerhouse was nearly crazy with rage. In his eyes, humanity was nothing but a lowly race that only deserved to be slaves of the saints. But now, this human that he could kill as easily as turning his palm was insulting them to their faces. If he could tolerate this, what else could he tolerate? Lin Ming laughed, continuing to count. 8, 7, 6. I must say, you talk so much, and yet you do nothing at all. If you think you can kill me in 3 moves, then I'll eliminate you in 3 moves instead. Perhaps I'll just trample you to death with 1 foot. Chapter 15:11. Absolute Killing Array. Chapter 15:11. Absolute Killing Array. Mr. Zhou's complexion became so dark and gloomy that it seemed water could be squeezed out of his face. His killing intent burst out with an unprecedented intensity, all of it falling onto Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming remained unmoved. He carelessly said, 3, 2.5, 2, 1.5. Hey, I've already counted to 1.5. Aren't you guys going to come and die yet? Lin Ming was purposefully trying to anger them. As he spoke to hear, he suddenly noticed that the Spider Brothers seemed to be wanting to sneak away. He laughed, saying, Hey, you 2 imp race turtles, where do you think you're running off to? You haven't even fought me yet. Just how sad is that? The Spider Brothers felt that the situation was spiraling out of control. Once these people were provoked into doing something by Lin Ming, they would definitely be dragged into their deaths. They were thinking to quietly escape, but Lin Ming's words immediately caused them to freeze in place. At this time, they didn't have any thoughts of even trying to bother Lin Ming. Mr. Zhou was like a powder keg ready to blow up at any moment. The slightest action that caused Mr. Zhou to be unhappy could set him off, causing him to kill them both out of shame and anger. However, Mr. Zhou seemed as if he didn't care about the Spider Brothers at all. He continued to stare at Lin Ming, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ha ha ha, if you keep staring, your eyeballs might pop out. Really, how boring of you. There are only 2 numbers left. 1, 0. Lin Ming finished counting down from 10, and then waved his hands, saying, I'm not going to wait here for you. I'm leaving first. If we have another chance, then let's meet again in the future. Lin Ming turned with a flourish, swaggering away as he left. This caused the 2 saint race martial artists beside Mr. Zhou to become so angry that fires seemed to fan out from their eyes. That brat, he must be faking things. Someone shouted. The truth was that Mr. Zhou was also suspecting this. This was possibly some play that Lin Ming was putting on to run away. If they watched helplessly as Lin Ming managed to escape like this, then not only would this become the greatest shame of his life, but he would also become the laughingstock of the entire saint race. He would even be punished by the rules of his people. But to really run over and grab Lin Ming, he didn't have the courage to do so. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhou suddenly roared out loud. He reached out a hand and grasped towards the Spider Brothers. The Spider Brothers weren't Mr. Zhou's match at all. They cried out in fear as a golden hand made of astral essence grabbed them both. "Ah, forgive us!" The Spider Brothers shouted out with pale faces. However, Mr. Zhou didn't care about their objections at all. He grabbed both of them, and his muscles bulged out as he threw them towards Lin Ming with all his strength. In that moment, the Spider Brothers felt as if their bodies were being torn apart by a tremendous strength. The terrifying speed they were sent hurtling forwards that struck them like a bolt of thunder. Mr. Zhou himself was a body transformation martial artist. Once he erupted with all his strength, his steps could shatter the earth, and his fists could sunder mountains and rivers. The Spider Brothers were tossed forwards like sandbags, so hard that even a tiny planet could be crushed. As for a Divine Lord Realm martial artist, they would be smashed to death. He wanted to use the Spider Brothers to smash Lin Ming to death. At the same time, he could also use them to investigate the mysteries of the Black Altar and see if this was a trap laid down by Lin Ming. Ah! The Spider Brothers hurtled forth like a meteor. Their sad and miserable cries were torn apart by the tremendous currents of astral essence. Upon seeing this, Lin Ming's arrogant smile immediately vanished, instead replaced by a cold, killing intent. He sneered, "So you finally started to do something. Although you think you are just probing me with some cannon fodder, this killing array isn't as simple as you think it is." Lin Ming used a true essence sound transmission to rapidly speak. Before he finished speaking, the black altar in front of him suddenly shook. Then 100,000 rays of black divine light shot out from the altar, piercing through the void like divine swords. The Spider Brothers were struck by these divine swords and were instantly split apart, turned into nothing but minced meat. Pung! At nearly the same time, an even thicker beam of black divine light struck the Spider Brothers, reducing their minced meat to ashes. Finally, their corpses didn't even remain atop the altar. This was blue throne by Chi's grave. No one was allowed to blaspheme it. What? Mr. Zhou's pupils contracted. The Spider Brothers being split apart and reduced to ash by the 100,000 rays of divine light was horrifying, but also within his expectations. However, what shocked him the most was that when those black beams of divine light were randomly shooting about, he could see Lin Ming clearly standing atop the altar, not moving at all within the storm of black divine light. Even so, those black beams of divine light seemed to have eyes, all of them avoiding Lin Ming, not even touching the hem of his robes. He can control the great array formation here. Mr. Zhou was panic-stricken as he thought of this. If this were true, then that was truly dangerous. That's not right. If he can control the array formation here, then he should have been able to use it to directly attack me. There should have been no reason for him to provoke me into doing something. No, he shouldn't be able to control the array formation, but he should be able to see through it. The area where he is standing should be the life zone of this array formation, where no divine lights are able to attack him. Mr. Zhou instantly thought this situation was slightly better. However, Lin Ming was already in an invincible position. It would be impossible for them to kill him. We're withdrawing. Mr. Zhou was decisive in his decision. Seeing that it was impossible to kill Lin Ming, he needed to convene with Mr. Ash Murder and further consider the situation. He believed that with Mr. Ash Murder's strength combined with Tian Mingzi, they would have the ability to kill Lin Ming. After all, this chaos prison was only known as a danger zone where world kings died. If one was strong enough, they could still break through the array formation. However, Lin Ming only laughed. You still think you can run away now? It is too late. This is the tomb of Blue Throne by Qi. You want to walk away like nothing happened after disturbing Senior by Qi's grave? Keep on dreaming. Ew. Lin Ming's eyes were icy cold. At this time, the 108 sculptures around the altar began to shake. Their eyes opened, revealing sparkling red lights. These sculptures were actually alive. Seeing this scene, Mr. Zhou felt all the hairs on his body rise. These puppets were emitting a dreadful aura of demonic power. It was hard to imagine how strong they were. To deal with several of these sculptures was manageable, but if he wanted to simultaneously face 108 of them together, he would be hacked apart in the onslaught of attacks. Mr. Zhou couldn't bother with saving his subordinates. He turned around, wanting to flee alone. But as he turned, he saw something that left his entire body cold. The entrance to this hall, the narrow space crack that they had traveled through, had vanished. The exit had been blocked. Damn it all! Although Mr. Zhou had already guessed that this was an absolute killing zone, he didn't think it would be dangerous to such a degree. He originally thought that the only danger in this hall was the altar, and that it would have many traps hidden within it, thus the reason he had used the Spider Brothers to probe it. In the worst-case situation, the Spider Brothers would die a miserable death, and the rest of them could safely retreat. However, he didn't expect that just probing the altar would trigger the absolute killing array here. Break for me! Mr. Zhou punched his fist against the sealed space barrier, wanting to shatter through the void and escape. However, the space barrier remained motionless. There was no path for them to escape. Chapter 1512, Killing a World King. Chapter 1512, Killing a World King. Attack together. Risk everything. In this life or death moment, Mr. Zhou's eyes turned blood red. He joined forces with the other two to attack together. But at this time, the iron-armored spectral soldiers had come alive. Their bodies emitted crackling, ka-ka-ka sounds as stone chips peeled off from their bodies, fluttering onto the floor. These iron-armored spectral soldiers had glowing red eyes. Their bodies were withered, and from these withered bodies one could faintly see visible skin texture. As Lin Ming saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. These iron-armored spectral soldiers weren't sculptures at all, nor were they puppets. They were true people that were molded over and sealed in black stone to form sculptures. It was impossible for a living person to be sealed for billions of years, but a corpse, if sealed away using some secret technique, had a possibility of being preserved for 10 billion years as an iron-armored spectral soldier. These people might have been killed by Qi before his death, and then kept here as funeral objects to accompany him. But none of that was important. What was important was that in Lin Ming's eyes, he could see that these people had all been world king-level existences before their death. 108 world kings. It could be imagined that all those billions of years ago during the era when the Azura Road Master ruled the world, the martial arts civilization of that time had been at least 10 times more prosperous than it was now. 108 world kings, although they had already died and had even been weakened over billions of years, when they joined together they were still a force that Mr. Zhou wasn't able to deal with. Bang! Mr. Zhou and the two other Saint martial artists attacked with all their strength. They released their strongest moves, barraging the space barrier in a vicious onslaught. However, even though the three of them joined together, they only managed to cause the space barrier to gently vibrate without a single dent at all. Like this, a deep sense of despair surged in Mr. Zhou's heart. Although he knew that this was an absolute killing zone before he entered Chaos Prison, he didn't think the risks would be so bad. Even the cowardly Spider Brothers who feared death had only described Chaos Prison as a place where world kings might perish. But in Mr. Zhou's opinion, the The Spider Brothers had never entered this place and had exaggerated their description to serve as a deterrent from entering. So, Mr. Zhou wasn't too afraid of entering Chaos Prison. But now, he knew that the Spider Brothers simply weren't able to see the killing intent here, and what he thought was their exaggerated description was actually far lacking compared to the truth. This place was not just a danger zone that a world king might die in, but even for a great world king, this absolute killing zone was an extremely ominous land, filled with fatal perils and little hope of surviving. You little beast, your plan was good, but since you want to harm me, then I'll drag you to the grave with me. Mr. Zhou erupted with a roar. Together with his two followers, they all rushed towards Lin Ming. They wanted to attract those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers to Lin Ming so that they would all perish together. However, the moment that they hurtled towards Lin Ming, the saber of a spectral soldier immediately chopped towards the waist of the weakest late Saint Lord Realm martial artist. Although this iron-armored spectral soldier no longer understood laws, the arcane skills used to refine its corpse made its bodily strength several times greater than it had been before its death. It was invulnerable, immune to fire and water. Kacha! With a loud shattering sound, the Saint martial artist's protective astral essence instantly exploded. With a keening shriek, his body contorted at an incredible angle. He wanted to use his powerful mortal body to resist the saber light, and then use a secret body transformation skill to twist and avoid the saber blade. However, the iron-armored spectral soldier was far too horrifyingly strong. All of that Saint race martial artist's efforts were wasted. Just a single saber strike broke through the Saint Lord Realm martial artist's protective astral essence, and at the same time continued to cut through his spine, tearing apart all his organs in the meantime. He had been split apart at the waist. In that moment, the late Saint Lord Realm martial artist felt the heavens and earth spin around him in a dizzying fashion, like this. Only the upper half of his body continued shooting towards the altar, but during this time several hundred divine lights shot out from the altar, scorching his remains to ash. The scene of such a wretched death was truly eerie. As for Mr. Zhou and the other half-step world king powerhouse, their cultivation was far deeper. By relying on the horrible death of the Saint Lord Realm martial artist, as well as the slow speed of the iron-armored spectral soldiers, they circled around and rushed up the altar. They had already prepared themselves. The moment that black beams of light exploded towards them, they forcefully twisted their bodies to avoid fatal wounds. Puff, puff, puff. Black divine light pierced through the half-step world king's arm and thigh. After all, his cultivation was lower, and he couldn't compare with Mr. Zhou. Because of this, he was pierced in several places. Although he avoided being hit in any vital zones of his body, to be so heavily injured on this dangerous altar was the same as dying soon after. Only Mr. Zhou flitted left and right, dodging beam after beam of black light, as he rushed towards Lin Ming like a lively cheetah. CA. Black light wove around him. Mr. Zhou didn't understand these Dao patterns beneath him. Thus he stepped on a death zone of the array formation. As this death zone was activated, several hundred black divine lights shot towards him, sealing away any direction he could escape in. No matter how he twisted his body, he would have to withstand this strike. Ah! Mr. Zhou roared out, erupting his astral essence to the limit, forcefully resisting two beams of black light. However, the black light was far too terrifying. With a loud rumbling explosion, it was like an iron hammer on glass as it struck Mr. Zhou's protective astral essence. With a resounding crack, Mr. Zhou's protective astral essence shattered to pieces. The weakened black light continued forwards, piercing through Mr. Zhou's shoulder and thighs. So fierce! I have no idea how long the great array formation of this tomb has been here, but it still has such unstoppable might. Even a world king saint martial artist with a powerful body was immediately pierced through. Seeing Mr. Zhou continuing to fly towards him, An excited light shined in Lin Ming's eyes. All of the strength percolating within his body suddenly erupted to the limit. The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him, and in the bough of this tree, a dark blue divine dragon was slowly flying around. Ra! A resonant dragon roar rang through to the highest heavens. Lin Ming took a step forwards, stepping onto a life zone of the array formation. He waved the Phoenix Blood Spear, releasing the 8 inner hidden gates to their limits. He actually had no plan to avoid Mr. Zhou's strike. Rather, he intended to face it head-on. "You little beast, die." The current Mr. Zhou was covered in blood. Although his present condition was extremely poor, this was a desperate life or death strike made by a world king. The might behind it was extremely terrifying. Mr. Zhou poured all of his remaining strength into his fist and punched out at Lin Ming. Facing Mr. Zhou's fist, Lin Ming held his spear in both hands and brought it pounding down. Azura Heavenly Tao, Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. In that instant, a dreadful demonic power poured into the Phoenix Blood Spear. This demonic power burned like divine flames, transforming into a winged Azura Phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms. This Azura Phantom's 6 hands each held different weapons, and behind it also spun the Wheel of Samsara. This Wheel of Samsara had similarities to the Wheel of Destiny Lin Ming saw at the City of Discord. It was one of the secret techniques located within the Azura Sutra, the inheritances of the Azura Roadmaster. This was the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Lin Ming had trained for 9 years, and after breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, a powerful strength was contained within his body, needing to be released. Thus, he chose to directly confront a World King powerhouse. This would also be his first time doing so. Bang! The Phoenix Blood Spear collided with Mr. Zhou's fist. In his haste, Mr. Zhou hadn't used a weapon, but to the saint race that were skilled in body transformation, their body was their best weapon. A dreadful explosive sound flooded the area. Mr. Zhou felt a titanic strength shoot up his shoulder. His arms went numb, and a deep pain enveloped his fists. A trace of blood shot out from his hands. What? Mr. Zhou was shocked. He thought that his all-out desperate attack would kill Lin Ming, but the result had completely surprised him. Lin Ming had directly resisted this strike. Him, a World King powerhouse, was actually blocked by a human junior who was only several dozen years old. This was simply a fantastical fairy tale. Although this was a hasty strike and he also didn't use a weapon, he couldn't believe that a junior several cultivation realms below him could possess such a terrifying combat strength. You... Mr. Zhou's pupils shrank as he looked at Lin Ming. A deep fear threatened to overwhelm him. This boy had only grown for several dozen years, and yet he had reached this level of ability. If he were given several hundred years to grow, just what would he become? At this time, Lin Ming also felt his blood tumbling within him and his true essence in chaos. After all, a world king was still a world king. Even though this world king was exhausted, this was still his desperate life or death attack. With this strike, his fist had still been able to suppress Lin Ming's spear light. Rumble, rumble. Energy exploded outwards like a tide. In the ruinous shockwaves of that energy, Lin Ming was forced backwards. However, he had already calculated what path to take. The Tao field of the Black Stone altar had long since been carved into his memory. Every time Lin Ming stepped backwards, he would step on a life zone of the Black Stone altar and evade the Black Divine Light. But Mr. Zhou did not have the ability. As he was forced backwards, he bumped into another absolute death Tao pattern. Whoosh, whoosh. Several incomparably thick beams of divine light shot towards Mr. Zhou, blocking all directions that he could dodge in. At this time, Mr. Zhou had yet to recover himself. Thus it was impossible for him to avoid this attack. Black light howled forwards. A blazing hatred and unwillingness flooded Mr. Zhou's eyes. Pung, 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 pung. With a series of explosive sounds, Mr. Zhou's protective astral essence exploded to pieces. His mortal body was torn apart by the black light, and his head flew off. Dimly, Mr. Zhou could see as his body became increasingly far away. Then he saw Lin Ming retreat again and again, but those black beams of light all missed him, none of them even touching his clothes. How can this be? Mr. Zhou's pupils gradually lost focus. He found it impossible to imagine that a world king powerhouse like himself had hunted down a junior only several dozen years old. And the result was his current grim fate. Not only would he perish here, but his last desperate attack hadn't been able to harm Lin Ming. Amidst the whistling black light, Mr. Zhou's torn-up body was completely scorched to ash. Like this, a world king powerhouse was turned to ash in front of Bai Qi's grave. This was the first world king powerhouse that Lin Ming had slain. Although Lin Ming hadn't directly killed him, he was the one who brought about his death. Chapter 1513, More and More Murder. Chapter 1513, More and More Murder. A world king powerhouse died by my hands. At this time, Lin Ming's blood was still tumbling within his body. He had yet to fully recover from that violent collision, just now. This was the first world king that Lin Ming had killed, but it wouldn't be the last. This was because before long he would have to face the next world king. That would be a truly savage battle. Either they would die, or he would perish. Old Zhou, not too far away from where Mr. Zhou had miserably died. The half-step world king that was barely managing to live watched helplessly as everything occurring around him. His two eyes were already dull and glazed over. When he saw Lin Ming block Mr. Zhou's all-out strike, he felt as if he were living in some sort of dream. In that maniacal clash of energy, Lin Ming and Mr. Zhou had both been sent flying backwards. However, Lin Ming had avoided the murderous black divine light. And as for Mr. Zhou, he had died a horrible death. This Lin Ming is simply a demon. This was the half-step world king's last thought. Within a breath of time of Mr. Zhou's death, the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers rushed over to the altar and hacked him to meat sauce. Like this, the squad that Mr. Zhou led here had been completely annihilated. However, Lin Ming didn't relax at all. He looked over to those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers that were approaching. Chick, chick, chick. After the iron-armored spectral soldiers killed the last Saint Race martial artist, they turned in unison to Lin Ming and pointed their weapons at him. Lin Ming's heart tightened. He slowly retreated, but the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers continued to press down on him. He had expected this situation from the very start. Every time he took a step, he was able to step on a life zone of the black stone altar's Tao patterns in order to avoid that terrifying black light. But these iron-armored spectral soldiers were different. Once they were activated, it was hard to say whether or not they would attack him. In order to minimize the danger, from the start Lin Ming had never disturbed the grave of Blue Throne Bai Qi. Instead, he used words to provoke Mr. Zhou into action. Otherwise, if he only wanted to activate the Great Array formation here, Lin Ming wouldn't even have tried to goad his enemies but would have directly attacked them. The iron-armored spectral soldiers approached closer, step by step. Lin Ming held his breath, his palms wet with sweat. Azura Heavenly Tao, Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Lin Ming lifted his hands. Behind him, a brilliantly red wheel appeared. This wheel was engraved with innumerable demons and Azura phantoms. Runes covered its surface, just like the runes that covered the surface of the ancient bronze coffin in the god-beast tomb array formation. This wheel was thick with the smell of blood and slaughter. The so-called Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel was the 10,000 life and death samsaras experienced by 10,000 demons. The pain that these demons suffered in their 10,000 samsaras, their sins, the heavenly tribulations they faced, all of their karma was carved into a wheel and condensed into infinite demonic power. This was an offensive and defensive technique. However, the reason Lin Ming used the myriad demon karmic wheel was not to attack or defend. He was well aware that with his limited strength, it was simply impossible for him to oppose these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. Even if he were to hide within Primordius' heavenly palace, he would have to face the barrage of attacks from the Great Array formation. Sooner or later, Primordius' heavenly palace would run out of energy and he would be in the same dead end as before. The only way out of this predicament for Lin Ming was to use the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao and obtain the approval of Blue Throne by Chi's array formation. The myriad demon karmic will slowly spun. In the moment that a tide of great demonic power surged out, the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers froze. The weapons in their hands also slowed down, their blazing red eyes all focused on the myriad demon karmic wheel above Lin Ming. Those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers had been demons before their death, and they had a natural sense of awe and subservience upon seeing this myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming held his breath, keeping completely still. This sort of feeling was just like a common mortal facing 108 vicious tigers. A single careless move would mean a fate where he didn't even have bones remaining. This stalemate lasted for a dozen-some breaths of time. To Lin Ming, this time was as long as hours. Then, from the black stone altar, beams of black light shot out. Black lights each struck an iron-armored spectral soldier, and these iron-armored spectral soldiers that were struck immediately returned to being black stone sculptures. In a short period of time, the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers completely transformed into black sculptures and gathered again around the black stone altar. The sealed-off space crack also reopened. One difference was that these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers were in different positions from before, and the blazing red light in their eyes hadn't yet gone out. This proved that the array formation was still in an active state. "I'm safe for now." Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief, his body dripping with sweat. To face such a close encounter with death, the pressure on him had been great. Stepping on the life zone Tao patterns, Lin Ming stepped off the black stone altar. He used black flames to eliminate the pieces of meat and blood on the ground. After that, he removed all traces of combat, and also received Mr. Zhou's spatial ring and treasures that he dropped. Then, like a ghost, he flitted back to the shadow of the Great Array formation, waiting in ambush yet again. He was like a wolf hiding in the dark, waiting for his prey. He also summoned Primordius' heavenly palace. This heavenly palace contained the laws of space and time, and was able to shrink and grow as he pleased. Currently, Primordius' heavenly palace was only the size of a table. Lin Ming placed it atop a life zone of the black stone altar's Tao patterns, and then with a flash, Lin Ming's figure submerged into it. As soon as Lin Ming entered Primordius' heavenly palace, he relaxed his body. He immediately began to swallow down pills, sitting down in meditation to control his breathing. He was fully aware that the battle he experienced just now was only the appetizer. Soon he would have to face more battles in addition to the extremely deep Tianmingzi. Lin Ming felt a sense of dread when he thought of Tianmingzi. He had to adjust himself to his peak condition to face him. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming opened his eyes from meditation. He saw Xiao Moxian sitting not too far away from him. When Xiao Moxian had entered Lin Ming's inner world, she also entered Primordius' heavenly palace within him. At this time, Xiao Moxian was leaning back in a chair, her long legs propped up on a stone bench. Her snow-white thighs were vivacious, filled with the vitality of youth. "I didn't imagine you would also have this kind of move," Xiao Moxian chuckled. For a time, it was like spring had arrived. She was referring to when Lin Ming had stood atop the black stone altar and had mercilessly taunted and enraged the Saint Race martial artists. This sort of Lin Ming was simply far too different from how he was normally. The situation required it. Lin Ming wryly smiled. Well, nice acting. Xiao Moxin leapt down from her chair. What are we going to do next? Wait. Lin Ming didn't have any better methods. Bai Qi's tomb was an extremely dire and ominous place, but not every spot in this hall was dangerous. The black stone altar was likely to be where Bai Qi was buried. If Bai Qi's corpse was really interred there, then that black stone altar was undoubtedly the most important place in the entire tomb, as well as the most dangerous place. To wait, there was the wisest and safest choice. The absolute killing array here can identify my myriad demon karmic wheel. Moreover, those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers are not a force that Tian Mingzi can deal with. If we're here, we can control the battlefield. However, there's just something I'm worried about. Lin Ming faintly frowned as he spoke. What are you worried about? I'm worried that Tian Mingzi might have some hidden card in hand, or perhaps he might be plotting something else. When we left Tragic Death Valley, we stepped into the tracking array formation that he laid down, and we have his tracking mark within us. The area outside of Bai Qi's grave isn't too dangerous. By all rights, with Tian Mingzi's strength, he should have caught up to us by now. If so, then the first ones to come here shouldn't have been that one called Mr. Zhou, but Tian Mingzi. Besides Tian Mingzi, there is also Imperial Prince Naki. Imperial Prince Naki wasn't with that Mr. Zhou fellow, so there can only be two possibilities. Perhaps he never came to God-Bearing Ridge, or perhaps there is someone even stronger protecting him. That person might be Tian Mingzi, or it might be someone else. In Lin Ming's opinion, Imperial Prince Naki had an extremely important role in the Saint race. Generally speaking, Imperial Prince Naki should also be the most closely guarded. Tian Mingzi was a great world king. In terms of strength, he was much better than Mr. Zhou. However, he wasn't a saint after all, and anyone would find it hard to trust in others that weren't of their race. With the saint race's naturally arrogant and suspicious minds, Imperial Prince Naki most likely wouldn't seek out protection beneath the wing of Tian Mingzi. But with Mr. Zhou, however, he didn't do this. This caused Lin Ming to suspect that during his time in Tragic Death Valley, Imperial Prince Naki had found an even stronger helper. As Lin Ming was thinking this, the warning array he left outside of the black stone altar was touched. At this time, the warning array was directly shattered. Lin Ming's thoughts turned cold. Someone had come, and they were apparently much stronger than Mr. Zhou. Chapter 1514, Mr. Ash Murder. Chapter 1514, Mr. Ash Murder. At this time, outside of Bai Qi's tomb, four Saint race martial artists were floating in the endless starry skies. Among these four people was Imperial Prince Naki. Of the three people, one was Imperial Prince Naki's subordinate, Manyu, a half-step world king. The other two wore gray capes, their bodies emitting a horrifying aura that was mysterious and dangerous. One of these two gray-robed people was faintly in the lead. This person was Mr. Ash Murder, the person Naki had invited here. Ash Murder was a saint, and had once been shown graciousness in the past by the first-ranked disciple of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Now, by helping Naki, this was the same as returning the favor he owed from the past. Mr. Ash Murder's sense is truly sharp. Even such a secretive warning array formation was easily discovered by you. Imperial Prince Naki praised from his heart. He didn't know that he had unknowingly stepped into a warning array formation. Even with Mr. Ash Murder reminding him, he still wouldn't have been able to see it. Only when Mr. Ash Murder destroyed the array formation had he been able to sense it. This warning array formation shouldn't have been laid down by that brat Lin Ming, right? Imperial Prince Naki rubbed his chin. If Lin Ming was somewhere ahead of them, Laying down a warning array formation so that he could ambush them or escape ahead of time was a highly likely possibility. The only problem was that Naki didn't believe this. He found it hard to imagine that Lin Ming's attainments in array formations had reached such a high degree, to a degree that he couldn't sense it at all, and only someone like Ashmurder could do so. This disparity was simply far too great. He admitted that he was lacking in certain aspects when compared to Lin Ming, but he wouldn't be lacking to such a degree. Ashmurder hesitated for a moment, and then said in a deep and icy tone, "It shouldn't be him." This warning array formation comes from the same lineage as the killing array formations here. The Tao patterns and array symbols are very similar. It's unlikely that they stem from the hands of a junior. When Lin Ming laid down the array formation, he had used the exclusive Tao patterns of the Azura Heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why Imperial Prince Naki, as well as Mr. Zhou, hadn't been able to sense the warning array formation. So that's how it is. If it was part of the killing array formation here, then it's not surprising that I wasn't able to discover it. Imperial Prince Naki immediately became aware, feeling that this argument was fair. He laughed. "Mr. Ashmurder is too fierce. All the dangers that we encountered along the way weren't able to hinder Mr. Ashmurder at all. Speaking of it, these so-called killing zones must be nothing but fun little danger games to Mr. Ashmurder. Perhaps even calling them games is too high a word." Imperial Prince Naki laughed out loud. His subordinate Manyu also followed in kind. "Your Highness is right. Although this god-bearing ridge is risky, that also depends on the person. With Mr. Ashmurder's strength, coming in and out of here should be extremely easy." Ashmurder only faintly smiled at the flattering of these people. His strength had already reached the level of a half-step Empyrean, and in these past years he had also studied ancient arrays. Thus he didn't fear the killing array formations too much. Although he couldn't freely wander about, he wouldn't meet any dangers as long as he was a bit more careful. In the past, the Saint Sovereign's disciple, Empyrean Saint Mountain, gave me a great graciousness. And now, today I shall help you eliminate this future disaster to the Saint race. This can be considered as returning the favor. As for breaking through array formations, that's just something I happen to be an expert at. In this god-burying ridge, the only place I somewhat fear is Tragic Death Valley. As for the other places, they can't be considered much at all. Even for that Tragic Death Valley, once I break into the Empyrean realm, I will also go in to take a look. Ashmurder's words were calm and plain, but filled with a high degree of confidence. He truly did want to go to Tragic Death Valley. Mr. Ashmurder, I think perhaps the rumors of Tragic Death Valley are overly exaggerated. Even that brat Lin Ming was able to enter Tragic Death Valley, and also safely leave. I think that this Tragic Death Valley is far too mediocre. Imperial Prince Naki coldly coughed. If Lin Ming had truly traveled into Tragic Death Valley and then safely left, he would become the sole person in 10 billion years to do so. Naki naturally refused to accept this, no matter what. Thus he had to disparage Lin Ming at any given opportunity. Mr. Ashmurder coldly sneered. Tragic Death Valley is indeed extremely dangerous. Although you say that Lin Ming safely emerged from Tragic Death Valley, I can't believe that at all. Imperial Prince Naki was stunned. This is something that Tian Mingzi saw with his own eyes. Does he have some reason to lie? Anything is possible. A contemptuous light flashed in Mr. Ashmurder's eyes. Words could be unreliable. Only seeing was believing. If someone were to say that a divine transformation realm youth had entered Tragic Death Valley, a place where even Empyreans perished, and had then safely emerged to become the first person to do so in 10 billion years, then he found that impossible to believe. Moreover, Ashmurder had also studied Tragic Death Valley in the past and knew that Empyreans had indeed died there. For a junior like Lin Ming to do something as ridiculous as breaking out of Tragic Death Valley, Ashmurder wouldn't believe it even if he saw this happen with his own eyes, much less believe it based on someone else's account. It's either Tian Mingzi is being untruthful, or that Lin Ming in truth never entered Tragic Death Valley to begin with, and was only camouflaging himself. Mr. Ashmurder said with absolute confidence. Naki was startled, but he felt this was also extremely likely. At the time, besides Tian Mingzi, no one else had seen Lin Ming fly into Tragic Death Valley, and afterwards, none of them had seen Lin Ming emerge from Tragic Death Valley with their own eyes. They had only heard about his whereabouts and had caught up to him here. Who knew if Lin Ming was simply making circles around Tragic Death Valley? A bystander can see the situation clearly. What Mr. Ashmurder says is right. I was far too ready to believe in the words of others. This is mainly because I subconsciously believed that Lin Ming had an unbelievably great destiny upon his body. Thus it was likely that anything incredible could happen to him, and not be strange at all, so I believed everything I heard. Ooh. Naki frowned as he spoke. He needed to reconsider everything that Tian Mingzi had told him. It wasn't because he thought that Tian Mingzi was lying to him on purpose, but as Ashmurder said, if Lin Ming, with his divine transformation realm cultivation, was really the first person to leave Tragic Death Valley safely in 10 billion years, then this was simply too unbelievable, no matter who heard it. Naki believed that because he had been defeated miserably by Lin Ming in the past, he subconsciously thought that it was possible for Lin Ming to create any miracle afterwards. This sort of thinking was the same as being mentally defeated before he even fought Lin Ming. Once a martial artist developed this sort of thinking, it was nearly impossible for them to surpass the other party. Tragic Death Valley is a place where even Empyreans will be trapped forever. If you say a divine transformation realm junior can break out, then you are simply taking the world as a joke. Ashmurder snorted in scathing disdain at Tian Mingzi's opinion. Imperial Prince, in the future you will be a leader of the Saint race, and your achievements might be no worse than the good fortune Saint sons. You must not let a human junior throw your heart into confusion. Ashmurder looked at Naki and meaningfully said, Naki respectfully said, this junior is truly ashamed. In these past years, during the battle at Chaotic Blood Continent, as well as leaving my name upon the Emperor's Stone, I have been defeated twice. Those events have really left this junior impatiently angry. In truth, when I fought Lin Ming in the battle on Chaotic Blood Continent, I wasn't any worse than he was, and when we left our names upon the Emperor's Stone, that wasn't a true contest of our strength. I will restore my confidence and kill Lin Ming, so that my heart of martial arts will achieve perfection. It's commendable that you can realize this. Let's continue forwards now. That human junior shouldn't be too far away. They had temporarily lost track of Mr. Zhou's trail, but they weren't worried about this because in Chaos Prison there were many space barriers and space-time storms, so it was normal to lose contact with tracking marks. Like this, the four people passed through a space crack and then arrived in a grand hall. Within this grand hall was a magnificent black stone altar. It immediately attracted the attention of the four. The black stone altar was covered in dense layers of Tao patterns. 108 fierce sculptures surrounded it, flooding the hall with a terrifying demonic power. This place is... Imperial Prince Naki's eyes brightened. He could immediately sense that this place was extraordinary. Interesting. Ashmurder traced his beard, laughing. He had used his sense to investigate just now, and discovered that there were likely some treasures buried beneath the black stone altar. The heavens truly help me. If I'm not wrong, then there are treasures in this place, and there must be a buried divine trove of some sort. I have come to God Burying Ridge several times before, but I never imagined that there would be such great treasures buried in this danger zone. This is a tremendous lucky chance. Although I first came here to hunt down some human junior, this is a perfect coincidence. Ha! Buried treasure. Imperial Prince Naki was immediately enthused by these words. He and Ashmurder were traveling together, and Ashmurder also owed a favor to his good fortune St. Palace. By all reasoning, a part of the treasures should be divided to him. Moreover, it was said that this god-burying ridge was connected to the Azura Roadmaster. If so, then perhaps this buried treasure was also related to the Azura Roadmaster. The value and rarity of the Azura Roadmaster's treasures could be imagined. However, being enthused was only being enthused. Imperial Prince Naki still didn't lose his calm. Mr. Ashmurder, the aura of demonic power here is too thick, and those 108 sculptures are each concealing a deep killing intent. This is a danger zone. And although there is buried treasure here, obtaining it will not be easy. Of course, Ashmurder easily responded, his face filled with confidence. This divine trove is guarded by layers upon layers of protections. So how could it be easy to obtain? Even someone like me must use some effort, but that is only some effort. And eventually I will obtain the treasures. These array formations have already existed for billions or even 10 billion years. If the might of the array formations in the past were at a 10, then their present state can only be called a 1. Ashmurder wasn't blindly confident in himself. No matter what array formation it would be greatly weakened over 10 billion years of time. Moreover, he possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation as well as an understanding into ancient array formations. He was confident he could eventually break through the array formation here. Guard me. I will study the Tao patterns first. Upon saying this, Ashmurder carefully stepped forwards. The step he took avoided the Death Zone's runes. Although he didn't understand the Azura heavenly Tao, by relying on his experience of ancient arrays, he could faintly feel his way through 1 or 2 steps. Although Ashmurder didn't step on any death zones because of Mr. Zhou's previous invasion, the great absolute killing array within Bai Chi's tomb was already activated. Now, this step of his had become the fire that lit the fuse. Those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers began to restlessly stir, the red light in their eyes becoming increasingly bright. Chapter 15:15, Violently Beating the Imperial Prince. Chapter 15:15, Violently Beating the Imperial Prince. Here, a bright red light began sparkling within the eyes of the 108 sculptures, causing a deep sense of fear to stir within Ashmurder. Their bodies were emitting a horrifying demonic power. These sculptures, Naki looked at the 108 sculptures, frowning. He could sense a dangerous aura from them, one that made him feel sick and uneasy. Mr. Ashmurder. Naki couldn't help but call out. It's no problem. Ashmurder waved his hand. The situation is still well within my hand. Ashmurder took a step back, turning towards those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. Astral essence revolved all over his body as he maintained an air of calm around him. Seeing Ashmurder's appearance, Naki felt slightly relieved. Within this absolute killing zone of God-burying ridge, he was far too weak. He needed the protection of powerhouses to survive here. These 108 sculptures are guarding the divine trove. For such a divine trove, it would actually be more strange if there weren't guardians. Ashmurder raised both his hands together, drawing Tao patterns in the air. We first must handle them. Otherwise, it will be extremely troublesome once we are digging up the treasures. As Ashmurder spoke, he formed thousands of Tao patterns in the air with his hands. 33 heavens, the gods of life and death, by the name of Ashmurder, seal away all existence. Ashmurder's body shook as he shot out a gray chaos light. This chaos light was actually a little similar to the black hole from the Divine Seal art. Of course, it was immeasurably far from reaching the realm of the Divine Seal art. The Divine Seal art was a cultivation method created by a true divinity, whereas Ashmurder's sealing technique was only from an incomplete, transcendent divine might. However, as a half-step Empyrean, Ashmurder's cultivation was able to make up for the difference in levels. Several thousand array symbols shot out, instantly blocking the void all around him. He actually wanted to seal away the 108 puppets. As this sealing technique was shot out by Ashmurder, these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers violently trembled. The red light in their eyes became increasingly savage and cruel, and stone flakes shed off from their bodies. They had come back to life. The strength of these 108 spectral soldiers gathered together. For a time, the entire hall was flooded in a storm of their potent demonic power. Bang! The void shook, and the earth trembled. The space crack behind the group suddenly closed as the black stone altar sealed away all exits once more. Mr. Ashmurder. Naki nearly lost his voice crying out as he saw the space crack disappear. Don't worry, the situation is still under my control. Ashmurder clenched his teeth as he spoke. At this time his face was extremely ugly. The strength of these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers had far surpassed his imagination. These are guard puppets formed by some sage. Moreover, they were all world kings before their death. Ashmurder's eyesight was outstanding. He could immediately see through a part of the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers' array formation. If this was really a true battle array formed by 108 world kings, then Ashmurder would die without a shadow of doubt. But currently, this was only an array formation composed of 108 world king corpse puppets. With this, he still had the strength to fight. Although Ashmurder thought highly of himself and seemed overly arrogant, he truly did possess a certain level of ability. With his half-step Empyrean cultivation, he was much stronger than Mr. Zhou. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gray chaos light that Ashmurder shot out formed gray ropes that wrapped around the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. These ropes were covered with shimmering runes. In Lin Ming's eyes, these runes were extremely crude, but with so many of them connected together in addition to Ashmurder's half-step Empyrean cultivation, they were extremely effective. Just 3 of these ropes could bind a celestial body. But at this time, the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers completely recovered. They raised their various weapons and chopped down at Ashmurder's sealing array. Kacha! 108 weapons slashed down at these gray ropes. This attack caused Ashmurder to pale. Luckily, these iron-armored spectral soldiers had limited intelligence. The force of their attacks was spread all throughout the ropes. If they had joined together to attack one spot on the rope, then it would have been immediately cut in half. I can't divide my attention. Come and lend me a hand. These 108 puppets form a battle array. If we can kill a few of them, then the situation will become much easier to handle. Ashmurder bellowed. At the same time, he waved his hand and tossed out 2 human-shaped puppets from his inner world, as well as a blue wolf the size of an ox. Ashmurder himself also refined puppets, and that blue puppet was his contract beast. 2 puppets, a blue wolf, in addition to Imperial Prince Naki and 2 others. There were now 7 fighters gathered on Ashmurder's side. By himself, Ashmurder was using a sealing technique to prevent a frontal collision with those 108 iron-armored soldiers. He was well aware that if his sealing technique broke and those iron-armored spectral soldiers rushed towards them, the consequences would be inconceivable. Seeing Ashmurder holding up the sealing ropes by himself and reaching his limit, Naki and the others didn't hesitate. All of them joined forces to attack the iron-armored spectral soldiers. Their ultimate attacks composed a simple battle array, with the 3 people, a beast, and 2 puppets joining their attacks. A raging torrent of energy erupted outwards. Attack! Naki shouted out loud, ready to release the tyrannical energy of their attack. The iron-armored spectral soldiers in Bai Chi's tomb were formidable, but after billions of years, Their bodies had inevitably deteriorated. As long as they could land this attack, killing several of them shouldn't be a problem. But just as he was about to attack, he felt a cold chill shoot up his back and into the heavens. A profound killing intent had locked onto him. Someone was sneak attacking him. This was the first thought that raced through Naki's mind. He had experienced countless life and death battles, and his body had been conditioned to reflexively respond to dangers in a time of crisis. He didn't think about anything else and immediately leapt forwards. As he rushed forwards, Naki caught a glimpse of the person who was sneak attacking him. Then his mind shook. "Lin Ming, it's you?" A blazing anger ignited in Naki's eyes. He watched helplessly as Lin Ming appeared from the shadows like a ghost, grasping the phoenix blood spear in his hand. Behind him, the phantom of a massive true dragon had appeared. The power of fire and thunder, heavenly tribulation gathered onto the phoenix blood spear. Howling flames and churning thunder wove together, forming a sea of red and purple. Kacha! A spear thrust forwards with unstoppable momentum, exploding towards Imperial Prince Naki and the others. The temporary combat array they formed immediately exploded to pieces, and the energy they gathered was also blown up by Lin Ming's spear. A terrifying wave of energy blew outwards. The two puppets that Ash Murder released were caught up in this detonation of energy and broke into pieces. Ash Murder's puppets shouldn't have been so weak, but something like a puppet depended on their energy to fight. And at this time, the two puppets had gathered all of their energy to attack the iron-armored spectral soldiers. The puppets simply hadn't reserved any energy to protect themselves, and had instead been struck down by Lin Ming. After the puppets were instantly destroyed, Lin Ming's spear potential didn't end. He attacked once more, and the one he chose to attack this time was Imperial Prince Naki. Out of everyone here, Naki was not some strong and mighty figure, but he was an extremely important person. This was because his status was extremely special. If Naki died, then this would ruin the mentality of everyone here, as well as cause tremendous losses to the Saint race. At this time, Ash Murder was using all of his strength to hold back the iron-armored spectral soldiers. He simply didn't have time to help. Naki had to face Lin Ming directly. Naki drew backwards, using a halberd to block the waves of energy. Lin Ming, a despicable villain like you can only ambush others. At this time, Naki's eyes, as he glared at Lin Ming, could nearly spit out fire. "You are calling me a despicable villain? I am younger than you, and yet to hunt me down you actually brought a half-step Empyrean, as well as 2 world kings. Yet you still call me a despicable villain? Do you have any face at all? If you have the courage, then come and fight me yourself. If you are too scared, then you are even less than a turtle." Lin Ming shot out his spear straight towards Naki's chest. "Hey, turtle, why aren't you running? Are you planning on meeting my strike head-on?" Lin Ming's imperious attitude enraged Naki. "Do you think I really fear you? During the battle on Chaotic Blood Continent, you only won because of a magic tool. That wasn't your ability at all. Take my halberd." The hate and anger within Naki's heart erupted like a volcano. Facing Lin Ming's spear, he no longer evaded, but instead struck out his halberd in an open welcome. Naki's halberd was like a falling mountain. Golden light radiated outwards. Seeing Naki's strike falling down, Lin Ming fiendishly laughed. He simultaneously released the 8 inner hidden gates and heretical god force to the limit. The phoenix blood spear in his hands emitted a keening cry. For a time, his spear light howled out like a true dragon. "Imperial Prince, be careful," Ash Murder shouted out from behind Naki. However, this warning was too late. Naki's all-out strike, that dazzling and thick golden spear light, was actually instantly torn into pieces by the true dragon phantom formed by Lin Ming's spear. This true dragon seemed all-powerful, undefeatable as it roared towards Naki. Just the aura of that dreadful true dragon caused Naki's protective astral essence to shake, as if it would collapse at any moment. Naki was panic-stricken. Just how was this possible? He never thought that he was much worse than Lin Ming. Even though he lost to Lin Ming in the contest of the Emperor's Stone, that was only the difference in talent and potential. Something like potential only slowly translated to strength over a long period of time. In terms of current strength, Naki didn't think he would lose to Lin Ming. At least, not by much. Imperial Prince, Your Highness. Beside Naki, the half-step world king, Manyu rushed forwards, slashing his saber down at the true dragon phantom. However, even after being cut by this saber, the true dragon phantom continued with unstoppable force. Explode! Lin Ming shouted out. All of the strength poured into the true dragon phantom instantly erupted. That half-step world king was blown away. As for Naki, he bore the brunt of this attack. Lin Ming's spear smashed into his chest. Kacha! Naki's protective astral essence shattered to pieces along with the treasure armor he wore. His ribs broke apart, and he spat out a great mouthful of blood. His organs ruptured, and he was sent flying backwards like a torn-up sack. How could this be? He is not a divine transformation. He is a divine lord. Naki's eyes were blurred and empty. The moment that he was struck by Lin Ming, he also determined Lin Ming's cultivation. At that time, it was like someone had pulled out his spine. Lin Ming's spear strike not only crushed Naki's ribs and organs, but it also completely annihilated his confidence. He couldn't believe that a mere several years ago, Lin Ming had only been at the middle divine transformation realm, and now he had grown into the divine lord realm. As for Naki himself, during the Battle of Chaotic Blood Continent, he had only been at the late saint transformation realm. And even now, he was still at the late saint transformation realm. Although his strength had grown, his cultivation remained stranded where it was. Compared to Lin Ming, this was the same as the heavens and earth. This is because of the approval of the Emperor's Stone. How can I ever surpass such potential? In that moment, Naki's physical wounds were not as great as the wounds of his mind. He had completely lost all courage to face Lin Ming. Chapter 15:16, The Furious Ash Murder. Chapter 15:16, The Furious Ash Murder. Seeing Imperial Prince Naki grievously injured by his spear strike, how could Lin Ming give him a chance to recover? Taking advantage of his weakened state, Lin Ming stepped forwards, slashing out the Phoenix Blood Spear to take Naki's head. To finish off his opponents without any reservation, this was how Lin Ming fought. Your Highness, beside Naki, Manyu cried out in panic. If the Imperial Prince died, then it would be because of his protection being flawed. Once he returned to the Saint race, he would suffer extreme penalties. You dare to injure the Imperial Prince of my people? I'll take your life. Manyu grabbed a saber and cut out at Lin Ming's waist, wanting to use this attack to force him back. Lin Ming shouted out loud, and a broad and ancient stone gate appeared beside him. This stone gate was as stable and still as a mountain, completely blocking Manyu's saber strike. Kacha! The saber slashed down on the stone gate. The stone gate only trembled a little, but not a single mark was left behind. Out of my way! Lin Ming struck his palm out on the stone gate. The stone gate howled out, suppressing Manyu. This brat! Manyu was shocked. Lin Ming's strength had far exceeded his imagination. By himself, he actually faced all of them together and had taken the upper hand. Although it could be said that Lin Ming took advantage to sneak attack them, the moment they were all focused on dealing with the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers, for him to accomplish this was nearly unbelievable. After all, he only had an early divine lord cultivation. Manyu didn't have time to think about how Lin Ming broke into the divine lord realm in just a few years. He had to face off against this incomparably heavy Primordius gate. This area was an absolute killing zone. Although Lin Ming was able to recklessly dash about, Man Yu definitely didn't have the courage to do so. He slashed out several hundred saber lights, all of the saber lights crashing onto the Primordius Gate and releasing a dazzling explosion. At the same time, he roared out loud and used his fist to punch against the Primordius Gate. He wanted to use his powerful Saint Race body to forcefully resist the Primordius Gate. His entire body swelled with blood vitality, some of it even leaking out the corners of his mouth. He turned around, and what he saw left his body icy cold. Lin Ming had already arrived in front of Naki. Naki's face was pale. Right now, his life hung on the thinnest thread. Lin Ming's attack was merciless. With a sharp thrust of his hand, the Phoenix Blood Spear whistled forth, howling towards Naki like a raging red dragon. As long as this spear struck, Naki would die without a burial ground. But as soon as the Phoenix Blood Spear was about to strike Naki, a gray rope whipped outwards and wrapped around Naki, immediately carrying him away. Bang! The Phoenix Blood Spear heavily smashed into a space barrier. The space barrier trembled and divine light shot out, but the space barrier didn't even have the tiniest crack. This was the space barrier that held by Chi's grave. Not even a great world king was able to break through it. Just a little bit more. Lin Ming darkly sighed in regret. Just a little more, and he would have killed Naki. As he turned around, he saw Naki wrapped in the gray rope and shooting towards a gray-robed man. Naki entered his inner world, vanishing from sight. This gray-robed man was that mysterious Mr. Ashmurder. So you're Lin Ming. To think that you would ambush us here. You little beast, I will take your life. Ashmurder was so angry that his insides were gurgling within him, seething with rage. Lin Ming had chosen the time when his concentration was completely focused on other matters to sneak attack him. Before this, he didn't even know that Lin Ming had been hiding here. Lin Ming's sudden appearance had left Ashmurder startled. The battle array that Imperial Prince Naki and the others formed had been shattered by Lin Ming, and the two puppets were also crushed apart by him. Not just that, but Lin Ming had made him lose his concentration in order to save Naki. This caused the pressure of those 108 puppets to be even greater on him. This brat was already long waiting in ambush here. He was waiting for us to break out of the array formation before he sneak attacked us. Ashmurder wasn't an idiot. He was able to immediately understand what was happening. A junior that was only several dozen years old was able to freely move within a danger zone of God-burying Ridge, a place where even world kings could perish. Not just that, but he was able to keep guard in this ancient array formation and ambush a half-step Empyrean. This boldness and these methods caused even Ashmurder to feel a cold chill run down his spine. Lin Ming glanced at Ashmurder and simply didn't bother him with. He turned around and immediately attacked Man Yu. Although Ashmurder had invested all of his strength into sealing away the 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers and was unable to divert his attention, he still possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation and likely had many terrifying abilities. Lin Ming found it hard to contend with an ordinary world king right now. If he approached Ashmurder, a simple strike would severely wound him or even kill him. The most intelligent plan would be to wait until Ashmurder was completely exhausted by the iron-armored spectral soldiers, and then Lin Ming could wait for a chance to deal with him. Brat, you really do not know the meaning of death or danger. Man Yu was already enraged by Lin Ming. He had been caught off guard by Lin Ming's sneak attack, and now that he saw Lin Ming continue to attack him, he roared out loud, grasped his saber, and slashed out at Lin Ming. All of his strength was poured into this saber strike without any held back. He had already seen Lin Ming's strength with his own eyes, but he didn't believe that Lin Ming had the strength to kill a half-step world king in frontal combat. A saber cut out, the saber light piercing through the dark like a bolt of lightning. At this time, the Phoenix Blood Spear was still covered with the interwoven power of thunder and fire, but it was different from the previous red and purple spear light. This time, Lin Ming's spear also contained a gray light, one that seemed to swallow all of existence. This gray light was concealed in the spear light, seeming common and humble, something that no one would notice. After all, it wasn't strange for a martial artist attack to cause an eruption of multicolored lights. These lights were the colors of the various laws. Kacha! An explosive whistling burst out, and Lin Ming's figure suddenly came to a stop. His spear crashed into the saber, and the power of thunder and fire erupted, surging outwards. A terrifying impact spread through Lin Ming's body, causing him to fly away. He didn't lose his balance because of Manyu's attack, but had used the attack to swiftly bounce away like a bird. As for Manyu, his body shook for a moment before he stabilized himself. Manyu, join forces with my contract beast and delay Lin Ming. I just need you to buy me some more time. Ashmurder shouted as blue veins stuck out all over his face. In that collision just now, Lin Ming had been forced back and Manyu had only shaken a bit. This allowed Ashmurder to let out a breath of relief. As long as Manyu could suppress Lin Ming, then all he had to do was seal away these iron-armored spectral soldiers. Once he did so, killing Lin Ming was only a matter of time. With Ashmurder's order, the silver blue wolf contract beast let loose a howl as it hurtled itself towards Lin Ming. In that explosion just now, the silver blue wolf had also been injured, but the life force of an ancient vicious beast was extremely tough. Even if it were severely wounded, it could still stubbornly continue fighting. The silver blue wolf flanked Lin Ming and leapt at him. At Ashmurder's order, Manyu should have joined in to attack from Lin Ming's right. However, as the blue wolf rushed forwards, Manyu remained motionless as before. During his collision with Lin Ming just now, when Manyu broke through the thunder and fire heavenly tribulation, an all-swallowing black light had shot into his spiritual sea. This black light was a soul attack that came from the inheritance of Empyrean divine mist. This was Empyrean divine mist's transcendent divine might. Empyrean divine mist soul attacks were completely different from all other soul attacks that Lin Ming knew of. Most soul attacks used one's own soul as the weapon, and if the attack failed, one would receive a backlash to the soul. But Empyrean divine mist soul attacks could actually use energy to directly strike an opponent's soul without any need for using one's own soul as the attack medium. As long as one fused this energy into their attack, then this attack would have both a material attack as well as a soul attack. This was a nearly unstoppable strike. What is happening? Seeing Manyu remain motionless, Ashmurder was confused. Manyu hadn't died, but his mind had entered a state of utter chaos, one that he was unable to rid himself of. And at this time, Lin Ming welcomed the silver blue wolf. With a loud shout, he opened the 8 inner hidden gates to their limits. The phantom of a true dragon reappeared behind him, celestial tyrant Manuel. 100-layered waves. In an instant, 100 spears thrust out and fused as one. Lin Ming's bodily strength suddenly increased by several times, reaching several billion genes of strength. After losing Manyu's pincer attack, the silver blue wolf had to face Lin Ming alone. Bang! Lin Ming's spear crashed into the silver blue wolf's skull. An impact force of several billion genes erupted. With a loud cracking sound, the silver blue wolf's skull caved in, and its 2 eyeballs were popped out by the pressure. The silver blue wolf emitted a sorrowful howl. Its magnificent body was directly pounded into the ground by Lin Ming's brutal and absolute strength. Fresh blood and pieces of meat were sent flying out. Lin Ming's attack was ruthless, giving no chance of reprieve. He stepped forwards, thrusting his spear out at the silver blue wolf's throat. The phoenix blood spear pierced through, and with a twist, the silver blue wolf's throat and neck were torn apart as the spine was completely severed. Like this, the silver blue wolf died a miserable death. Silverback, Seeing Lin Ming kill his own contract beast, Ashmurder's eyes turned red with rage. His blue wolf wasn't strong. Although the blue wolf was an ancient vicious beasts normally grew at a slower pace than the mortal races. He had tamed the blue wolf far too early, and although Ashmurder was at the half-step Empyrean realm, the blue wolf was only equal to a mid to late Saint transformation realm martial artist. At this point, the blue wolf was no longer able to provide much help to Ashmurder, but Ashmurder had always felt an extremely deep sentimentality towards this contract beast that he had raised for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, this contract beast of his had been killed by Lin Ming's spear strike. How he could not hate! Brat, I will pull out your soul and tear you to pieces. Ashmurder angrily roared. He felt like a lion that had been wrapped in chains and was now being played around with by a mouse. As for Lin Ming, he simply didn't care about Ashmurder's threat. He turned around and rushed towards Manyu, who was still frozen by his soul attack. At the same time, Ashmurder's body burnt all over with gray flames. His face turned as red as fresh blood. Then he suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out blood essence. This blood essence began to brilliantly burn. Ashmurder had been pushed to the brink by Lin Ming. Without any hesitation, he burned his blood essence to use an arcane skill. He vowed to kill Lin Ming here and now. Chapter 15:17. Angering One to Death. Chapter 15:17. Angering One to Death. Yeah, Piki Paka. Ashmurder's entire body erupted with astral essence. His upper robes tore apart, revealing a vibrant and thickly muscled body as strong as diamonds. These muscles were completely covered with blue veins that stuck out like worms, continuing to inflate. As his muscles inflated, Ashmurder also increased in size. His skin split apart, and massive bone spikes stretched out from his body, shining with a cold light. Many Saint race martial artists were capable of body metamorphosis, and Ashmurder was no exception to this. With an enraged, half-step Empyrean burning his blood essence, and then metamorphosing his body, it could be imagined just how dangerous he was. Chila. All of Ashmurder's clothes split apart. Behind him, a pair of dripping wings stretched out, similar to a bat. Ashmurder's arms also grew to 7 or 8 feet long as an adult was high. His arms were covered with blue veins and had claws that were sharp and fierce. After transforming his body, Ashmurder resembled a savage demon. As Ashmurder transformed his body, the gray ropes he formed with his sealing technique also burst apart. With Naki's combat array broken, it was no longer realistic for Ashmurder to think of sealing away these 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers, especially in the face of Lin Ming's assault. With this being the case, he no longer bothered with sealing away the spectral soldiers. Instead, he chose to fight. He wanted to tear apart Lin Ming, and then break through this array formation of iron-armored spectral soldiers. Although these spectral soldiers were strong, once he ripped apart a corner, it would be possible to escape. You little beast, give me your life. After burning his blood essence, Ashmurder's face was blood red. He completely ignored the iron-armored spectral soldiers and crazily threw himself towards Lin Ming, wanting to kill this human brat who he hated to the extreme. Seeing Ashmurder hurtle towards him, Lin Ming remained calm. For Lin Ming to face Ashmurder in this condition would be a hopeless battle. Then, a table-sized gray palace shot out from Lin Ming's inner world, rapidly spinning about. Lin Ming sank into this palace, vanishing from sight. This was Primordius Heavenly Palace, an escape route that Lin Ming had kept in place all this time. Seeing this, Ashmurder sneered. You want to hide away in your abode, but you will die all the same. I will crush your turtle shell. Kacha! With a terrifying sonic boom, Ashmurder's claws struck Primordius Heavenly Palace. The The grand array formation within the heavenly palace violently trembled. However, although the array formation shook, there wasn't the slightest crack in its defenses. Primordius' heavenly palace had solidly withstood Ashmurder's attack, according to Empyrean Primordius. As long as Primordius' heavenly palace was given enough energy, no force below that of an Empyrean would be able to break through it. Although Ashmurder had transformed his body and burned his blood essence, he was still a half-step Empyrean. Moreover, he couldn't be considered an outstanding existence amongst half-step Empyreans. Between him and a true Empyrean, the difference was immeasurably vast. It was absolutely impossible for him to break through the defenses of Primordius' heavenly palace. What? That strike just now had caused Ashmurder's arms to go numb. He didn't think that his all-out strike would actually be blocked by such a common-looking palace. With his strength, he could crush thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and yet he couldn't even break apart this table-sized palace. Is this an Empyrean spirit treasure? Ashmurder immediately thought an Empyrean spirit treasure wasn't too rare. Even he possessed them. But most Empyrean spirit treasures were weapons and armor. In their life, an Empyrean ordinarily refined 2 or 3 Empyrean spirit treasures. And with the countless Empyreans that had appeared in the 33 heavens through the billions of years of history, there were many weapons and armors left behind by them. As for other categories of Empyrean spirit treasures, such as accessories, flexible armors, pill furnaces, or other such treasures, they were mostly ignored. These types of objects had extremely harsh requirements in terms of materials and array formations needed. An Empyrean wouldn't normally refine such items. Thus, not many of these types of Empyrean spirit treasures existed. And if there was a category of Empyrean spirit treasure that was rarer than those, that would be an immortal abode spirit ship. A weapon could be refined from a piece of divine iron, but a dwelling was different. It required far too many complex structures and array formations, making it so that it would inevitably be shaky and weak. But now, Lin Ming's Empyrean spirit treasure was such a rare, immortal abode spirit ship. And if it could block his attack so easily, then it likely wasn't just an Empyrean spirit treasure, but the highest peak of Empyrean spirit treasures. All of these thoughts passed through Ashmurder's mind like a bolt of lightning. But at this time, his complexion immediately changed. He could feel a massive killing intent lock onto him. He had stepped onto a death zone Tao pattern. Damn. Ashmurder cursed in his heart. This wasn't a coincidence at all, but a plan Lin Ming had thought of from the start. Lin Ming had deliberately stood behind this death zone Tao pattern. When Ashmurder attacked Lin Ming, he had stepped into this trap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of black divine lights shot out from all directions, blocking all directions for Ashmurder to dodge in. In that moment, Ashmurder was so enraged that his hair almost flew straight up and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. His intestines hurt from anger so much that they twisted in his body. In this encounter with Lin Ming, he had been suppressed and controlled at every turn, suffering loss after loss. How could he not be infuriated? You little bastard, you remember me. Underneath the net of black lights, dodging was no longer possible. Ashmurder roared out loud and closed his 2 wings around himself. He stimulated his astral essence to the limit, forcefully resisting this strike. This was an absolute killing zone that Lin Ming had carefully chosen. It was at least 100 times more dangerous than normal danger zones. Since Lin Ming wanted to kill Ashmurder, he naturally had to choose the riskiest place. Pung! Thick beams of black light crashed into Ashmurder's protective astral essence. They pierced through his wings and smashed into his body. Ashmurder's muscles tore, and his blood vessels burst apart. However, Ashmurder was indeed worthy of being called a half-step Empyrean powerhouse. In addition to the powerful mortal body of a saint, he had abruptly withstood this barrage of black lights. Of course, this was also because Bai Chi's tomb had existed for far too long. Too much of the array formation's energy had faded away, making it much weaker than it was at the start. Otherwise, if it were at full power, then even a true Empyrean might have perished if they entered here. After being tricked by Lin Ming, Ash Murder's entire body was wet with blood. His wings had nearly been torn in half, and he looked wretched. As for Lin Ming, he was calmly hiding in Primordius' heavenly palace, watching all of this occur. Ha! Old man Ash Murder, your defensive capabilities are quite good. You lived through such an attack, but your wings are torn, and you seem a bit pathetic. You continue fighting out there. I'm going to take some pills and restore my condition. After I'm better, I'll come back out to play with you. Lin Ming's words could be called angering someone to death. He purposefully said this to provoke Ash Murder and disrupt his rhythm. He could see that this Ash Murder was extremely strong and also had a certain understanding of array formations. As for the great array formation of Bai Chi's tomb, it had undergone far too long a time. In the case that it wasn't able to kill Ash Murder, the consequences would be disastrous. However, breaking through these Tao patterns required a calm mindset. If Ash Murder wildly stumbled around and stepped onto several more Killing Zone Tao patterns, the results could be imagined. Disturbing Ash Murder's mindset was the exact effect that Lin Ming wanted. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Ash Murder felt his eye sockets nearly split open. He took a deep breath, glaring at Primordius' heavenly palace with utter hate. His burning gaze seemed as if it could pierce through the heavenly palace and kill Lin Ming. He was well aware that Lin Ming was deliberately angering him, but even though he knew this, it was hard for him to calm down his heart. After all, once he transformed his body, his personality became even more crazy, savage, and hard to control. Ash Murder knew that the dwelling Lin Ming was hiding in was an Empyrean spirit treasure. As long as he continued to attack, he would slowly exhaust the energy of the palace. Then he could seize Lin Ming and do whatever he wished with him. However, he didn't have this chance because, at this time, those 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers had already rushed forwards. The moment that he attacked Lin Ming, the remaining other two people, Man Yu and his own follower, had already been hacked to pieces by the spectral soldiers' weapons. Thus, except for Naki, who had been received into Ash Murder's inner world, everyone else had died. The iron-armored spectral soldiers roared out loud and hurled themselves towards Ash Murder. Ash Murder broke into the midst of the spectral soldiers, slamming his claws atop one of their heads. Kacha! That iron-armored spectral soldier was smashed away by Ash Murder's claws like a flimsy chicken. It crashed into the space barrier, causing cracks to tear through its body. Ash Murder's strike had cracked the spectral soldier's body. This was simply because far too much time had passed, and its body had eroded over the years. If Ash Murder only faced a single iron-armored spectral soldier, then he could easily win. But unfortunately, he had to face 108 of them. Pitch-black ghostly sabers chopped down on Ash Murder's body. All of these iron-armored spectral soldiers were covered in a thick aura of death, as if they were evil ghosts that rushed out from the depths of hell. Old idiot Ash Murder, you're quite fierce, but I don't think you'll be able to last much longer. This place is quite peaceful. It would be perfect for your tomb. What do you think? Ha ha! Lin Ming began making a ruckus from within Primordius' heavenly palace once more. Ash Murder's eyes blazed red. He forcefully held back the cruel and savage personality he gained after transforming his body. If he could just grab a hold of Lin Ming right now, he would tear him to strips. Whoosh! A burning arrow shot towards Ash Murder. Ash Murder punched out, blowing up the arrow. Then, with a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 nearby spectral soldiers were sent flying back by him. Amazing! Lin Ming clapped. Splendid! You are truly splendid. This is extremely entertaining. How come it feels like I'm watching a monkey dance around? Lin Ming tried to anger Ash Murder some more. In front of Lin Ming, Xiao Maxin traced her chin as she sized up Lin Ming. You're too naughty, Lin Ming. I think that old man Ash Murder, even if he isn't killed by the army of those iron-armored spectral soldiers, would still be angered to death by you. Lin Ming shook his head, saying, It would be great if I could anger him to death. This person is extremely fierce. Normally, it is very difficult to control your personality after undergoing body metamorphosis, but even after being mocked by me, he is still managing to suppress the negative thoughts in his heart so that he doesn't step into some danger zone. As Lin Ming spoke, he was continuously keeping track of Ash Murder's steps. The Tao patterns in Bai Chi's tomb were in all directions and at all heights, whether it was flying in the air or walking on the ground. One could touch them. As for Ash Murder, it was impossible for him to remain still while fighting these iron-armored spectral soldiers, and if he were to be forced all over then, he would inevitably fall into a danger zone. After all, he wasn't like Lin Ming, who had a true understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Ash Murder only relied on his intuition and the experience he gained through numerous life or death dangers to feel his way between the life zones and death zones. These iron-armored spectral soldiers are being destroyed by him, but once he steps into another death zone, I want to see just how he'll hide. As Lin Ming looked at Ash Murder, his eyes blazed with a brilliant light. Chapter 1518, Sacred Soul Primal Spirit. Chapter 1518, Sacred Soul Primal Spirit. In the fierce combat, Ash Murder stepped onto a death zone. Once more, Ash Murder wasn't like Lin Ming and didn't understand the Azura Road's array formations. It was inevitable that he would step into a death zone. When Ash Murder's foot fell down, the ground of the entire hall shivered. An indescribable killing intent enveloped Ash Murder's heart, causing him to be shocked. He instantly realized that he had stepped onto a death zone Tao pattern. No matter how much he calculated things, it was impossible for Ash Murder to avoid all the death zones. He would touch one sooner or later. Without thinking, Ash Murder immediately drew backwards. But at this time, an extremely strong power of space bound his steps. Then, a life-reaping black light howled towards him. This black light wasn't enough to take Ash Murder's life. But in his current condition, he had already been injured and had even burned his blood essence as well as a massive amount of astral essence. If he was struck by this black light, then that would be adding wounds upon his wounds, making it difficult for him to continue facing these iron-armored spectral soldiers. In this life or death moment, Ash Murder exploded with a thunderous roar. Sacred Soul Primal Spirit. As Ash Murder roared out loud, there was an explosive crackling sound. From within Ash Murder's body, it seemed as if something had been freed. A crazy wave of demonic power surged forth, forming the phantom of an ancient beast behind Ash Murder's body. This ancient beast had 2 wings with the body of an animal and the head of a man. This ancient vicious beast had an illusory body, but the aura it emitted was beyond terrifying. As that black light came crashing down, it erupted an incomparably dreadful power that smashed apart all the surrounding space. The space within Bai Chi's tomb had already been locked down by the array formation. Once the killing array began, the space barrier would be closed, sealing away all paths of exit. However, when Ash Murder summoned this ancient vicious beast phantom, he forcefully broke open a crack in space, and within Primordius Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming was bewildered. Although the grand array formation of Bai Chi's tomb had greatly weakened through the billions of years, it still wasn't something that an ordinary half-step Empyrean could break through. He could feel that this man-faced, ancient, vicious beast wasn't a part of Ash Murder's soul. Rather, It was the soul and flesh-blood essence of an ancient beast that had been sealed within his body. In this crucial moment, Ashmurder released this power, causing his strength to instantly rise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of black light shot forwards. That sacred soul primal spirit savagely roared out, its body immediately bulging outwards, wrapping around Ashmurder to resist that black divine light. Puff, puff. All of the black light rained down in a dreadful deluge, sounding as if a thunderstorm was rolling past. A dreadful atmosphere filled the entire hall. In this crazy explosion, the sacred soul primal spirit phantom was torn to pieces by the black light. Ashmurder's entire body was covered in blood. He was nearing his limit. "Break for me!" Ashmurder cried out. He burnt 10% of his blood essence. A ghostly red sheen began shining over his body. As he struck the space barrier with all his strength, 3 surrounding iron-armored spectral soldiers were sucked into the shock waves, their bodies cracking apart and then exploding into fragments. God's stranding rope. Ashmurder linked his fingers together. 7 or 8 masses of chaos energy gathered together into gray ropes that flew towards Primordius' heavenly palace, instantly tying it down. Lin Ming immediately understood what Ashmurder was trying to do. He didn't plan to fight this iron-armored spectral soldier array formation. Rather, he wanted to break through the void and then escape from Bai Chi's tomb, dragging Lin Ming and Primordius' heavenly palace along with him. As long as he escaped here, then Primordius' heavenly palace would eventually run out of energy. At that time, both he and Xiao Moxian would die without a doubt. "Lin Ming, what do we do?" Xiao Moxian felt her heart tighten as she saw those God-stranding ropes wrap around Primordius' heavenly palace. Although Primordius' heavenly palace was large, if it was sealed away by Ashmurder using his special sealing technique and then taken into his inner world, then carrying it through a small space crack wouldn't be a problem. Ultimately, even though Primordius' heavenly palace was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, Lin Ming's cultivation was the limiting factor. He was simply unable to activate its movement and could only depend on the great array formation that already existed within Primordius' heavenly palace. This placed him in a completely passive situation. "We can't just wait here to die. We must risk our lives." In that moment, a sharp light flashed through Lin Ming's eyes. This Ashmurder that had come from nowhere had far exceeded his expectations. This was the strength of a half-step Empyrean, someone only inferior to an Empyrean existence. Looking at the entire divine realm, there were likely no more than 1,000 such characters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A ghostly battle chariot rolled toward Ashmurder. The spectral soldier standing atop this chariot grasped a dark axe as it chopped down at Ashmurder's head. Gray flames burned all over it, emitting a thick aura of death. Ashmurder didn't turn around. He bent his body at an incredible angle to evade the attack, and then his arms stretched out to wrap around that spectral soldier's neck. With a cracking sound, Ashmurder forcefully twisted off that spectral soldier's head. Like this, Ashmurder had already destroyed 30-some iron-armored spectral soldiers. The fewer spectral soldiers there were, the easier it was for Ashmurder to handle them. But at this time, Ashmurder had repeatedly used arcane skills and had even combusted his blood essence. He wouldn't be able to last for much longer. If he continued to fight, then it was possible that he would perish together with these iron-armored spectral soldiers. "Break for me!" Ashmurder roared out in his heart. At this time, he was resisting the onslaught of dozens of iron-armored spectral soldiers. Behind him, the severely damaged sacred soul primal spirit was breaking apart the space barriers of this hall. The iron-armored spectral soldiers were only lifeless objects with no wisdom of their own. They would first attack things that threatened them. And as for the sacred soul primal spirit, it was only smashing the space barrier. Because of this, All of the iron-armored spectral soldiers had focused their attacks on Ash Murder, and just a bit less than half of the space barrier had been ripped open by the sacred soul primal spirit. This fight was becoming increasingly intense. Ash Murder's eyes were red from fury and slaughter, and he had already burnt over 20% of his blood essence. Wounds covered his entire body, and his 2 wings had been completely torn off. His chest and back both had bones exposed, and there were even some that revealed his damaged organs. He had already neared his limit, and at this time, behind Ash Murder, the sacred soul primal spirit had forcefully withstood the barrage of black lights, and was now using its remaining strength to break open the space barrier. It was nearly exhausted of power. Ash Murder grit his teeth. Today's battle had cost him serious losses. He glared towards Lin Ming's direction with brutal hatred in his eyes. Everything that he lost today would be made up for by Lin Ming's body. Thus, even if carrying away Lin Ming caused his own chances of escaping to be that much lower, he would still do it with no regrets. If he didn't kill Lin Ming, then his thoughts would never flow smoothly for the rest of his life. Something's wrong. Looking towards Primordius' heavenly palace, Ash Murder felt a foreboding premonition in his heart. Out of the god's stranding ropes he used to bind Primordius' heavenly palace, someone had torn up a small section of it. This was proof that someone had taken advantage of the chaos of battle to secretly escape. This brat. Ash Murder felt a profound restlessness surge in his heart. He cast out his sense like a tide, searching for Lin Ming. However, he wasn't able to find him at all. Damn it all. Ash Murder was sure that this wasn't just Lin Ming's plan to distract him and lead him away. During his short contact with Lin Ming, he could feel that although Lin Ming was young, the way he handled his affairs was decisive and crafty. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would just sit here, waiting for his death. Where is he? The longer Ash Murder couldn't find Lin Ming, the more uneasy he became. But in the moment that he had diverted his concentration to search for Lin Ming, an iron-armored spectral soldier had grasped a spear and stabbed Ash Murder's back. The ghostly fires burnt his flesh. Blood shot into the wind. Ah! Ash Murder roared. He turned and smashed his palm against the iron-armored soldier's head, breaking it open. Now, he had killed over 40 iron-armored spectral soldiers. All this time, Lin Ming had been hiding in the shadow of the black stone altar's array formation. The moment that Ash Murder shattered the head of this iron-armored spectral soldier, he rushed out like a cheetah. He stepped on the space laws, his speed reaching incredible levels. As he hurtled out from the shadow of the array formation, he had already calculated his path to avoid all the death-sown Dao patterns. Lin Ming gripped his spear in both hands, his bodily strength climbing to the peak. His target was actually the sacred soul primal spirit phantom that was trying to break through the space barrier. Lin Ming's goal was obvious. He wanted to kill this sacred soul primal spirit phantom that was already injured, and then trap Ash Murder in Bai Chi's tomb and strangle him to death here. Lin Ming, you really came out. Did you think I wouldn't be ready for this? Ash Murder demonically grinned as he saw Lin Ming shoot towards his sacred soul primal spirit. Lin Ming's plan was extremely vicious, but what a pity. A half-step Empyrean was still a half-step Empyrean. Even though he was severely wounded, his combat strength was still terrifying. So how could he be successfully sneak attacked by a junior like Lin Ming? You are hopeless. The severely wounded Ash Murder forcefully spat out another mouthful of blood essence, burning it away. This was the limit of blood essence he was able to burn. A half-step Empyrean far surpassed Lin Ming in strength to begin with, and now, by burning his blood essence, he became even stronger. It could only be said that Ash Murder feared and hated Lin Ming too much. Even though victory was in his hands, he still had to ensure against all possibilities so that Lin Ming didn't have the tiniest chance to recover. Once you leave the protection of this hall's array formation, you are nothing at all. I can pinch you to death with my hand. Since you seek death, then let me help you on your way. A grim light burst out from Ashmurder's eyes. With a roar, he punched away the iron-armored spectral soldiers in front of him and reversed himself to hurtle towards Lin Ming. At this time, Ashmurder was already desperate. He didn't hesitate to spend any price to kill Lin Ming. With Ashmurder's half-step Empyrean cultivation and also having burnt his blood essence, killing the divine Lord Lin Ming would only take an instant. Lin Ming was extremely fast, but Ashmurder was even faster. Even though Lin Ming distorted space, he was unable to avoid the eruption of energy coming from Ashmurder. The shackles of the power of space were stiffly torn apart by him. Die. Ashmurder punched out. In that moment, this fist locked down the space around Lin Ming, making him unable to avoid the strike. A terrifying fist potential erupted forwards like an avalanche. Not to mention Lin Ming. Even a World King powerhouse would be pulverized to nothing by this strike. Lin Ming suddenly froze. He was unable to break through the space that was locked down by this fist potential. "You're finished." The bloody Ashmurder wildly cackled as his fist solidly smashed into Lin Ming's chest. Chapter 1519. Unimaginable. Chapter 1519. Unimaginable. Kacha. With a resounding crack, Lin Ming's protective true essence exploded as Ashmurder's fist smashed into him. In that moment, his ribs collapsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. However, Ashmurder was the one who was surprised by his fist's damaging effects. He thought that his fist strike would tear Lin Ming apart, and yet it only caused him to vomit blood. When his fist struck Lin Ming's body, Ashmurder felt like he had struck an ancient bronze bell that had been refined for an extremely long period of time, making his fist shake to the point of pain. Even he didn't possess such a bodily intensity. This was simply incredible. He was a half-step Empyrean, who also specialized in body transformation, and Lin Ming was only an early Divine Lord powerhouse who took the body transformation as his subclass of martial arts. When comparing the both of them, how could there be any comparison at all? What a durable mortal body. This boy must have had some strange fortuitous encounter. Ashmurder was inexplicably shocked as Lin Ming crashed into the black stone altar. Although Lin Ming was coughing up blood as life, force remained as vibrant and blazing as before, without seeming as if it would die down the least bit. It could even be said that his wounds weren't heavy at all. This is impossible. Ashmurder was completely dumbfounded. This fist strike had come after he burned his blood essence, and yet he hadn't been able to kill Lin Ming with it. In fact, he hadn't even been able to severely wound him. Moreover, what shocked Ashmurder the most was that when Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, he didn't touch any death zones at all. Instead, he safely landed on the black stone altar without triggering any traps. Besides the shaking wounds he had received, he was relatively fine. How could this be such a coincidence? Just as Ashmurder thought of this coincidence, he felt his entire body go cold, as if he were dropped into an icy lake. Something was wrong. This wasn't a coincidence at all, but a path that Lin Ming had already calculated when he was sent flying backwards. The speed Lin Ming rushed forwards with, as well as the angle of collision, was already calculated well in advance, thus why he didn't touch any death zone runes. This also meant that Lin Ming had intentionally been struck by him. From the start, he had never imagined that his attack would work out, but was planning on being struck instead. Just why would he do such a thing? An intense feeling of unrest surged in Ashmurder's heart. He turned around to look at his own sacred soul primal spirit. But the moment Ashmurder turned around, 7 or 8 iron-armored spectral soldiers already rushed towards him from behind. They grasped their ghostly sabers and dark spears, striking at him. However, from between the gaps of these iron-armored spectral soldiers, Ashmurder was clearly able to see another Lin Ming flying towards his sacred soul primal spirit. This Lin Ming was wrapped in thunder and flames, a deep red long spear in his hands. A terrifying vortex of energy swirled around the spear point, drawing in all the origin energy within by Qi's tomb. This was the black hole seed. At this moment, Lin Ming had used his strongest strike, gathering the power of essence, energy, and divine into one. He used the gate of life to burn his blood essence and fused the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation into a soul attack. The 8 inner hidden gates and heretical god force were released to the limit. Underneath his strongest state, he struck out with the divine seal art's eternal darkness. No. As Ashmurder saw this happen, his eyes widened so much that blood flowed out. However, with the iron-armored spectral soldiers blocking him, there was no way for Ashmurder to stop Lin Ming. He could only watch helplessly on as all of this occurred. How is this possible? Ashmurder roared out in unwillingness. At this time, 7 or 8 spectral weapons slashed out towards him, not giving him any time to attend to other matters. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Whether it was the ghostly weapons that were swinging at him or Lin Ming, who was attacking with his strongest strike, everything became extremely slow. Ashmurder felt as if all the strength in his body was being sucked out. He grit his teeth and raised his claws that were dripping with blood, and then fired into the group of iron-armored spectral soldiers. Get out of my way. 2 iron-armored spectral soldiers bore the brunt of Ashmurder's attack and were swept away, their necks broken. But at this time, a ghostly spear and saber stabbed into his body. Beneath the impact of this tremendous strength, Ashmurder's organs were twisted to pieces. The pitch-black ghostly spear forcefully punctured through Ashmurder's body and came through the other side, carrying with it a rain of blood. At the same time, the black hole seat atop Lin Ming's spear point burst out with a black brilliance. In that moment, it was like a black sun had risen within this sealed-off hall. The sacred soul primal spirit wasn't without intelligence. Even though it was severely wounded, it still counterattacked Lin Ming. Its human-faced beast body spread its tattered wings and plunged towards Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming's attack was too sudden and his methods too ruthless. At his first strike, he released the limit of his strength and had even burned his blood essence. As he collided with the sacred soul primal spirit, a dreadful detonation erupted. Energy brutally surged outwards. Shock waves of energy spread out like countless sabers. The sacred soul primal spirit that was already completely spent of energy was instantly shattered by Lin Ming's strike. However, Lin Ming was caught up in this wild explosion. He was sent flying away like a rag doll. As Lin Ming flew backwards, he revolved the space laws to avoid the killing zone Tao patterns. Ji Xiener, Lin Ming shouted out. Xiao Maxian had already been waiting in advance. She revolved Primordius Heavenly Palace's grand array formation according to Lin Ming's direction, commanding it to receive him within it. Bang! Just as Lin Ming was about to crash into Primordius Heavenly Palace, a gray light shot out and wrapped around him. In the next moment, Lin Ming felt himself tumbling into a soft form as an enchanting scent filled his senses. In the final moment, Xiao Maxian had caught Lin Ming, after being struck by those energy shock waves, and now being caught in the embrace of a beautiful young woman. Lin Ming felt much better than before, and his nerves even relaxed a bit. He had succeeded. Underneath the gaze of a half-step Empyrean powerhouse, had sneak attacked the sacred soul primal spirit, and had succeeded in doing so. This had been an extremely risky plan. Lin Ming was far from being Ashmurder's match. If Ashmurder grabbed onto him, he would have suffered the fate of instant and immediate death. Bang! Ashmurder's bloodied body fell onto the ground. 2 cruel weapons were thrust into his chest and stomach. Not too far away, the sacred soul primal spirit had already been exploded into pieces by Lin Ming. In such a condition, the sacred soul primal spirit had fallen into an everlasting sleep. Without a transcendent, divine, miracle pill, it would be impossible to awaken it. And at this time, Ashmurder himself was a lamp without oil. His hopes of leaving this hellish place had now become extremely slim. Without the sacred soul primal spirit, it was impossible for him to have any free time to attack the space barrier. Moreover, Ashmurder was no longer able to resist the attacks of the remaining spectral soldiers. He looked towards the direction of Primordius' heavenly palace, his eyes blazing with hatred and despair. In this battle, every choice Lin Ming made had been upon the precipice of life or death. In this battle, he had faced an enemy over 10 times stronger than he was, but had used the array formation here, as well as all sorts of guerrilla tactics to instead kill those who had come here to kill him. Especially in this final strike, he had calculated his escape route ahead of time, had lured the tiger out of the cave, and had then used diversionary tactics to strike down Ashmurder's last hope. To lose to such an opponent, to lose to a mere junior that was only several dozen years old with a divine lord cultivation, Ashmurder felt frustration and depression fill his heart. At the start, he had indeed underestimated his enemy, but later, he had lost even after he dropped any contempt he had. Ashmurder looked towards the black stone altar. The Lin Ming that was struck by him had already shakily stood up. This Lin Ming looked at him, a hint of pity in his eyes. Then this Lin Ming flew towards Primordius' heavenly palace. At this time, Ashmurder was no longer capable of stopping him. Up until now, he still couldn't understand why there were 2 Lin Mings. Based upon the manners and movements of these 2 Lin Mings, it was impossible for one to be a puppet. If so, it could only be an avatar. How could Lin Ming have such a powerful avatar? The array formation of Primordius' heavenly palace revolved once more. Then another Lin Ming rushed in. This Lin Ming was not the Lin Ming that was being held by Xiao Moxian, but there wasn't any difference in their auras. It was only that this new Lin Ming was holding not the Phoenix Blood Spear, but a red spirit artifact that appeared similar. Just then, this Lin Ming had been the one to withstand the frontal attack of Ashmurder's fist. This Lin Ming's chest had been pounded in by Ashmurder's strike, and he had even spat out blood and had his organs break apart. Even so, his life force remained as vibrant as before, despite his combat strength having dropped by a great deal. As Xiao Moxian saw this new Lin Ming appear, she shouted out in praise. Fierce, too fierce. A mortal body equal to the Saint Lord realm was able to receive the frontal strike of a half-step Empyrean and only be severely wounded. Moreover, this wound is... Xiao Moxian looked towards the chest of the new Lin Ming. The muscles of his chest were slowly creeping together, visibly regenerating. Such a terrifying defensive ability and such a terrifying resiliency. This was something that not even Xiao Moxian with her half-god beast body could hold a candle to. This is indeed worthy of being the essence spirit embryo stone. I must say, Lin Ming, your true self is too pitiful. You're so much worse than your avatar. Lin Ming ruefully smiled. How can I possibly compare with him? The life that is bred from an essence spirit embryo stone is no worse than a god beast body to begin with. And not just that, but even if you ignore perception, his mortal body was similar to yours from the start, and in addition, he has been nourished by the Azura Road Master's God Beast Tomb Array formation for billions of years. In terms of the intensity of his mortal body, he is far superior to you and me. In the Bronze Temple, after Lin Ming had divided a portion of his soul to occupy the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, this Essence Spirit Embryo Stone had become eternally marked by Lin Ming's soul. Like this, his facial appearance, his limbs, his hair, his bloodline, everything was completely similar to Lin Ming. His energy was inherited from Lin Ming, and his cultivation realm was also similar to Lin Ming's. It could only be said that this essence spirit embryo stone was a perfect clone of Lin Ming. The only difference was that this essence spirit embryo stone was focused in mortal body intensity and the body transformation system. It had no combat strength in the essence gathering system. With this sort of essence spirit avatar, Lin Ming's combat capabilities had more than doubled. It was only because of this avatar's formidable defensive abilities that Lin Ming dared distract Ash Murder to launch a sneak attack. Awesome. Doesn't this avatar have 2 more seals that aren't undone yet? If you undo those seals, just how strong will it become? It's truly worthy of being called the Azura Road Master's masterpiece. How could any inheritance that he left behind be bad? Otherwise, he'd probably be too ashamed to put it out. Xiao Moxian patted the strong mortal body of Lin Ming's avatar, grinning as she spoke. Lin Ming's avatar had an intelligence of his own, but because the avatar's soul was a part of Lin Ming's soul, this avatar's intelligence was the same as Lin Ming's. With Lin Ming in front of his avatar, he naturally didn't control it. Chapter 1520, Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Chapter 1520, Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Xiao Moxian was extremely keen on Lin Ming's avatar. She pinched the avatar's muscles, feeling that they were as solid as rubber. Lin Ming, this avatar grows through the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel, right? Xiao Moxian had also studied the first volume of the Azura Sutra. Although she hadn't refined her own avatar, she had many understandings into them. Yes, by absorbing the demonic power that filters through the myriad demon karmic will he can evolve, but that boundary of my avatar is limited by my own. It cannot be much higher than mine. At most, his cultivation will be 1 or 2 small boundaries higher. Perhaps, after I reach large success in the Azura Sutra first volume, he will be able to rise 3 small boundaries above me. Concerning the boundary of his avatar, Lin Ming couldn't be sure. After all, the avatar that the Azura Road Master refined in the past did not use the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone as the material, but he had instead divided his own flesh, blood, and soul, similar to the relationship between Frost Dream and Divine Dream. The myriad demon karmic will can hold 10,000 demons, and have them undergo 10,000 samsaras of life and death. Starting from today, I will begin collecting 10,000 demonic souls from my karmic wheel. This Ash Murder will be the first one. The first soul Lin Ming chose was that of a half-step Empyrean. For those with low cultivation, weak strength, or pitiful talent, Lin Ming wouldn't even glance at them. Not even Mr. Zhou from before was able to arouse Lin Ming's interest. As Lin Ming looked out from Primordius Heavenly Palace, he saw Ash Murder engaged in fierce combat with the iron-armored spectral soldiers. His wings had been sliced off and his arms were shattered, with his entire body covered in blood. His bones and organs were revealed in open wounds. He was already well past his limit, but in this condition, Ash Murder still hadn't died. Just how tenacious was he? Kacha? An iron-armored special soldier's head was blown apart by Ash Murder's fist. But at this time, 5 ghostly spears pierced towards Ash Murder's chest from 3 different angles. Ash Murder grasped out his hands, forcefully grabbing hold of 4 spears. However, the last spear thrust into his chest. Ash Murder's chest was already bloodied and gruesome, revealing his ribs. This ghostly spear thrust through the gap between the ribs, twisting apart Ash Murder's heart and lungs to pieces. Puff! Ash Murder coughed out a mouthful of blood. In the final throes of his life, he waved his hands, sending those 4 iron-armored spectral soldiers that he held the spears of flying far away. Using this momentum, Ash Murder kicked the chest of the 5th iron-armored spectral soldier, impacting its chest so hard that it completely caved in. At this time, Ash Murder felt a cold shadow cover his head. Before he could respond, he felt his head shake. With a loud bang, A vibrating force passed from his head to his ears, blowing out his eardrums and causing blood to leak out from his ears. Like this, a black 10,000 gene hammer smashed into Ashmurder's head. At this moment, Ashmurder's eye lost focus. He felt the entire world blur, everything seeming to fade far away from him. He fell to his knees, the blood leaking from his head, covering his eyes. This was also the final moment of Ashmurder's storied life. He never imagined that he, with his half-step Empyrean cultivation, who had lived a revered life, would actually be played to death by a divine Lord Junior in the end. What a joke! He looked towards the direction of Primordius' heavenly palace. His consciousness began to fade away. Ashmurder died. A half-step Empyrean had died in Bai Chi's tomb, underneath the assault of the Grand Array formation here, and Lin Ming's planning. 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers. Of them, 52 had been destroyed by Ashmurder. Now, only slightly more than half were left. From this alone, one could see just how terrifyingly strong a half-step Empyrean was. As Ashmurder died, the iron-armored spectral soldier array formation also calmed down. Many of the iron-armored spectral soldiers returned to their statue-like state. In this battle, the array formation had consumed far too much energy. If this grand array formation was said to be able to persist for several billion more years before this, now it could only last for several 100 million more years, and it would also be much weaker than it was originally. You stay inside. I'm going out to take a look, Lin Ming said to Xiao Moxian within Primordius' heavenly palace. Xiao Moxian pursed her lips, but she didn't argue with Lin Ming. There were layers upon layers of dangers in Bai Chi's tomb, and with her current strength, she was simply far too weak to go out right now. Lin Ming slowly floated out from Primordius' heavenly palace, landing on the black stone altar. He looked towards the characters that were carved onto the black stone altar, Blue Throne Bai Chi, and deeply bowed, gripping his fists together. Senior Bai Chi, this junior was helplessly forced today. Thus I was only able to lure the enemy here to engage in a life or death battle. I hadn't known before that this was Senior's tomb, so I apologize for any offense that I committed. Within 1,000 years, Junior will surely re-enter this land and repair this array formation for Senior, so that it is even stronger than before, and Senior may rest in peace for billions of years more. Lin Ming didn't know why Blue Throne Bai Chi was buried here. In the end, he could only say that it was his own fault for having disturbed Bai Chi's tomb. The only way he could compensate for this was to repair the array formation in the future. Unfortunately, I have no idea what Senior Bai Chi's last wish was. Otherwise, I could have helped him accomplish it. This time, Bai Chi could have been said to have given Lin Ming a life-saving grace. With Lin Ming's personality, he didn't like owing favors to anyone. After bowing to Bai Chi, Lin Ming turned to Ashmurder. He didn't walk over first, but instead used his avatar to investigate. After making sure that Ashmurder was completely dead, only then did he walk over himself. Lin Ming had thoroughly and completely won this battle. At this time, Lin Ming seemed to remember something. A playful smile graced his lips. His avatar lifted up his foot and then stomped down, brutally crushing Ashmurder's left hand. Kacha! With a loud sound, Ashmurder's hand was pressed into the ground, and on Ashmurder's middle finger, the spatial ring that had lost the protection of its master's energy exploded into pieces. After the spatial ring exploded into pieces, a chaotic flow of space energy surged outwards. A massive amount of pills, weapons, armor, and talismans were thrown out. With a miserable cry, a distressed saint youth was flung out too. This youth's clothes were torn up, his body was covered in blood, and his chest was caved in. His injuries were extremely heavy. Although he was able to rely on his powerful mortal body to slowly restore himself, he hadn't been able to recover much. He only had 10 to 20% of his original combat strength remaining. This saint youth was Imperial Prince Naki. At the start of the battle, Imperial Prince Naki had been extremely wounded in his collision with Lin Ming. Afterwards, Lin Ming had followed up his attack, wanting to sever Naki's life. But just as Lin Ming was about to do so, Ashmurder had stuck his hand in and rescued Naki, placing Naki into his spatial ring. Now that Ashmurder had died, Naki naturally lost his protection. Naki's lips leaked blood. He had wounds added atop his previous wounds. Within the spatial ring, he had been meditating, restoring himself. But then, with the sudden rupture of the spatial ring, a ruinous space storm had formed and sucked him in. If Naki was in his peak condition, then a space storm of this degree wouldn't have been anything to him. But Naki had been in deep meditation to recover from his wounds. He should have had someone guarding him, so that no one was able to disturb him. And now that he was swept into the space storm, he actually suffered a grievous backlash. He had no idea what had happened outside. After Naki entered the spatial ring, he had completely invested his focus into meditating, wanting to restore himself just that much faster. Only then would he be safe again. But now he had been tossed out by Lin Ming onto the floor, unable to even tell what direction was what. Lin Ming, you little bastard. Naki reflexively jumped up as he saw Lin Ming. He grasped his halberd and pointed it towards Lin Ming. Facing Lin Ming, his eyes gleamed with killing intent, his entire body on high alert. But at this time, Naki could see pity in Lin Ming's eyes, like the mercy someone showed to their inferior. This sort of pity and faint contempt stoked a furious rage in Naki's heart. There is no need to look. They've all died. Moreover, you will also die. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent, like the judgment of a death god. Naki's mind shook. He instantly used his sense to investigate the situation around him. Then he saw a scene that caused his courage to crack. He turned around and saw that just a step behind him was Ashmurder's ruined body, leaking blood. Ashmurder's bones were all shattered, and his organs were a ruined mess. His corpse was covered with blood, and all life had faded from his body. Ashmurder's empty eyes were still staring in the direction of Primordius' heavenly palace, their lonely gaze filled with unwillingness and despair. He had died with everlasting regrets. And Mr. Ashmurder? Naki's heart shriveled as he saw Ashmurder's corpse. He didn't dare to believe, and was unable to believe that the half-step Empyrean Ashmurder, someone far stronger than Mr. Zhou, had died here, and in such a miserable way. As for Lin Ming, he was safely standing in front of him. Just how was this possible? For a time, Naki's entire body went icy cold, as if he had been plunged into the 9 nether abyss. I'm impossible. Naki despaired. He looked towards Lin Ming, his body shaking. Lin Ming had actually managed to kill Ashmurder. This was simply unthinkable. And Ashmurder was Naki's final pillar of hope. With Ashmurder dead, his fate could be imagined. You're over. This will be your grave. Or perhaps your grave will be my myriad demon karmic wheel. Although your cultivation isn't high, your talent is in the highest echelons of your race. That gives you the qualifications to enter my myriad demon karmic wheel. As Lin Ming spoke, his right hand drew a circle in the air. The energy path left behind by his fingers formed a spinning gray wheel. The wheel had images of countless demon phantoms, ghosts, and monsters filling it, their expressions filled with anger, hatred, pain, and cruelty. This gray will slash down at Imperial Prince Naki. After listening to Lin Ming's words and seeing this myriad demon karmic wheel, Naki's complexion completely changed. He immediately understood that Lin Ming wanted to seal his soul away within this myriad demon karmic wheel, to strengthen his devil arts. However, what was pitiful was that he didn't have any ability to resist, let alone the fact that he was severely wounded right now. Even if he were in his peak condition, he wouldn't have any hope of defeating Lin Ming. You think you can seal my soul? You can keep on dreaming. Naki's eyes turned blood red. He was fully aware that once his soul was sucked into Lin Ming's terrifying gray wheel, he would be forever enslaved by Lin Ming, his soul never finding peace. This was a fate countless times more miserable than death. He would rather die than be sucked into Lin Ming's grand array. Chapter 1521. Crisis. Chapter 1521. Crisis. Hey, Lin Ming, let's die together. Naki crazily shouted. He was also a ruthless and decisive individual. He clearly knew he wasn't Lin Ming's match and chose a suicidal attack. In that moment, all of the energy within his body erupted as he rushed towards Lin Ming. He wanted to blow up all of his astral essence. Naki was also well aware that even if he exploded his body, it still wouldn't be possible to kill Lin Ming. But as long as he caused severe wounds to Lin Ming, that was more than enough, because in this absolute killing zone, there was a chance Lin Ming could die if he was injured so deeply. To cause heavy wounds to Lin Ming with his own death, this was 10,000 times better than having his soul sealed in the myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming wasn't surprised to see this at all. He sneered, withdrawing at the same time. His fingers flashed as he formed tens of thousands of gray seals. As these seals appeared, the surrounding space and time began to distort. Even light was swallowed into these seals. Each of these seals that Lin Ming formed was a miniature black hole. Divine seal art. God-forbidding seal. The divine seal art was said to possess the ability to seal away all of existence. Naturally, sealing away astral essence was nothing at all. In the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, the Divine Sea Realm Lin Ming had been able to break through Frost Dream's Dream Soul immortal melody by using the God-forbidding seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These seals flew towards the wounded Naki like a hail of arrows, sinking into his body. At that moment, Naki felt as if demonic leeches crawled within his body. These leeches sucked his blood, absorbing his astral essence and flesh and blood essence. Myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming thrust his right palm forwards, and the gray demon wheel was pushed forwards by him. It covered Naki like a cruel and hungry maw. No. Naki miserably cried out, struggling with all his strength. However, with his entire body sealed by the God-forbidding seals, no matter what he tried, he still couldn't revolve his astral essence or bodily strength. Suicide was not possible, and neither was escape. At this time, Naki finally deeply understood what it meant to feel fear and powerlessness. At this time, Naki felt a terrifying demonic power cover his body, wanting to forcefully pull out his soul. The agonizing pain of having his body and soul split apart struck him like a tide. This horrifying feeling was like being slowly skinned alive. The pain was indescribable. Naki cried out, his screams so loud they split his throat and lungs. With a light cracking sound, his soul was torn away from his body, turning into a wisp of gray light that submerged into the myriad demon karmic wheel. Thus, the myriad demon karmic wheel gained its first demon soul. Lin Ming waved his hand and took away the God-forbidding seals from Naki's body. Then, all of Naki's origin energy and blood energy was sucked out by the essence spirit embryo stone. In just a moment, Naki's originally perfectly tempered body lost all of its blood vitality, nearly turning into a mortal body. Like this, an imperial prince, a proud genius of his generation, had died a tragic death in God-burying rich. He had been struck down by Lin Ming, and even his soul had devolved into a ghost slave. After the essence spirit embryo stone sucked Naki's bodily strength, its blood energy became increasingly vibrant. The collapsed chest of that avatar began to wriggle around, clearly regenerating at an increased speed. Lin Ming looked at the wounds of the essence spirit embryo stone and estimated that it would fully recover in an incense stick of time. This sort of regenerative ability was really far too abnormal. Unfortunately, the essence spirit embryo stone wasn't able to grow quickly. Even though it had swallowed the massive amount of blood energy within Naki, the energy it contained still didn't grow by much. After swallowing up Naki's origin energy, Lin Ming repeated this process and had the essence spirit embryo stone swallow Ashmurder's origin energy. Ashmurder's essence energy was dozens of times more formidable than Naki's. After the essence spirit embryo stone swallowed up this essence energy, the wounds on his body continued to squirm around before fully recovering in several breaths of time. It's over. Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to return to Primordius' heavenly palace, a strange premonition emerged in his heart. This dangerous premonition came from the essence spirit embryo stone. What? Lin Ming's entire body went cold. At this time, where could this danger have come from? Lin Ming didn't know what this danger was. Without thinking further, he flew straight towards Primordius' heavenly palace at max speed. As long as he entered Primordius' heavenly palace, then he would be temporarily safe. This was the best strategy to deal with the current situation. But at this moment, a corpse that was lying on the ground suddenly leapt upwards. This corpse had been that of Ashmurder's follower. There had been a total of 4 people in Ashmurder's group. They were Ashmurder, Naki, Manu, as well as some common-seeming follower, who only had a mere Saint Lord realm cultivation. When Lin Ming first ambushed them, this follower had been sucked into the storm and died afterwards. Not even Lin Ming had kept track of him afterwards. Even the 2 puppets that Ashmurder put forth, as well as his silver blue wolf contract beast, seemed far more important than this follower. But now, this follower leapt up, plunging towards Lin Ming like a demonic fiend. How is this possible? Lin Ming was bewildered. This torn corpse, could Ashmurder have seized its body? This was Lin Ming's first thought. However, he had no time to continue thinking of what was happening. He had to immediately respond. This corpse that rushed towards him seemed as if it only had a Saint Lord realm cultivation, but Lin Ming absolutely would not believe this. If this corpse had been able to hide from his sense and hide from the killing array in Bai Chi's tomb, then it was absolutely a terrifying character. Without thinking, the essence spirit embryo stone rushed towards this corpse like a cheetah. At the same time, Lin Ming himself hurtled towards Primordius' heavenly palace. Primordius' heavenly palace was only 100 feet away. With Lin Ming's speed, this was less than the blink of an eye. However, at this time, a voice echoed in his mind. "It's too late. Today is the day you die." This voice was somewhat familiar. Lin Ming's hands and feet immediately turned cold, his entire body drenched in sweat. Tian Mingzi. Bang. With a loud explosion, Lin Ming solidly crashed into an enchantment, feeling as if his skeleton would come apart. In that brief moment just now, Tian Mingzi had laid down an enchantment, isolating Lin Ming from Primordius' heavenly palace. Tian Mingzi knew how to hit Lin Ming where it hurt. He had already calculated Lin Ming's weakness. As long as Lin Ming couldn't return to Primordius' heavenly palace, then he could pinch him however he wished. Pung! With a loud ring, Tian Mingzi punched out, solidly striking the essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming's avatar spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Even though the essence spirit embryo stone was powerful, it still couldn't withstand a frontal collision with Tian Mingzi. This was the strength of a great world king. In a sense, the extreme talent Tian Mingzi was not necessarily any weaker than the half-stepped Empyrean, Ashmurder. Lin Ming felt a cold chill creep into his chest. He was completely dumbfounded by Tian Mingzi's sudden appearance. This person has been waiting here for a long time already, waiting for his opportunity. This is really what they mean by the praying mantis stalking the cicada. while ignoring the sparrow from behind. Lin Ming immediately understood what was happening. Tian Mingzi used some skillful arcane technique to change his appearance into that of the follower to mix in with Imperial Prince Naki's group. This was something that neither Naki nor Ashmurder was aware of. It was likely that the true follower had long since been killed off by him. The one who can change their appearance isn't just you, Tian Mingzi coldly sneered. When Lin Ming was at the divine transformation realm, he had used the bodily rebirth technique to change his appearance, and was even able to conceal his identity from the World King Realm Mr. Zhou. Then, it wasn't strange for Tian Mingzi with his great World King strength to conceal the truth from the half-step Empyrean Ashmurder. Tian Mingzi had used this appearance-changing technique to wait for a chance to launch a sneak attack. When Lin Ming and Ashmurder critically wounded each other, he would launch his fatal life-reaping strike. He chose to do this because he really feared Lin Ming's methods too much. And in fact, what happened had proved that his choice had been correct. Otherwise, the first to die would have been Tian Mingzi, and not Ashmurder. Your avatar is quite good. Did you obtain it in Tragic Death Valley? Moreover, there is that dwelling you hide in that is also a top-grade Empyrean spirit treasure. What a pity! What a pity! You have nowhere else to go now. Without your dwelling you are like a mouse without a hiding place. I can mess with you as I please. Tian Mingzi moved towards Lin Ming, one step at a time. After he removed his camouflage, he didn't launch an attack first. Rather, he set up an enchantment to separate Lin Ming from Primordius' heavenly palace. As long as Lin Ming wasn't able to return to Primordius' heavenly palace, then Lin Ming would lose any shelter he had and have no strength to resist him. Your methods are praiseworthy. Lin Ming's breath slowed down, and his complexion turned dark and grim. He already knew that Tian Mingzi was a sinister and cunning individual. With his mortal commoner background, he began as an outer court disciple of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, and slowly crawled his way upwards to become an inner court disciple, and finally became the one who overthrew the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, even killing the Verdant Feather Holy Land's old Great World King. For him to arrive at this step by himself, besides having his own destiny and lucky chances, he also had to have spectacular methods of his own. Today, Lin Ming had finally experienced them. Lin Ming had thought it was strange from the start. Out of all the people who had hunted him down to this place, only Tian Mingzi had placed a tracking mark on him. Yet, he was also the only one who hadn't arrived. For Tian Mingzi, this didn't seem to make sense at all. So, it seemed as if he had already arrived, but he had simply been waiting for his chance all along. Lin Ming thought that he was the winner, but he was made into a fool by Tian Mingzi. Chapter 1522, To Seek Survival in the Face of Death. Chapter 1522, To Seek Survival in the Face of Death. Tian Mingzi slowly extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. This sword was black with a narrow blade. It was 8 feet long and engraved with images of cruel and savage demons. This was not the first time that Lin Ming had seen this sword. Tian Mingzi's weapon was a strange sword variation, not much shorter than his phoenix blood spear. With Tian Mingzi's strength in combination with this strange sword, the strength he could display in battle was hard to imagine. Although your strength is nothing compared to mine, I will do everything in my power to kill you and not give you the tiniest chance to resist, Tian Mingzi said, his killing intent completely locked onto Lin Ming. He slowly advanced. Each step he took was on a life-zone Dao pattern. While pretending to be dead in Bai Chi's tomb, Tian Mingzi carefully memorized where Lin Ming stepped. He knew where safety was and where danger was. As long as he didn't step on a death zone Dao pattern, then the Grand Array formation in Bai Chi's tomb would not activate. Seeing Tian Mingzi perfectly avoid the death zone Dao patterns, Lin Ming's complexion was solemn. His complete divine sense radiated outward, as numerous possibilities were calculated in his mind. Today, he would face a second life or death crisis. Growing to this point, Lin Ming had faced countless life or death crises. Forgetting the past, just after entering God-burying Ridge, Lin Ming had faced numerous dangers on the edge of death. Just a single step, and he would have tumbled down beyond redemption. After experiencing all these dangers, this caused Lin Ming to be even calmer the more dangerously critical a situation was. Facing Tian Mingzi head-on, Lin Ming could come up with no strategy that allowed him to live. This was an enemy that was 2.5 large boundaries higher than him. At most, Lin Ming could jump 2 large boundaries to barely contend with someone. The further a martial artist went in their cultivation, the greater the disparity was. This was why early on Lin Ming was able to jump 2.5 large boundaries to fight, but now, even after experiencing innumerable lucky chances and repeated fortuitous encounters, he could only jump 2 boundaries to fight. Tell me your secrets. I know that you have some heaven-shaking secret on your body. If you tell me, then I will let you die in peace. If you don't tell me, then I will break your hands and feet, waste away your meridians, suck out your blood energy, crack open your bones, and turn you into a pile of rotten meat. I will make it so that you won't even have the strength to resist mortals. Then I will tear out your soul and obtain your secrets all the same, the only difference being that it is a little bit more troublesome for me. But for you, the pain you will experience will be indescribable. As Tian Mingzi spoke, his aura reached the limit. As for Lin Ming, at this time, he was still calculating the only possibility to escape from this disaster. Tian Mingzi frowned. You really are courting death. Although there is no hope for you to escape, I won't give you any time to think about it. As Tian Mingzi spoke, he rushed forwards like an ancient vicious beast, directly impacting towards Lin Ming. In these years, Tian Mingzi and Lin Ming hadn't fought many times, but each time Tian Mingzi thought Lin Ming had no path to escape, Lin Ming was always able to flee to the heavens. This was the case at the Sky Spill Continent, and also the case at Tragic Death Valley. Now, in Bai Chi's tomb, no matter how much Tian Mingzi was assured in his plan, he wouldn't give Lin Ming any chance to think about escaping. As Tian Mingzi attacked, Lin Ming also moved. Lin Ming revolved his true essence, pouring all of it into the Phoenix Blood Spear. Then Lin Ming reversed his body, releasing the 8 inner hidden gates to the extreme. A billion genes of strength erupted, and Lin Ming threw the Phoenix Blood Spear straight out. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear shot forwards like a meteor as it tore through the void. However, the direction of the attack was not towards Tian Mingzi, but towards an absolute death zone, rune atop Bai Chi's grave. At this moment, Lin Ming used the Phoenix Blood Spear as the weapon to attack an absolute death zone rune. Once this absolute death zone rune was activated, terrifying black light would rain down from the heavens, directly attacking the person who touched it. Even if Lin Ming had thrown the Phoenix Blood Spear and hadn't even touched this death zone rune, he still wouldn't be an exception. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, several hundred beams of black divine light shot towards Lin Ming like hundreds of divine swords. And at this time, Tian Mingzi had arrived just in front of Lin Ming. He too had to face the attack of the black divine lights. For a time, Tian Mingzi's complexion changed. He never imagined that Lin Ming would be so ruthless. The moment that Tian Mingzi attacked, Lin Ming had also moved against the Death Zone runes, making it so that both of them fell into danger. However, if Lin Ming wanted to use this method to kill Tian Mingzi, then he was far too naive. Lin Ming was the focus of this attack, and Tian Mingzi was only collateral damage. This attack of divine light was far too fierce and brutal without any angle to dodge. Even for Mr. Zhou and Ash Murder, when they touched these absolute killing zone runes. They still couldn't dodge and had to face these black lights head on. This brat, is he thinking of committing suicide? Tian Mingzi's pupils shrank. In that instant, he could only forcefully withdraw his attack and retreat, stimulating all the true essence within his body to resist that black divine light. With Tian Mingzi's strength, it was impossible for this black divine light that had been weakened over billions of years to easily kill him. Even so, he had to resist this black divine light with all his strength. If he tried to exterminate Lin Ming underneath the deluge of this black divine light, then he too would die without a grave here. Tian Mingzi could resist the attack of divine light several times, but Lin Ming was in a far worse position. Once he was struck by this black divine light, then whether it was his protective true essence or his mortal body defensive capabilities that far surpassed other martial artists of the same step, they would all be torn apart like the thinnest pieces of paper. In that moment, Lin Ming's complexion was as calm and cold as a glacier. Seeing these hundreds of black divine lights shoot at him, their trajectories all reflected within his eyes. Azura Heavenly Tao. Lin Ming cried out, his body erupting with energy once more. In front of him, the phantom of the myriad demon karmic wheel appeared again. He wasn't thinking to use this to block the black divine light, but the black divine light still came from the same origin, the Azura Heavenly Tao. Because of this, the black light was also similarly restrained by the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. This was a point that Lin Ming clearly understood after training in the first volume of the Azura Sutra. In this hopeless situation, Lin Ming had to bet his life on a single move. With the Azura Heavenly Tao, he had to restrain the black divine light, forcefully opening up a slim chance of survival in the barrage of light that had no dead angles. Even though Lin Ming had already cultivated the Azura Sutra to the degree that it would give him this chance, he still didn't fully grasp whether or not he could truly accomplish this. Open! Lin Ming roared. The heretical god force erupted to its limits, and the gate of life burned with blood essence. The myriad demon karmic wheel was shot forth with all his strength. In that moment, the attack trajectory of the black divine light slightly shifted. Although this shift didn't seem worthy of mention at all, it was the difference between life and death for Lin Ming. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. His body twisted at an unbelievable angle. At this moment, he was like a slippery fish shuttling back and forth through the beams of black divine light. What? Not too far away, Tian Mingzi felt his mind shake as he saw all of this happen. This was because, as the one who had stirred up the absolute death zone Tao pattern, Lin Ming had to withstand an onslaught of black divine light that was 10 times worse than what he had experienced. Moreover, these black lights left no paths open for dodging. If Tian Mingzi were the one placed in this hopeless situation, even he wouldn't be able to avoid the black divine lights. He would have to forcefully withstand 3 or 4 black divine lights, and although he wouldn't die, he would still be injured. Tian Mingzi originally thought that Lin Ming would undoubtedly die in this situation. However, he never imagined that Lin Ming would be able to dodge these black divine lights. How is this possible? Break again. Just as Lin Ming was about to run through the net of black divine lights, he punched out his fists, sending a current of true essence smashing into a second death zone rune. This action caused Tian Mingzi to be thoroughly shocked. Lin Ming hadn't even yet fully dodged the divine lights from the first absolute death zone rune, but he had now attacked a second one. He was insane. 2 nets of divine light gathered together. This terrifying attack was life-threatening even to someone like Tian Mingzi. Even so, Lin Ming placed himself in the midst of this danger. From the inconceivable way Lin Ming had dodged just now, Tian Mingzi could confirm that Lin Ming struck the death zone Tao patterns not to kill himself, but to seek a road to survival in the face of death. But Tian Mingzi didn't have time to think just what road to survival Lin Ming had found. With the net of black divine lights gathered around Lin Ming, Tian Mingzi couldn't approach him right now. But as soon as those black divine lights ended, Lin Ming would die. Who? The hundreds of black divine lights from the second absolute death zone rune fell down on Lin Ming in a horrifying deluge. These black divine lights superimposed on those from the first wave, becoming even more dense and dangerous. At this time, Lin Ming's heart was calm and still to the extreme. The paths of the divine lights were all reflected in his eyes as he revolved his divine sense to its utter limit. He flushed right and left, finally closing in on Tian Mingzi's enchantment. As Tian Mingzi saw this, his entire body shook. He finally understood just what Lin Ming was planning. Lin Ming was planning to use himself as the lure to guide those black divine lights into attacking his enchantment. As long as the enchantment was broken, Lin Ming would be able to return to Primordius' heavenly palace. And now, Tian Mingzi had to face the absolute killing array in Bai Chi's tomb that had been activated by Lin Ming. Even so, a good half of this array formation had been broken by Ash murder. Of the original 108 iron-armored spectral soldiers, around half of them had been destroyed, and the remaining half wasn't too great a threat to Tian Mingzi. But Tian Mingzi wasn't willing to let Lin Ming's plan succeed because he had a premonition that once Lin Ming returned to Primordius' heavenly palace and was given a chance to catch his breath, he would inevitably produce some unbelievable method again and again to deal with him. In the end, Tian Mingzi might even be the one played to death. Lin Ming, I won't let you. Finally, Tian Mingzi moved. Disregarding the threat of the black divine lights, he fired right into Lin Ming. The enchantment that Tian Mingzi laid down blocked Lin Ming from returning to Primordius' heavenly palace. With Lin Ming's strength, it was impossible for him to break past this barrier, and Tian Mingzi wouldn't give him the chance to do so. But now, Lin Ming was guiding these terrifying black divine lights, a force that could even kill world kings. With a barrage of hundreds of black divine lights striking Tian Mingzi's enchantment, it would be pierced through like paper. Myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming shouted out as he used the Azura Heavenly Tao a second time. The first barrage of divine lights had yet to pass, and now with a second wave added on, Lin Ming had to use the Azura Heavenly Tao yet again. This placed a tremendous burden on his body. Open again. Lin Ming roared. All the blood vessels under his skin bulged out. With the gate of life, he burnt 10% of his blood essence. Chapter 1523, Lin Ming's Counterattack. Chapter 1523, Lin Ming's Counterattack. Black light shot out, and energy wildly raged about in the air. Beneath the cover of countless killing intents, Lin Ming tightened his protective true essence to the limit, rushing left and right without any defensive protections. This was because Lin Ming was well aware that even if he stimulated his protective true essence to the limit against this black light, any defense he summoned was no different from paper. If this was the case, then he might as well focus all of his concentration and true essence on the Azura Heavenly Tao. 3 beams of divine light that couldn't be avoided had their trajectory forcefully changed by Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming became flexible, as if he had no joints at all, and passed through a narrow slit between those black lights at an inconceivable degree. But at this time, the 4th unavoidable beam of black light came shooting at him. Because Lin Ming had consumed too much strength too quickly, he simply wasn't able to deal with it. There was no way for him to avoid this. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He chose not to use his true essence to protect himself when withstanding this divine light because he knew that doing so was useless. He twisted his body once more, allowing this black beam of light to pierce through his lower left abdomen. This part of his body didn't have any vital zones. If his body had to be pierced somewhere, then having it pierced here was much better than his chest or head. Puff. In that moment, the black light easily punctured through Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, biting down on the tip of his tongue as he stimulated the divine mist heart mantra. With this, his consciousness didn't flicker in the slightest, even with the severe pain that racked his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The black divine lights that Lin Ming avoided fell down on Tian Mingzi's enchantment in waves. With the sound of a rolling thunderstorm, this barrier exploded like glass. In that moment, Lin Ming didn't reveal any happiness at all. With his emotionless face, he calmly continued, hurtling towards Primordius' heavenly palace. Dream on. A voice struck Lin Ming's ear like a peal of thunder. Tian Mingzi had finally attacked. Tian Mingzi shot into a place where the divine light was the sparsest. By revolving all the strength in his body, he forcefully withstood a beam of black light. Although this black divine light wasn't able to pierce his body, it still ravaged his back muscles, tearing them apart. Tian Mingzi simply wasn't able to care about the wounds on his back. His sword cut forth, and a black vortex appeared from thin air, heaven-absorbing demon art. In that moment, a dreadful suction force erupted like a tide, directly locking onto Lin Ming, because it was weakened by the black divine light, and also because of the haste in which it was used. This heaven-absorbing demon art wasn't even a tenth of Tian Mingzi's usual strength. However, when it locked onto the severely wounded Lin Ming, he still slowed down. Lin Ming was like a fly that fell into a giant spider web, his speed sharply plummeting. The dragging force of the heaven-absorbing demon art was simply far too strong. Lin Ming was unable to continue forwards. I'll drain your blood dry. Tian Mingzi made a claw with his right hand and pulled it backwards. The terrifying suction force of the heaven-absorbing demon instantly shifted to Lin Ming's lower abdomen, where he had been pierced through. Tian Mingzi actually wanted to use his heaven-absorbing demon art to suck out all of Lin Ming's blood from his wound. From this move, one could see just how cruel and insidious Tian Mingzi's methods were. In that moment, Lin Ming's body shook. He felt all of his blood vitality being gathered into his lower abdomen by that suction force, wanting to gush outwards. He grit his teeth, locking in his blood vitality with true essence. Tian Mingzi's eyes flashed with a grim light. His right hand tightened, as if he wanted to crumble something in his grasp. Puff. With a loud cracking sound, Lin Ming's true essence lock was shattered by Tian Mingzi's strength. A pillar of brilliant blood erupted from Lin Ming's abdomen, like a fountain. Lin Ming's lips trembled, and his face began to whiten. Ha ha ha! Today is the day you die. Tian Mingzi wildly laughed. He waved his hand, and his black sword appeared in his grip. With the sound of howling wind, he hurtled towards Lin Ming. With the strength of a great world king and his true essence fused into his sword, this sword strike could even pierce through a celestial body. It was impossible for the wounded Lin Ming to resist it. Moreover, Lin Ming's movements were bound by the heaven-absorbing demon art. It was impossible for him to defend. The black sword came shooting towards Lin Ming's heart. If it struck its target, Lin Ming would die here and now. You're finished. Tian Mingzi maniacally grinned. It was like he could see the future, where Lin Ming was slowly dismembered by his sword. He had hunted Lin Ming down for a full 10 years. This Lin Ming, with his countless secrets, had cost him a hand, and also the foundation that he spent 50,000 years building. Now, Lin Ming would finally die at his hands today. The keen sword whistled forwards. The distance of only several hundred feet passed by in a flash. Then, just as that sword was about to pierce through Lin Ming's body, a shadow shot forwards like lightning, blocking Lin Ming from that black sword. Tia Mingzi was startled, but his black sword had already struck that shadow. With a loud ringing sound, the black sword was deflected backwards. As for that shadow, it simply shook a little but didn't receive any damage at all. Tian Mingzi's eyes focused. This shadow was only the size of a table. It was Lin Ming's primordious heavenly palace. After the enchantment was shattered by the black divine lights, Lin Ming could fly to Primordius Heavenly Palace, and naturally, Primordius Heavenly Palace was able to fly towards him. But the one temporarily controlling Primordius Heavenly Palace was not Lin Ming, but Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian had already controlled Primordius Heavenly Palace once before, and now this was the second time. In a critical moment, she had used Primordius Heavenly Palace to block this fatal strike against Lin Ming. Damn it! Tian Mingzi wanted to attack once more, but at this moment, a brilliant rainbow-hued beam shot out from Primordius Heavenly Palace, wrapping around and dragging in the severely wounded Lin Ming. Ho! Xiao Moxian flew up to grab Lin Ming. As she grabbed him, her hands were shaking slightly. Lin Ming, are you okay? Xiao Moxian's breath caught in her throat, her voice trembling. When Lin Ming had been pierced through the abdomen by the black divine light, and then had a fountain of his blood come gushing out when Tian Mingzi used the heaven-absorbing demon art, she had felt her heart shrink. I'm fine. Lin Ming's complexion was pale, and his lips were dry. Just now, almost 80% of his blood had been sucked out. He had also lost a great deal of his blood vitality. The blood you drew out of me, I will make you pay back this debt. Lin Ming grit his teeth, a thick, killing intent shining in his eyes. Just a little more, and I would have killed him. Damn it all. Tian Mingzi was breathless with anger. He reached out his hand, wanting to call back his black sword. But at this time, he heard a rumbling behind him. Tian Mingzi turned to see Lin Ming's essence spirit embryo stone grab onto the phoenix blood spear and come hurtling at him. With the strength that Lin Ming's avatar had, Tian Mingzi wasn't scared of it at all. But the crux was that behind Lin Ming's avatar, there were hundreds of black divine lights chasing him. That explosive rumble just now was the essence spirit embryo stone actively attacking the death zone rune. It was deliberately drawing in black divine lights to attack Tian Mingzi. That death zone rune was far too close to Lin Ming. Moreover, with the angle that Lin Ming had chosen, it was impossible for Tian Mingzi to avoid it. Lin Ming's true self had already been severely wounded by Tian Mingzi and the black divine light, when his body was pierced through and a massive amount of his blood vitality was drawn out by the heaven-absorbing demon art. Lin Ming's fighting will hadn't diminished in the least. Even though his true self had lost his combat strength, he still controlled his avatar to activate the black divine lights and calculate the best angle to attack Tian Mingzi. His avatar would have to withstand the black divine light with Tian Mingzi. No one was going to emerge from this unscathed. What? Tian Mingzi's complexion changed. He never imagined Lin Ming would be so ruthless. When he was on the verge of death, he had actually used just several breaths of time to come up with this plan and turn the tide of battle. The black lights were imminent and threatening. There was no way for Tian Mingzi to evade. Tian Mingzi clenched his jaw. Lin Ming, only one of us can live beneath the heavens. He roared out, erupting his true essence to the limit. Demonic energy surged around him, forming a black, protective shield. He was well aware that he had to resist the strike by paying the lowest price possible. If he suffered devastating wounds from these black lights, then he would absolutely fall into tremendous danger. Chapter 1524, Tragic. Chapter 1524, Tragic. Counterforce, heaven-absorbing demon art. Tian Mingzi recklessly released the energy absorbed by the heaven-absorbing demon art to withstand this strike. And at this time, Lin Ming's avatar came shooting towards Tian Mingzi without fear, without any consideration for the black lights all around it. It wanted to attack Tian Mingzi. Tian Mingzi's complexion instantly turned ugly. He had personally witnessed Lin Ming's avatar being punched in an all-out strike by a half-step Empyrean powerhouse, and yet it had only received injuries. The defensive capabilities of this avatar were simply like those of a farm animal. Just from this alone, Tian Mingzi knew that in a competition of defense, he couldn't compete with this vicious beast in human form. In a situation that he couldn't defend, there was no way he could resist the all-out attack of a half-step Empyrean. Those with bare feet did not fear shoes with holes. This was only Lin Ming's avatar, but the one defending was Tian Mingzi's true self. To go all out with his true self against an avatar, only an idiot would do something so stupid. Who cares if you attack me? I will block all attacks together. Tian Mingzi's eyes flashed with a grim light. In this moment, he stimulated his strength to the extreme. The main threat to him was from those black divine lights. As for the attack of Lin Ming's avatar, he simply didn't care about it. Bang! Lin Ming's avatar smashed its spear into Tian Mingzi's black barrier. The terrifying mortal bodily strength of that avatar erupted like a volcano. Lin Ming's avatar specialized in body transformation, and its mortal body was far superior to that of Lin Ming's true self. It was a god-beast essence spirit embryo stone. In the bronze temple, it had been refined over billions upon billions of years with the essence energy of 33 extreme god beasts. In terms of how formidable its body was, this avatar far surpassed both Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian and completely outclassed Imperial Prince Naki. This was a grand masterpiece of the Azura Road Master. How could Naki possibly compare with it? Thus, this avatar's physical strength was almost 10 times stronger than Lin Ming's true self, reaching up to 10 billion genes. Kacha? The spear of Lin Ming's avatar pierced into Tian Mingzi's black barrier and actually caused a crack to appear in the surface. Although only a tiny crack appeared, this meant that Tian Mingzi's barrier had greatly weakened. If he were to meet another powerful attack, then his barrier would completely collapse. What? At this moment, Tian Mingzi was completely panic-stricken. He knew that Lin Ming's avatar was fierce, but he thought it was only its defensive capabilities. No matter what, he never imagined that its striking power would also be so terrifying. Disregarding the essence gathering system, disregarding the various laws and martial skills, in terms of frontal impact ability alone, Lin Ming's avatar far surpassed his true self. If Lin Ming's true self was a mortal fighter, then Lin Ming's avatar was a wild tiger. When facing off head-to-head, how could a mortal fighter compare to a tiger? Seeing the black divine lights come shooting down, Tian Mingzi's eyes nearly popped out with rage. In that life or death moment, he bit down on his tongue and burned his blood essence. For Tian Mingzi, who dreamed of breaking into the Empyrean realm, there was no need to mention how precious his blood essence was. 10 years ago, he had lost a hand to Lin Ming, and now he was forced by Lin Ming to burn his blood essence. This was decision he only made as a last resort. However, even though he burned his blood essence, Tian Mingzi didn't have enough time to use a defensive martial skill because the black divine lights had already arrived in front of him. Now, he could only use this black barrier that had a crack in it to withstand this attack. Whoosh! Lin Ming's avatar had ruined Tian Mingzi's plans, forcing him to directly face the impact of these black divine lights. Lin Ming definitely wouldn't block these black divine lights for Tian Mingzi. If the avatar had to withstand the attack, then both of them would do so together. Ah! Tian Mingzi wildly roared out, the anger blazing in his heart hot beyond imagination. It was clear that he was far stronger than Lin Ming, and he had done everything in his power to kill him. whether it was disguising himself as Ashmurder's follower, hiding away to sneak attack, isolating Lin Ming from Primordius' heavenly palace with an enchantment, or drawing out Lin Ming's blood through his wound with the heaven-absorbing demon art. Everything Tian Mingzi did could be called desperately trying to kill Lin Ming, no matter the cost. All of this was so that Lin Ming wouldn't have the tiniest sliver of hope to survive. But the end result was that through all the twists and turns, he was forced once more by Lin Ming into a dangerous situation. Bang! Several hundred black lights solidly smashed into Tian Mingzi's barrier. The barrier that had been struck once already suddenly produced a massive fissure that raced down it before it shattered into pieces. Tian Mingzi coughed, vomiting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying away. CA. As he was sent flying backwards, a black light pierced through his right shoulder, mincing his shoulder blade to pieces. Feeling the severe pain in his shoulder, Tian Mingzi's complexion completely changed. To a great world king, this sort of wound only needed a single day to regenerate. But in his current situation, this pierced shoulder would actually affect his combat strength, causing all sorts of serious consequences for him. At this time, beside Tian Mingzi, Lin Ming's avatar was also struck by the raging river of black divine lights. The avatar was flushed away, distressed and gushing blood all over. However, this avatar was extremely formidable. Even with such heavy damage, although its bones and muscles had been torn apart and its organs had been scrambled up, its body hadn't been pierced through. In terms of mortal bodily defense, Tian Mingzi was far from being able to compare with it. Energy surged, wildly storming about. Tian Mingzi suppressed the harrowing pain in his shoulder to form a final shield of protective true essence to block the shockwaves of energy. Even so, a great deal of this energy broke into Tian Mingzi's body, where it wildly rushed through his meridians. Pa! Tian Mingzi's blood vessels collapsed one after another, blood spraying from his body. He crashed into the black stone altar. In the final moment, he barely managed to change his direction to avoid landing on another death zone Dao pattern. Luckily, Tian Mingzi had remembered where the majority of the death zone Dao patterns were. Otherwise, if he were to strike another one now, then he might have simply died here. Lin Ming's avatar also crashed into the black stone altar, its entire body covered with blood. Looking at the area where Tian Mingzi fell, Lin Ming's avatar darkly sighed. According to the angle of the black divine lights, Tian Mingzi should have fallen into another death zone Dao pattern. But Lin Ming hadn't placed much hope in this to begin with. He didn't think that the prudent and cautious Tian Mingzi would make such a low-level mistake. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming's avatar flashed away, flying straight towards Primordius' heavenly palace. Tian Mingzi saw Lin Ming's avatar escape, but didn't stop him at all. His current condition was extremely bad, so it would be hard to instantly create another enchantment. And even if he did, he might not be able to block Lin Ming's avatar. Moreover, even if he blocked Lin Ming's avatar, it would be hard for Tian Mingzi to do anything in a short period of time. This avatar's defensive capabilities were far too dreadful. If they fought, then this avatar might disregard all consequences to strike another death zone Dao pattern, wanting them both to perish together. If that were to occur, Tian Mingzi found it hard to imagine what the consequences would be. The moment that Lin Ming's avatar entered into Primordius' heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi felt a thick, killing, intense surge up from behind him. He turned around to see the remaining 50-some iron-armored spectral soldiers come to life once more. The stone chips on their bodies had already fallen, and a red flame lit up their eyes. They grasped their deadly weapons and began moving towards him. Although Lin Ming and Tian Mingzi's battle seemed as if it occurred over a long period of time, the truth was that everything had happened far too quickly. The battle could only be described as ever-changing. From the time when Tian Mingzi rushed towards Lin Ming's true self to the time at which Lin Ming activated the Death Zone Dao pattern to draw the black divine lights into helping him enter Primordius' heavenly palace, and even to the time that Lin Ming's avatar had triggered another Death Zone Dao pattern, causing tremendous losses to Tian Mingzi. All of this had occurred in just several breaths of time. And several breaths of time were all that were required for those iron-armored spectral soldiers to reawaken. Now, they had finally entered their combat state. For a time, Tian Mingzi's complexion became even uglier. This iron-armored spectral soldier array formation had only half of its spectral soldiers remaining and was far weaker than it was before. Perhaps it was only at 20 to 25% of the original array's strength. But now, Tian Mingzi's condition was also extremely poor. His shoulder was ruined, and he had lost the ability to move one of his arms. His blood was chaotically moving within his body, and many of his blood vessels had exploded. He had even been forced to burn some of his blood essence. To fight against 50 iron-armored spectral soldiers in this situation, the difficulty of this could be imagined. In terms of strength, Tian Mingzi was a peak Great World King, not much worse than the half-stepped Empyrean Ash Murder. But in terms of endurance and defensive capabilities, Tian Mingzi was far inferior to Ash Murder, who was from the Saint race. Ash Murder cultivated body transformation, and even in a situation where he was extremely wounded, he was still able to maintain a considerable amount of his combat strength. This was not something that Tian Mingzi could copy. Facing these iron-armored spectral soldiers, Tian Mingzi had fallen into a life-or-death struggle. Well done, Lin Ming. Tian Mingzi gazed towards Primordius' heavenly palace with hatred shining in his eyes. He could already foresee that, in order to defeat these remaining iron-armored spectral soldiers, he would need to pay a heavy price. However, Lin Ming wasn't much better off. He had lost almost 80% of his blood, and his blood vitality had been deeply diminished. As for his avatar, it would be unable to fight again. After being struck by so many divine lights, it wouldn't have any combat strength for some time. Now, what mattered the most was whether, or not, Tian Mingzi would have to pay some sky-high price to destroy all these iron-armored spectral soldiers. If Tian Mingzi had even just 20% of his combat strength left afterwards, Lin Ming still wouldn't dare to leave Primordius' heavenly palace. At that time, if Tian Mingzi were to simply sit down, meditate, and restore himself to his peak state, then Lin Ming would die without a doubt. Lin Ming, for you to achieve what you have, I truly do admire you. But you will die, no matter how deep the price I must pay. I will kill you and take all the secrets from your body. Tian Mingzi said with a true essence sound transmission towards Primordius' heavenly palace. The palace array formation didn't stop sounds without striking power. Thus Lin Ming was able to hear all of this. And there is you too, Xiao Moxian. You also must have left tragic Death Valley and have been secretly assisting Lin Ming from the shadows to oppose me. When I break into your dwelling's grand array formation, I will toss you alive into a pill furnace and use your half-phoenix body and primordial een for my alchemy to make up for the blood energy I have lost. You are nothing more than a turtle in a jar. There is no way for you to survive. Tian Mingzi threatened Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian with words, wanting to shake their wills. Although this was a simple tactic, in this desperate situation it had a great effect. This was because everything that Tian Mingzi said had a chance of becoming reality. After Xiao Moxian heard this, she paled. Growing up until now, there were many people who had threatened her. Some people wanted to capture her to dual cultivate with her, and some people even wanted to rape her and take her primordialine, but she had never encountered someone like Tian Mingzi who wanted to toss her into a pill furnace alive to refine her into a pill. Thinking about how it would feel to be slowly refined alive into a pill, Xiao Moxian was terrified. Tian Mingzi was a brutal and ambitious person. He had no sympathy for beauty or lingering sentiments. For him, his only ambition was to conquer the world and become a god. He felt no emotions like lust or love. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.